what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever time it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, the 15th of October, 2024. Seems like a date I should be remembering, but I can't remember why. That's scary. That's scary. You're like, wait a minute, what was supposed to happen on the 15th? This is NCCTV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life form streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, and wherever and whatever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the cyber future. All right, so yeah, some of you may have figured out that I come on when there's like 10 people in chat. Or rather, I don't come on until there is. So, take that as you may. We've got some amazing Trumpton today. Trump has had a bizarre dance party. A truly strange event. We all know that he likes music. We all know that he likes to... do whatever that is. He should be holding glow sticks. It would make sense if he had glow sticks, right? But I don't think he knows what a glow stick is. He's probably like, that's one of those things for... No, he wouldn't even know the use of a glow stick for, like, highway safety. It's Wednesday, October the 16th from where you are. Well, I guess it is in some parts of the world. Good point, Don't Cap. Good point. How is the future so far? We've also got an update for you on the Asmongold story. He has been mogged, belted, and banned. I even thought about making up some extra past tense verbs for you to throw in there to make you think that there's like more of brain rot that you do not understand, but that would be cruel. Like I was thinking about he's been frosted. You know, just like making something up and see if anybody calls me on my bullshit. Yeah, frosted is not a thing. Belted is. Belted definitely is a thing. Do you have a clip of Trump on Soul Train? Well, you're gonna get to watch the whole party today. But the whole thing that's annoying about it is that like it's copywritten music and probably music by authors who would not like it played. Now, some people like Sinead O'Connor, no longer with us. Maybe Sinead O'Connor's estate could ask Trump not to play her version of Nothing Compares to You, but I mean, I don't know. He's dad rocking, I guess. He's dad rocking. But yeah, a lot of news to go on. Unfrosted, said Mozart. How long is the ban? Well, that's what it says. Yeah, if you look at Asmongold's channel right now, it says this user has been temporarily banned. Oh my god, Shakespeare, thank you for the masculinitas? Masculinitas. See, this is more lingo that I need to learn. What's up, Grasshopper? Taco Cat. Don't Cap, Mozart, Moe No Ape. Afroponics, Shakespeare, My Goggles, Miska, and M Dragon. Good to see you all here. Did my PFBP update? Do you want to see? Oh wait, oh, what? Oh gosh. Here, I thought I was pulling up people's chats. Turns out I wasn't pulling up Jack. Every single time I've got to feed the new... Alright, let's try this once again. PFP update. Did it load? Did it? Is this the new one? He's been roached. He's been cached. He's been smoked. He's been ashed. It works, yay. Brand new PFP. Wait, what's looking flexible? Asmon, dude, really didn't hold back on his dehumanization of the Palestinians. Yeah, and then he got absolutely dog-walked by Hassan. It was hard for me to react to be honest, right? Part of the reason is that, like, it's so long, I had to put it on 1.5 time. And, like, Hassan, he's doing this thing where he's, like, hypnotizing Asmongold. Like, he actually doesn't want Asmongold to speak back to him, because there's just nothing good Asmongold's gonna say. And it's kind of like, when you get somebody in a debate like that, and they run out of commentary, they run out of... Fumigated, yeah. He's been fumigated. I mean, that one kind of fits. Asmon is a piece of shit. It has been for a long time. Then he said, my bad, as an apology. It's so hard to believe, because it's like, wait, you were... Like, it's not like 0 to 60. It's like, he went 180 to 0. He, like, stopped on a... I don't know. I don't even understand what that was. I really do despair when I hear people express their views like that. Yeah, and like when you don't have anybody to kind of give the counter narrative, it's like that stuff lies. They're like, well, yeah, I guess if Palestinians are all about G-siding Israelis, then they deserve to be what? G-sided? Oh my god, it's just, it's Asmongold. I'll go even further and say that non-Nazis should have a path to citizenship too. Yeah, they just have bad culture. It was a little bit of a whoopsie. Whoopsie! Does Tim Pool really do that? Like with the falsetto and everything? Does Tim Pool really, like, why is it that I can't imagine Tim Pool actually saying whoopsie? Like, I can imagine him saying whoopsie, but I can't imagine him saying whoopsie. There's just too much. Oh my god, chat. I'm running out of my favorite lipstick. This sucks. I'm gonna have to do something about this, like order more. I don't even remember where I got this. Oh my god, probably at some drugstore. One in chat if you think I should not be buying drugstore makeup. Is that bad? It was that whoopsie from the debate with Emma. Did he really said whoopsie during the debate with Emma? Asmongold commenting on Palestinian culture while he is living surrounded by roaches, mold, dirty styrofoam cups. Let us not forget his tooth blood on the wall. Oh no. I did forget the tooth blood on the wall. What is my punishment? Oh my god, wait, you hit the traction control button by mistake. What does that do? What does a traction control button do? I'm not sure I've ever had one. The sound drop isn't even modified. It's not even modified? Direct clip, no audio manipulation. Unlike his song, which was definitely modified because it sounded way better before MR got a hold of it. I can't understand how anyone can look at footage of God. Yeah, considering what's happening at the time, it's like of all the times to respond like that, you have no clue because you're parked. Oh, good. So you're safe. It's not going to cause any problems. I don't know what that does. I'm trying to imagine what a traction control, maybe it like makes the, like, do the wheels like react kind of separately or something? I don't even know. I know TMR is known for messing with the mids on Temple, so I mean that's all they did is they took out the mids. Well, the whole song is mids. That's why it ruined it. Omega Star says we should watch some of that debate sometime. Are you talking about the Tim Pool debate, you mean? I'm assuming that's what Omega Star is talking about. I mean, there's obviously also the... I could imagine some of you wanting me to rewatch parts of the Hassan Asmongold debate, because I really did not talk very much during that whole thing, right? I knew it was... We were looking at... What is it? Like, it's 3 hours and 30 minutes. The debate is 3 hours and 30 minutes, right? And so I had it at 1.5 times speed, and because of that, like, it's like Hassan didn't just hypnotize Asmongold into silence as was his intent. He also managed to hypnotize me into silence too, and I was just sitting there taking in the seminar. Look, we're gonna give Hassan his flowers on that, but at the same time, I'm gonna show you something where I kind of don't want to give Hassan flowers on. Something that he does that annoys me, and I can imagine annoys other marginalized people too. Like, I get where he's coming from, and I think his heart's in the right place, but goddamn. His singing sucks. Wait, Tim Pools does? You worked 11 hours today and 11 hours yesterday. You are you sound spent. I mean, sorry, not that you're chatting weird or anything, but just like I would be spent as well. I was kind of spent yesterday, right? I was sick. I feel that I think I'm better now. I still have a little like throat. Like it's weird, Chad. It's not my throat itself that is bothering me. It's like my velum. Is it called a velum? It's like that area way up there. I don't know. I might have just gotten like a inflamed tonsil or something. Is that a thing? Aren't the tonsils are like around there, right? There's just like there's these weird little like immune system nodules that exist in that area. And, you know, if they get inflamed, it's probably because you got sick, but I don't feel sick. I have like a little bit of like congestion, but not too bad. My head doesn't feel hot. I don't have a headache. It was just like, it was mainly just like my throat, the upper like left area of my throat was hurting. Is it tonsillitis? No, don't say that. That means I have to get my tonsils out, right? Or is that even a thing? Maybe they don't do that anymore. Afroponics says it might be tonsillitis. Shaxba says it's common. Mozart says I felt weird all week, but not sick so far. Well, I hope not. Yeah, I had to talk to my roommate today, and I was like, "Look, I'm gonna put my mask on here, just to make sure that I'm not passing anything on." Wait, so what's the deal with tonsillitis? Do they not take your tonsils out anymore? Because, like, I used to be jealous of kids with tonsillitis, because the story would always go, you get tonsillitis, and they take out your tonsils, but then they give you ice cream. And I'm just kind of like, I mean, I don't know what a fucking tonsil is, but I want some ice cream, yeah. Take out my tonsils. But I never had to get them taken out. I never got the tonsillitis, right? Growing up. Oh my god. But maybe that's what I have now. But I've heard they don't take them out. Davy Cliff pointing out that Chapo Trap House covered Asmon yesterday, and it was pretty funny. Can anybody help me find that? I would love to see what Chapo had to say about our good friend Asmongold. Yeah, you get ice cream. It sounds like a pretty good deal to a kid. Egg drop soup with extra pepper? Wait, will it cure it? Pneumonic here, but medicated? Wait, isn't a mnemonic like... Oh no, that's a M in EU monic. You're talking a mnemonic with a... Like with a plague? You would know if you had tonsillitis, though. Well, it was pretty painful, and I was having trouble talking a little bit yesterday. I thought you don't get tonsillitis as an adult, maybe? Wait, what are the things you get as a... Yeah, like chicken pox, you only get that as a kid, maybe? No, wait, actually, that's not true. If you haven't had chicken pox, you can get it as an adult, and even if you've had it already, it can return. Because it's one of those diseases that, like, lives in your nervous system. Mayo Clinic says tonsillitis is a common condition which causes inflammation of the tonsils, which are two small tissue lumps. Are they lateral, Shaxba? Are they lateral or medial? Gargle salt water twice a day. That sounds like a good idea. Salt water is amazing. There's so many things that like can be wrong with your like nasal regions that can be fixed with a neti pot, which is great because you get to pour. It's like a teapot that you pour into one of your nostrils, and then you let the water go like all through your sinuses, and it pours out the other side. But I've been told, right? And this is not medical advice, okay? Which you should consult your physician for. But I've been told that it's probably not good to do it with tap water because there's this thing that can be in tap water called a, oh my god, what is it called again? An amoeba. And an amoeba sounds really cute, but it's not cute when it goes in your brain. It's like less cute in your brain than it is just being an amoeba. An amoeba's adorable. It's like this blob that eats everything, right? But that's not, blobs are adorable. Blobs are so cute. I wish I had a pet blob. I'm making ramen tonight. Oh shit, ramen's good. I need to get noodles. I love noodles. You only drink salt water? Wait, for real? Lurking is still at work. You're doing $2.5 million BS? There's a good psychological horror game out there. I think you could possibly enjoy it on stream. Is it a jump scare? I think chat is confusing tonsillitis with something more severe. Tonsils can grow back. Wait, even if you get them cut out? Salt and vinegar chips for a sore throat. Is that even real vinegar in salt and vinegar chips, though? Amoebas aren't cute in your stomach? They can do bad things to your stomach? It's lateral. Okay, that sounds like what I got. That sounds like what I got. It's definitely lateral. Known for posting noodle pics. The game is called Silent Hill 2. It's about psychological trauma. Wait, that's a really old game, right? Isn't, like, how many Silent Hills are there now? Is Silent Hill the one with Leon? Leon, who kind of looks like Squall from Final Fantasy VIII? Which also, there's a character in Kingdom Hearts that looks like Squall, whose name is Leon. Gurgling seawater is good remedy for... You know what I'm jealous of, though, right now? Alright, I'm jealous of those who are getting to play Metaphor. Amoebic dysentery. That does sound bad. Somebody told me there's a game where you play the commander-in-chief or something like that, and it's Israel's Yom Kippur War. Oh, a remake is available of Silent Hill 2. Leon is from Resident Evil. Oh my gosh, I mixed up my dudes. Wait, Silent Hill doesn't have a dude, right? You only drink bottled water? Yeah, so like distilled water is what I'm told you should use Neti Pot with. Although I had always used it with I'd always just, you know, used it with regular water, but yeah, apparently Neti Pot is like you shouldn't be channeling water through your nose apparently unless you know that the water is super safe. Gargling with water, warm salt water is your best bet. Hot teas with honey. Ooh. Hot tea and honey.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Metaphor is game of the year.
Game of the year. Game of the year. Oh my god. Well, look, just the fact that you've got like a SMT Persona type game that's not set in a high school, that's actually pretty cool for me. I don't know. I really like Atlas games. Although there's always something weird about like, right? You know, it's always like, I mean, like, of course, like Persona, you know, you're like a high school student and sometimes there's like, you know, such like Persona 5, you're a high school student and your teacher is a romanceable love interest. Not sure about that one, right? That's a little yikes, right? And then well, that's okay. Atlas has other games too. You could play Catherine. Nothing yikes about Catherine, right? No, Catherine, I'm sure Catherine's fine. I've actually got Catherine. And it's the old version. It's the super transphobic version of Catherine. I've never played it. Somebody gave it to me and I didn't want to be like, I didn't want to complain. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you gave me a game. I'm not going to complain about it. Right? You didn't, maybe you didn't know that it was transphobic. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then they tried to sort of fix it in the second edition, but yeah. Atlas. Atlas. What the fuck, Atlas? Just remembered, have this pumpkin spice chai. Oh my god, chai is so good. For Neti Pot, you can also get brain amoebas by swimming in warm, fresh water like ponds. Yeah. Like pond in Texas, pond in Missouri, pond in Arkansas. That is like the classic presentation of a brain amoeba. Although they're pretty rare, but still they're rare, but it's really bad. Like, all right, it's very dangerous to have a brain amoeba. So it's rare, but it's, you know, you shouldn't treat it like it's rare. Persona 4 hit hard when I was a teenager, but it felt a bit weird when I replayed it recently. My problem with Persona 4 is like the fan community, right? I don't know what's up with the fan community. But yeah, the music is so good. I love Persona 4 soundtrack. Actually, I love every Persona soundtrack. I just love Shoji Meguro. Meguro Senpai is pretty, or Meguro Sensei, yeah. Would you do that for musicians too? Or is that just for artists, that you call them sensei when they're like some kind of... In my neighborhood in Taiwan was a Japanese noodle house that made their own noodles. Oh my god, I've never had homemade noodles. Either Italian or like rice noodles. Or soba or anything like that. Mr. Mar. We should talk about Mr. Mar, should we? I'm just worried about that one because I'm afraid I'm going to get copyright claimed. But Hassan covered it. Yeah. So what Mozart is talking about is Bill Maher went off on Chapel Roan, and it's fucking cringe. Oh my god, do I need to... But seriously, game of year. Game of year. Right, and it looks... I almost said hella cool. I feel like I'm too old to say hella. Am I too old to say hella? I think everyone's too old to say... We're like, no, what I'm trying to say is like... Hella sounds strangely 2010s now. Gargling with warm salt water is your best bet. Hot teas, yeah. I might actually do that. Earl Grey with honey. I need to understand Earl Grey. I don't get Earl Grey. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like Earl Grey is like a... Like, I probably don't know how to properly appreciate it and enjoy Earl Grey. Because, like, people really like Earl Grey, but I don't get it. I don't understand why it tastes that way. F high school. Why would I want to play a game about being in school? Yeah, especially high school, right? If you're to... Well, there's a reason, right? There's a cultural reason that anime and video games, Japanese video games, like, take place in high school. And I think it's that... Okay, let me see if I understand this correctly. High school is the hard thing to get through, right? And not just high school, but then maybe you got to go to cram school too. It's kind of like once you get into college and in Japan, you're good. You're good. You're okay, right? But high school is that thing that... Like, there's... I'm probably being reductive here. I feel like there's more reasons that high school is such a seminal location for anime and Persona 4. Oh my gosh, I'm way back. I'm way back here. Yeah, Christy Z. That's why I was saying that, like, Asmongold saying what he said about Gaza right now was even, like, was even worse. And the fact that Israel's now trying to starve out, they say Hamas, but it really seems like, they've cut food for a long time, and it seems like they are starving out the Palestinians. I think I played the Catherine demo. I didn't realize that it was transphobic. I mean, it's like in the story. It's like one of the characters, right, is trans and kind of gets treated really badly. But yeah, even when they tried to fix it by adding, they're like, oh, I know what we'll do. We'll add another trans character. And it's like, Atlas, why don't you try to understand trans characters before you add another one? I always read that brain-eating amoebas die when you use salt water. What? Oh, wait, so, Lotus juice is whack. Wait, what's up with lotus juice? Earl Grey's sassy cousin, Lady Grey. French Earl Grey. Wait, what's that like? Earl Grey is bergamot. Yeah, that's my problem. I don't understand bergamot. I don't know bergamot. Hella was a Pacific Northwest type of situation. It's more like, I mean, it's West Coast in general, but maybe more like California than anything. They gave him Hassan as his last hope to not get banned, I guess, and he failed to give a good impression. You think so, Court Jester? Or, I'm sorry, Court Gesture. Bill Maher is a simple man. He believes in legal weed and unaliving every... Wait a minute. What am I trying to get to here? Musically speaking, this one. This one's such a jam. Epic jam. Homemade doodles. Wait, Lotus Juice. There we go. Lotus Juice is whack. Are you more of a Lin fan, Davy? Like, look. I gotta be honest. I was like kind of confused about what Lotus Juice was doing. Like, when you haven't heard Japanese rap and then you hear it, it's kind of like, huh? Did you see Russell Brand advertising amulets? I've been seeing a lot of ads for these amulets. Well, okay, so wait, there's amulets, right? You know, that are like supposed to be spiritual or something. There's ones that are like quartz, right? Which probably don't do anything. And then there's ones that have a chip in them. Like, you know, theoretically, being like next to a cell phone tower, like if you lived under a cell phone tower, that probably wouldn't be good for you. But yeah, wearing a quartz crystal is not going to help you. Oh my god, evil energy is like Wi-Fi and 5G. Yeah, like if you slept in a room with your Wi-Fi router as your pillow, it might cause problems for you. Any hot tea will do. Well, I got some hot green tea. Green tea should be really good for that, right? Schmegley says school is huge and stressful in Japan for sure. Like there's never a real break. That's what life feels like for me though, right now. Oh, I gotta be honest. Oh, speaking of life, I probably need to introduce some new, I probably need to add some new items on Throne, but I'm a little bit at a loss. And you know what a streamer does when they're at a loss, when they're over their head and they're like, they don't know about something? They ask their chat. So chat, does anybody out there know lighting? Right now, my image is being facilitated by a ring light around my webcam and a key light, you know, just kind of like, it's there. It's right there, right? And I've looked at some of my older videos and I've become convinced that my picture was better. My picture quality was way better back then. And, you know, while there's probably some camera settings I could do to like, you know, help, I think that the difference was that my lighting was better, right? So I'm wondering if I should get better lighting, right? I've been looking at different forms of lighting. Wait, what are they called? The soft pack? Is that what it's called? A soft pack sounds like something else. When I say soft pack, I don't know. I'm thinking of something else. What is it called again? But yeah, I need your help if you know about this stuff. I want to, the next thing I want to improve, okay, like two things, right? my image, right? Like the picture, the you know, the the video. And then the second thing is my computer. And I do have Zara did like a hypothetical build for me of what a decent upgrade, a reasonable upgrade for me would be. And as soon as I figure out how to put all those items on Throne, I will do that. Because that's definitely something that, although I have to say, the computer's running way better now that I'm running it off of Chrome. If you don't know, I'm a Firefox girl all my life. Firefox, 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 Firefox. I was always on Firefox. And up until now, up until recently, it'd been fine. But I don't know what's going on. It's either something between like YouTube, Firefox, and a certain third-party app, or it's just Firefox is not what it used to be. Is it soft pack lighting? No, it's not. It's soft something lighting. Softbox. It's softbox. That's what I was trying to say. Softbox lighting. I think, do I need softbox lighting? Because there's softbox, there's key lighting, and then there's the umbrella thing, right? Oh, and there's octa softbox, which is like when you have an octopus in your softbox and it reaches its tentacles out and it grabs things. It's really handy to have an octopus in your softbox. That's where I keep my octopus. I don't know about you, chat. But yeah, I've been looking at lighting kits on Throne. There's ones that come with not just green screens, but they're like those kind of green screens that you like roll down, so it keeps it absolutely without wrinkles, and then it also lets you have like some green screen on the ground, so you can you know, sort of photograph yourself and add it to whatever background. Yeah, these umbrella ones. I keep on seeing these umbrella ones. And I don't even know, when I click on any of these, like they come in different sizes. Newer photography lighting kit with backdrops 8.5 times 10 foot backdrop stands. UL certified 5,700 Kelvin. 1,800 watt equivalent to 24 watt LEDs. Umbrella softbox continuous lighting. God, you see what I mean? I have no idea what any of this is. Photo studio equipment for photo video shoot. And then there's two different size styles. NK100 and NK102. NK102 is expensive, but I'm like, why is it more expensive? I don't know, chat, but that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking lighting is the next thing that I need to make slightly better. Or maybe just use my lighting better. I have a few other ring lights, and I think that the way that I used to accomplish, let's see, I'm trying to remember, right? Because, like, I know, okay, so, like, the best lighting is when you've got, like, side lighting, wait, what is it? You got a ring light, you got a light on this side and a light on that side, and that is to make you, like, have your outline becomes more visible, and so you don't blend into your background as much. There's some people would say like a lighting from the top as well to give you like a full outline. And then there's backlighting. Well, I guess I've got backlighting. Technically that is backlighting. So backlighting is taken care of, right? Ring lighting, and then key lighting. Yeah, that's what most people do, right? Is a ring light, a key light, two LEDs on either side, and then some kind of backlighting, which I'm pretty sure this counts as backlighting. But yeah, I guess it's to help me stand out from the background. I don't know. I'm so much better with audio. Like, I know what a good microphone sounds like. I know what good audio sounds like. I know what bad compression sounds like. But when it comes to lighting, I'm a little bit out of my element. Persona 5 is what I use. What what if I was in high school, but I couldn't sleep with literally everyone? But I could sleep with literally everyone. I mean, basically. It's because high school is the last place in life to discover yourself. After that is hell for many. So it's because of the Japanese work cultures. Kind of, is that what you're saying, Dave? Prince of Wales tea is good. Amoebas can have a little salt as a treat. That's why you put saline in your neti pot to kill microbes. I'm not sure if that like 100% kills amoebas though. I feel like amoebas can be resistant. Wait, it's the last scene of the game? Of Persona 5? Japan has, oh, you're right, Schmegly, yeah. Schmegly's talking about like it's like a half school day on Saturday, right? Like you come in like 8 to 11 or something, right? You just joined. What happened? We're talking about tea. We're talking about lighting. We're talking about video games. Musically Speaking does sound like a podcast name. What is Musically Speaking? Is that an app? What did Asmongold say? He said that Palestinians deserved to be G-sided. Like that's his words. But apparently he's apologized for it. Sometimes I put 2 tea bags in my cup when I'm feeling spicy. Green tea also has caffeine. Oh my god, I love green tea's caffeine though. Green tea's caffeine is never... I know lighting, like lamp, sun, candle. Those are lighting. Those are all lighting. I think green tea has slightly more caffeine than black tea. Wait, more tea than black tea? The flavor isn't good. Yeah, well, I mean, like, the flavor... Like, wait, the flavor of green tea, though, isn't good? For me, black tea is the one that definitely needs, like, green tea, I can take it, like, I always drink green tea. I mean, it's pretty much straight. There's a lemon in here, though. The most I ever put in my green tea is ginger and lemon. That's, like, the maximum, right? I don't do any of the mate latte shit. Although I'm sure that could be good. You meant more caffeine. I thought so. Now I'm imagining modern version of The Princess and the Pea, where instead of putting peas under the mattress, they blast this girl with the 5G signals. Only the unvaccinated will sense the danger. Nice. I don't know. Do they do yoga on God, Twitch is its whole thing, right? If you want to get into Twitch, just understand it's like a whole commitment. Even after you're done with your streaming, make sure you get to know other yoga streamers if you do that, right? That's the secret to Twitch, right? Just understand it's not like YouTube, right? With YouTube, if you make banger content that people appreciate, like, they will find you. The algorithm will put you out there, right? If you make good content, you make good thumbnails, you will grow on YouTube. That's not necessarily true on Twitch. Twitch is all about who you know, not necessarily as much about what you know. But yeah, I don't know. Seems like as good a place to teach as any. For some reason, I think green tea really rocks with no sugar, no nothing. Yeah, except for some lemon. I mean, I like it with ginger. That's my secret. Also, green tea sometimes upsets people's stomachs. And I feel like the umbrella says random girl 3PO. Does anybody know about this stuff? What should I get for a computer? That's what I'm looking into right now, Afroponics. I don't know. Right, I'm not smart when it comes to tech. I've explained the issue with Chrome and Firefox in chat before. Wait, what? Subreddit called Suggest a PC. What, do you go in there and you tell them what your needs is? And your needs are, and then they suggest one. Japanese work culture is horrible and hellish. Nothing stopping anyone from sleeping with everyone currently. That's a good point. Classic isekai story intro is being reincarnated into another world after death from overwork. Wait, there's a name. There's a Japanese word that literally describes death from overwork. And the fact that Japanese has a name for death from overwork is troubling. Although honestly, I feel like the US should have it too. Yeah, the one thing that people don't understand about content creation is that some people look at it as a respite from work, as if maybe there's a way to like right, because work culture sucks no matter where you are, right? You will probably get overworked. It's probably unhealthy. It's probably really hard to find a work-life balance. Content creation, theoretically, if you're smart about it, if you're lucky, good, and smart, you might be able to find a way to, you know, have like a reasonable life. I don't know, 10 years from now, right? I have heard fairy tales of such a life, that such a life is possible, but the grind that you have to do to get yourself from a place of no viewers to a reasonable amount of viewers is such that it's more work than a regular job. So, I mean, theoretically, maybe there could be a way to do it so that you do, you know, because the one good thing about content creation is you do sort of get to call the shots to some degree. Like, I mean, obviously there's times that are going to be more advantageous for you to, you know, put out content, but especially if you're doing videos rather than streaming, you might be able to make that work on your schedule, but your schedule is going to be very packed just to get yourself to, you know, a sustainable amount of viewership. Your schedule, the grind set that you do to go from 0 to something is underestimated, vastly underestimated. It's called Karoshi. Karoshi. Suggest a PC, build a PC. There's a network of subreddits and online tools where you can kind of narrow down what you want to buy. Well, Zara's suggested like what I think is a good rig. And I just have to figure out how to put that on Throne to make it. But it's like there's all the what is it all? It's like a case. There's a case, there's a hard drive, there's a video card, there's a fan / cooling system. Gwarosa is death by overwork in Korea, but I'm probably mispronouncing it because I don't know how to pronounce Korean at all. This is just crap Google gives me. Death by overwork is Gualosi in China. Gualosi? Oh my gosh, my Chinese pronunciation could use some work as well. Anyway, chat, I've been having way too much fun. It's because yesterday my voice hurt so much and it was difficult to talk to chat, and it makes me want to talk to chat more today. But we've got so much to go over. Oh my gosh, we're already out. Top of the hour ad break to ya. Here it comes. Here it comes, chat. Top of the hour. All right, at every hour on the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That ad break's headed your way any second now. It's your last chance to maybe get yourself out of the ad break using a Twitch Prime to get out of it for free, using a sub, getting yourself a sub for $6, or possibly being gifted a sub, which can happen and does happen, but is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. You and Princess Clara from Drawn Together? Oh, the tentacle joke. When you said princess, the first thing I thought of was Adventure Time. Aren't there like 8 princesses in Adventure Time? Don't drink distilled water, though. It will leach minerals out of you. Damn. We should watch... Oh, yeah, you were talking about... There's the ad break now. I wasn't... Just so you know, I wasn't kidding. CPU, GPU. Thank you. Yeah, there's a CPU. That's the motherboard, right? The GPU, that's the graphics card. The cooling, that's either like a fan, or some people have fancy water systems. Water your computer, chat. Water your... One in chat if you water your computer. I really wonder how that works, the water cooling. Because it makes me think that you gotta always, like, that you got like a, oh my god, what is it called? Like a radiator? Like on a car? You know how a car has like a radiator and... wait, what? You add coolant to the radiator though, right? But old-fashioned cars, you would add water, maybe? That's right, new CIA drone pilot. Asmongold is really justifying some shit here. It's like a radiator? I don't know. I don't know if it really is. Like, I don't know what it's like. I've never had a water-cooled one. My current one, it has a fan, but the fan is diagonal, right? Like, but for some reason, to put the fan on my motherboard or my CPU, they had to make it diagonal, and because it's diagonal, the slots for the extra RAM are like right here. So when they made it diagonal, they made it so I couldn't add RAM, which is so fucking shitty. Add some RGB lights to what? Oh, to the computer. Yeah, I'm not trying to do anything fancy. I just want a system that's workable. Anyway, chat, speaking of a system that's workable, what do we got for bonus content today? We have got Gabor Mate on Theo Vaughn, which might be pretty interesting. We've got Hasanabi on Pod Save America. We've got Andy Pants Gaming, Crisis in Masculinity. If you want me to react to some fucking just... Like, this person shouldn't exist in 2024. This person's a throwback to 2016. And he's just been, like, embarrassing himself. Like, he's doing all the classic anti-SJW stuff, like, 8 years too late. 69 FPS. Wait, is that a good FPS to have? But yeah, the Crisis of Masculinity, that's an Andy Pants gaming joint. Andy Pants Gaming is a... He's a cringe guy. I would say along the lines of What If Alt Hist. Right, we watched a little What If Alt Hist last night about the CIA and ghosts. We've also got another What If Alt Hist video, and that's about the Mouse Utopia experiments, which is what I always hear What If Alt Hist refer back to, his Mouse Utopia experiment video. And so I thought maybe we could see what the fuck that is. But right now, Crisis of Masculinity in first place, Hasanabi on Pod Save America with the Pod Johns with John Favreau in second place, Gabor Mate on Theo Vaughn in third place. And oh my gosh, I haven't even... I think we're like... Yeah. We're 17% of the way to the dono goal already. But I need to get my ass into gear. I don't know. I like talking to chat. I need to do more of it. So yeah, 17% of the way there. Remember, if you've donated, you can let me know which of these topics you want your donation to go to. And I'll be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, helping your favorite topic become content, become bonus content, in fact. And that is whether you are using a super chat, a super sticker, whether you are getting yourself a... metaphor? I'm stuck on this metaphor refantasio thing, chat. Whether you're getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to others, whether you're signing up for my Patreon or you are contributing to Throne, or over on Twitch if you're getting yourself a sub to get yourself out of the ad break, or gifting subs to other people to get them out of the ad break, or even throwing around bits, right? Any of that is a donation can be directed towards the topic of your choice. Oh, masculinitas. Okay. I had trouble for a second figuring out what you meant, Shaxba, but I think I understand now. You're talking about the Andy Pants Gaming, which now has 2%, which is doing pretty well. Look at it's doing pretty well for itself. It's in first place with Hasanabi Pod Save America right behind there. But yeah, remember when you donate to let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is, just like I did with Shaxba's bits, adding them to the topic of your choice as a percentage to help your favorite content win. That's how it works. I did try, okay, the last time I did an office hour stream, I did try another setup where I thought it would be kind of cool if I made it so that whatever's winning in the poll / donos, like, is the thing that I'm doing right then. So like I put like activities instead of topics, right? And it was like commentary, you know, like reaction was one of them. Another one was video games. Another one was editing, like video editing. And the last one was what? What was the last one? Oh my god. Talking to chat, right? But the problem is that those are not like equal activities. There's always going to be more people that want to see commentary than want to see, for instance, video editing. There's always going to be more people that want to see what, you know, I don't know, I guess gaming and talking to chat was pretty equal, right? But it's just not balanced enough, right? And so for that reason, what I had intended was that like this setup would make it so that the stream would flow more naturally from one activity to another. But it's just like because some activities are more popular than others, it didn't work. So we didn't get to do that, but I would love to do something like what my dream chat is that like you're able to do stuff in chat.
Afroponics super chatted $9.
Yo!
I vote for Irene plays the guitar and sings us songs.
That sounds like fun, actually. That sounds like a lot of fun. Okay, so that's on there too. Irene sings. Wonderwall. But thank you for the super chat, Afroponics. But yeah, I kind of want to, I want the more I can make it so that chat determines what happens on stream, I feel like the better. That's part of why I instituted a bonus goal. But yeah, if I do anything like that, I got to make it balanced, and I couldn't get it balanced. When mice design their own mice utopia experiments, and then mice utopia experiments, it yields the same results. That's when I'll start to become concerned about its acceptability to ginseng. They're proud 8% voting for Mouse Utopia. What did Asmongold do? He had an opinion. He had an opinion that was so bad that he got banned. But yeah, we're at 27% of the dono goal right now. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, or even here's the other thing that I've instituted, right? If we hit the dono goal before the end of stream, then I'll actually do the bonus content early, right? Because I did have a complaint from some people that they're like, hey, I donate early on, but I have to leave, like I have to go to sleep later on, and so I'm always donating, but I'm never getting to see the bonus content, and they're like, can you help me out? And I was like, well, that's a tough one, but we could always make it so that if the donos get front loaded, then so does the bonus content. And then that makes sense too, because then if there's something, if there's another thing on there that people want, then it leaves the possibility to do. We have covered two bonus topics once. That happened once. Oh yeah, good point, Taco Cat. So Taco Cat's pointing out that Asmongold has 2 Twitch channels. Only one of them was banned. Yeah. So one is called Asmongold. That's Asmon's Warcraft channel. The other is called Zach Rar, and that is Asmongold's Just Chatting channel, or React channel. And it was that one that got banned. It was the one that he made the comment on, which is wild because I feel like if like a lot of other people, if they were to get banned, if they had 2 Twitch channels and they got banned, like if they tried to use the other channel, they'd get in trouble for ban evasion. But yeah, I don't know. Asmongold makes them a lot of money, so Shakespeare says he cannot stream on the other, or he will. Okay, so they do institute that for him too. But his ban's not going to be permanent. Don't get too excited, right? If he was permabanned, he would go to Kick. He would probably get paid to go to Kick, and Twitch would lose out on a lot of money. Streams on Zach Rar, and he doesn't stream on Asmongold anymore. That's what I've heard too, yeah. Well, like, I mean, does he do Warcraft content? That's a real question, right? I mean, obviously some people are out, you know, there's people out there watching Warcraft content. There's obviously people doing Warcraft content, but it can't be what it used to be. Yeah, if he streams to that other channel, Taco Cat says, maybe Twitch will see it as ban evasion. That's quite possibly. He runs the biggest streaming company. Yeah, Davi's talking about OTK, a company that I made an enemy of mine yesterday by saying I thought they were involved in a lot of sussy stuff, but then I was reminded that there's good people on OTK too, so I guess I can't paint with too broad of a brush. But what I can do is get this stream started, get this party started. Make sure you've liked the stream if you have not already. I've got to... So what are we talking about? Oh yeah, Donald Trump's bizarre dance party. Okay, so Trump's town hall turns into bizarre dementia dance hall. Chad, is that too mean? Do I need to take the word dementia out? I gotta say, this is like my favorite music. If I was gonna have a dementia dance party, it would be to this. It would we just like listen to all kinds of different Persona tracks, and I'd be like. The problem with Donald Trump is he thinks he's cool, and apparently this shit was cool in the 80s. Apparently this is a cool 80s dude. Like, it really looks like you're stroking two objects. I don't understand why that's considered cool. I'm gonna add this. All right, here we go. About to get this party started here by pressing all the buttons that are good to press. Like that button. Like that button. That button. And last but not least, just wait for that to work. This button right here. Oh no. We're gonna have to try that once again. Let's hit that again. Why? Do I have to turn off the music to make this work? I like the music. Let's try again. Alright, reminder to myself, put that on a better hard drive. Put that file on a better hard drive. Alright, so wait, what? This is the content we're doing. We're playing Persona 2 Innocent Sin. No, I've already played through Innocent Sin. I need to finish Eternal Punishment. Well, we got some news from Pennsylvania. Right? We got some news from Pennsylvania, some Trump tent. We gotta watch this guy and see what he's up to, see what he's doing. See how he moves. Not that button. Oh, Davy Cliff says play Fimsy walking around theme. Wait, which one is that? Is that the one that's like dirt dirt? I'm gonna do the horn part. No, what am I trying to say? It's like, it's destroying everything. I can't remember the name of the song. It's something to that effect, though. SMT2 is peak. Well, we gotta see what's going on here first, right? Video games will have to take a backseat for now. It has the EP Fusion song vibe. It's a little bit more glamorous. It reminds me of ballroom version of Malibu by Masayoshi Takanaka. Alright, so let's see what's going on with our favorite lolcow, the Trumpster.
Early voting begins today in one of the critical swing states, Georgia. Former President Bill Clinton, the last Democrat before Joe Biden.
He's so weird.
To flip that state blue, campaigned in the Peach State for Kamala Harris yesterday.
You have to realize it is literally possible
Is he like the same age as Biden?
that the whole election could be decided here. That's right. It is possible. Yes, it is. There are 7 states where the election is too close to call.
One of them, though, is perhaps more important than the rest. Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump campaigned in Pennsylvania yesterday. Harris going after Trump for his recent comments referring to some Americans as, quote, enemies from within.
Donald Trump is increasingly unstable and unhinged. And he is out for unchecked power. That's what he's looking for. He wants to send the military.
Look, he wants a dance party that never ends. And that is more than we can handle. A Donald Trump everlasting dance party would destroy our nation, would shake it to its very foundations, right? We must stop this man before he YMCA's his way into destroying the country.
After American citizens.
So there's Harris on the one hand. Donald Trump, on the other hand.
We're going to get so much good stuff today, chat. We're going to get Hannibal Lecter. We're going to get the Trump dance party. Oh my God, the Trump dance party. I got to figure out a way to do that, right? Because he's using copyright music. But if we put our own music over his dance party, then we can jam out with him.
Turned his event into a dance party yesterday after 2 people suffered medical emergencies at the event.
I mean, 2 people suffer medical emergencies at your event? At your long, boring speech? Just start a dance party.
Go and vote. Let me hear that music, please.
Everyone, let's thank President Trump.
Nice and loud.
Oh my God. Okay, look at this. Look at this. Yeah, wait, which one is this? Oh, it's Nothing Compares to You.
Okay, go ahead. Let's go. Nice and loud.
Oh no, it's YMCA. That's his stand, chat. His JoJo stand would be YMCA. Or DMCA. If I keep this music on too long, I'll get DMCA'd.
Goldberg, CNN political commentator, co-founder of The Dispatch. Elliot Williams, CNN legal analyst, former federal prosecutor. Kate Bedingfield, former White House communications.
I'm glad you brought a prosecutor to find out like what the legal recourse is against this guy partying too hard. He's party rocking, chat. That's the problem that I have with this new incarnation of Donald Trump, is it feels a little too close to. Do you remember the video for party rocking? Like, right? How it was like you have to put headphones in, but then there's all these zombies and they're party rocking, and you have to pretend you have to party rock along with the zombies to pretend like you're one of them so they won't eat you. Any party rock veterans out there from the 2010s?
Director and a CNN political commentator, and Brad Todd, Republican strategist and a partner in On Message. Welcome to all of you. Maybe we should, I don't know, bring back a little bit more.
Any party rockers in the house tonight?
YMCA, we could like put a little bit of VO there.
Just put on music for 52 minutes and just
sway.
sit and sway.
Look, viewers can't the Joy campaign. Viewers can't see them, but you have all these balloons up here. You never drop them.
Oh, really? Yeah, we should put some balloons. That would be fun. But seriously, I mean, I'm interested in this because, I mean, I don't even know how many dozens, hundreds of campaign events I have covered in my career. I have never seen anything like this. I've never seen a candidate do anything like this.
Nobody has.
It sounds like he got a little fed up.
He needs to do.
And went with an unorthodox way of getting around taking questions.
He needs to do Uptown Funk.
Look, I think this whole election, we're getting the contrast you're seeing between these campaigns is that I think the Harris people, for understandable reasons, are very frustrated.
We gotta mute this because they're playing YMCA under it. Come on.
America doesn't see the Donald Trump that they see, and their basic argument is, look at the guy who actually is there, not the.
Stop playing YMCA under this guy.
Pre-COVID economy, and that's a very hard argument to make because people think they're eyewitnesses to what the next Trump presidency is going to be like, and I think it's going to be a different presidency.
And moreover, those of you who are nostalgic for the Trump presidency and the Trump economy, you're forgetting all.
Okay, look, you can have nostalgia, but please, for fuck's sake, have nostalgia for like Cascada every time we touch. Have nostalgia for, you know, party rocking. Have nostalgia for, I don't know, fucking dubstep. If I don't care, right? Just not for Trump. Not for like if you want to have nostalgia, go back beyond 2017, please, for fuck's sake, right? That should be where your fucking nostalgia is, even though that's what got us Donald Trump. Like, if you want to be nostalgic.
With when Trump was president, even if you have these fond memories of what your pocketbook looked like at the time. Do you remember 2020? Do you remember what America was like? Do you remember?
Did he hit the ski slopes? It looks like at Afroponics.
How you felt at the time. There was a lot of craziness and silliness that we saw here. But again, I think there's that frustration that something is not coming through to that, whatever percentage of Americans just aren't buying it.
I tell you what, though, as an analyst, I look at the juxtaposition there, and you know, the campaign that's having the most fun usually is the one that feels best about itself. And I know a lot of Republicans were a little worried because Donald Trump wasn't having a whole lot of fun in September, and he was grumpy, he was grousing. You still see it poke through every once in a while. I think a lot of people will be happy.
I don't know if he's having fun. I think he was annoyed. I think he was annoyed, and he's self-soothing, right? I get what they're saying, and on one hand, like, this is the kind of shit my dad would do. But my dad's not running for president, and there's, you know, there's a reason for that, right? It's that he doesn't understand that you can't sit up there and, you know, like, I don't know, tap the chair, like play bad drums on the chair in front of you for 40 minutes, right? That's not how you do a political rally. That's not how you do a town hall.
That's having fun on the trail because it indicates that he's more confident about where the election's going.
Maybe, but also, is he running through the...
That's Cope, by the way.
here? I mean, you combine this like concert yesterday with he's campaigning in California, he's campaigning in New York. I mean, is he really like hustling for the vote?
Well, what they're talking about is this, chat. There's the Trump campaign, which is his campaign commercials, right? There's the Trump campaign, which is his campaign staff. And then there's the Trump campaign, which is Donald Trump himself. And the Donald Trump himself stuff works really well for the faithful, for the Trump cult members. If you are a Trump cult member and you go to a town hall and Trump gets annoyed by the people passing out there, and he instead decides to switch to music, and he awkwardly does this, right? You probably like that. But to the rest of America, that's fucking weird, right? If you're a Trump dyed-in-the-wool fan, and he goes up and talks about Hannibal Lecter, you're like, yeah, Hannibal Lecter, I get it, right? The rest of America does not get it. It doesn't make sense why he's talking about Hannibal Lecter, right? So what what the Kamala campaign's frustration seems to be is that there is a very unhinged, unwell, cognitively declining version of Trump that they are seeing because they're going over all of that footage, and that the rest of Americans not seeing. If you're a regular American and you start to watch a Donald Trump campaign rally, you're gonna last for like 2 minutes, and you're gonna be like, all right, that's cool, Donald Trump, whatever, right? But that you don't see the fucked up shit until, like, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 minutes in. Then he brings out the snake, he brings out the sharks, he brings out Hannibal Lecter. It's a fucking dance party. It's a Donald Trump dementia dance party. And yeah, I guess it's kind of frustrating for, to be the opposition, to that, and have the media not even seem to notice that. Because honestly, it's weirdly like behind a boredom buffer, right? There's a boredom buffer. Most people don't get past the boredom buffer. You don't get past the boredom buffer unless Trump is ASMR for you. And if you're one of those Trump ASMR people, then you just get hypnotized by his shit, right? But if you can sort of slip regular Americans into 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 20 minutes into his rally and show them what is going on, they're going to be like, what the fuck is this? What's wrong with this guy? And that is indeed the right question to be asking. What is wrong with this guy? That is the question that we're going to be asking today. Sharks or batteries? Yeah, that's right.
That he needs in the final push here. There's a lot of chatter about, is Harris doing enough to run through the tape? I don't know that you could really argue that Donald Trump is. But I also think we're going to see the shift from Harris back into a more aggressive prosecution of the case against Trump. Because look, when you are running against somebody who should be a historically unpopular opponent, you do have to use that against them. I know there's a lot of back and forth about, has she done enough to make the case for herself? And yes, that's true. You have to give people something to vote for.
Okay, so chat, let's just break it down for you. All right, we had 3 historically unpopular candidates: Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, Joe Biden. All right? These are weird candidates. We had Hillary Clinton because she was inevitable. We had Donald Trump because the Republican Party is a clown show and they couldn't beat Donald Trump, right? And then we had Joe Biden as some kind of a foil to Donald Trump, right? Everything that's wrong with Donald Trump, everything that's messed up about Donald Trump, it's like the opposite with Joe Biden. But Joe Biden never should have been the president in the first place, right? This was, in fact, let me put it to you another way, right? We had 3 historically unpopular candidates and 1 historically popular candidate that never made it. That's Bernie Sanders.
But now there are freaking communists.
That is Senator Bernard Sanders from Vermont. And in order to prevent Senator Bernard from Vermont from taking the Democratic nomination, Obama made a phone call. He got all of the shit Dem candidates to drop out, right? Everybody drop out, endorse Biden, right? The only person that didn't drop out, 'cause she was probably asked not to drop out, was Elizabeth Warren, the snake. The snake stayed in, right? Elizabeth Warren stayed in to divide up the votes for people that wanted a Democrat that's not afraid of their own shadow. And because of that, we got Joe Biden, right? So Biden is more, like I said before, that Biden's a little bit of a foil, a little bit of a panacea, a little bit of a remedy to Trump. Yeah, on some level, but he was picked not to be a remedy to Trump. He was picked to be a remedy to Bernie, right? And so because of the Democratic Party's intransigence and unwillingness to acknowledge that it is a different time, it is a different place, and indeed a different kind of Democrat needs to run, they end up with Hillary, they end up with Biden, and they don't realize that these candidates are fucking kryptonite to your electoral chances. The only reason that Biden won was because he was running against Trump. Let's be real. Like if he had been running against a regular ass Republican, McCain, Romney, whoever, right, Youngkin, I'm trying to think, I can't remember the other Republicans, right? But he would have lost. He won because it was Donald Trump, and people were sick of Donald Trump's shit by the time that Joe Biden came around. So yeah, you've had 3 historically unpopular candidates, and now you've got Kamala Harris, who has the advantage of not being Biden, but who has the disadvantage of having been part of the Biden administration. And that shit is still holding her back. That and her own like inability to recognize what people like about her. The fact that people like about her that she's not Biden. She's too worried about seeming presidential to realize that it's a bigger imperative for you to seem not like Biden than it is for you to seem presidential. And because of that, she's making this a very, very close race. It is literally, look, we've got 7 states, right? We've opened up 1 extra swing state, that's North Carolina, right? We've got 7 states that are within 1 or 2 points of each other. That means Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Any of those states, any of those 7 states could either go Kamala or they could go Trump, right? Reasonably speaking, right? It's possible, right? That is a wild election to have. That is a wild election to have, right? It could either be very, 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 very close, or it could be, it could be a semi landslide like in either direction, right? And we just don't know. And we also don't know, like we suspect that maybe the polling's off, the polling's been off in the past few elections, but we don't know by how much and in what direction. We don't know which pollsters are overcorrecting. And we're also not taking into account the grifting polls that have come into, a lot of these state polls that we're seeing are the equivalent of a Rasmussen poll. In other words, a poll that's meant to appeal to those who want to see Trump as being ahead or Trump as being competitive or whatever, right? So we don't even know what the effect of that is. We do know that there's polls that are grifting, right? Just like a grifter, like they're telling people what they want to hear. And if you want this to be a close race, or if you want Donald Trump to win, then you kind of manipulate the poll in Trump's favor slightly. So it's a mess. And it's hard to tell where the pieces will fall in the end. But what we do know is that we've got 3 weeks. Is that right? 21 days. Wow. Until the election. Voting has started in Georgia. Voting has started in many states, right? Many of you have probably already voted as well. And it's really hard to know how this is all going to shake out.
But it would be malpractice to abandon making these points about the kind of fundamental threat that Trump poses to democracy. I mean, you have to use your opponent's vulnerabilities against them. And I hope we're going to see her do that over this final 3 weeks here.
I think that's a trap for her. All voters' worries about Donald Trump in that regard are baked in. And the candidates need to fight over what they're going to do in the next 4 years.
I agree there has to be a forward-looking element to the message, but I think we've seen...
This guy's coping hard. He's like, no, nothing that Donald Trump did in the past counts. January 6th, what's that? Like, that's you're talking about yesterday's news. That doesn't... No, it does. It very much matters.
For example, when Vance wouldn't say in the VP debate, that Donald Trump lost in 2020, that was one of the most... problematic moments for swing voters. We saw it in the focus groups afterwards. People said, I can't accept that. And so, that is an extraordinary thing. And I think she has to use that
extraordinariness, in her campaign.
And speaking of unusual tactics at campaign rallies, one of the things that Harris did yesterday was actually put Donald Trump's comments, his recent comments from over the weekend about the enemy within, about using the military, on a big screen and playing it for people at the rally. And then the campaign also cut, let's play a little bit of this ad that they turned around and cut immediately, hitting Trump on these comments. Watch.
The worst people are the enemies from within.
So now, chat, we watched this video. I don't know if you remember this, because the audio was so bad. In fact, I left this. This is.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
This is Coachella.
This ad that they turned around and cut immediately, hitting Trump on these comments. Watch.
The worst people are the.
You hear about how bad that audio was? Yeah, I basically had to get away from it. Right? It was impossible to watch. But he said some shit in this one that apparently I just completely missed because it was so hard to hear him.
The enemy from within are more dangerous than Russia. We have some very bad people. It should be very easily handled by the military.
I do remember the day that he suggested that we shoot people on the streets.
A second term would be worse. There will be no one to stop his worst instincts.
So meanwhile, Brad, I take your point about needing to be forward-looking. In many ways, that they're trying to get people to look forward at that.
Yeah, and again, I think there's the problem. Like, there's a disconnect. They also have some good ads where they go through a lot of Trump's former cabinet members saying he's not fit. We can't do this again, and all that. The problem is, I just think for a lot of Trump voters, again, Harris isn't actually trying to reach Trump voters at this point. Harris is trying to reach people who are on the fence or may just not want to vote. But I think that for a lot of people, they say, well, they said all of this in 2016 about him, how he's going to be dangerous and all that kind of stuff, and he wasn't a problem.
He wasn't a problem. What is this guy smoking? No, there was no big major problem in 2020. I remember everything being smooth sailing. And then Biden came in and COVID happened, and then that's the order of events, right? Biden came in and caused COVID. What is this guy smoking?
And what they're not factoring in is that the people who held him back, the circuit breaker people, aren't going to be in this administration. So it's just a different equation than the last time.
Right. I love that even this dude who seems to realize that, like, yeah, that Trump is a danger, right? But only because his caretakers aren't going to be there, only because he's going to have people from the Heritage Foundation empowering him rather than Republican establishment figures like holding him back from crashing the country into a brick wall, rather than realizing that the country very narrowly avoided a brick wall. Like, he didn't want to leave. Do you not remember that? Do you have no memory? Well, I mean, I guess we got him out of the White House. I mean, there was claw marks from pulling him out of the White House, right? The furniture was all fucked up. Everything, there was shit stains all over the White House, right? But we did eventually get him out, so I guess everything was okay. Like, we only lost like 1 million. How many people died in the pandemic? Like, it's like 1 million people or something. Oh, it could have been worse. That
argument's pretty tricky.
Let's bring in CNN's Isaac Dover for more on this. Where do you want to begin? What exactly?
Here we go. That's our guy. This is what I love about Trump.
It's a little.
He was cool, chat, in the 80s or the 70s. I'm not even sure. He was cool at some time. He remembers being cool, and he doesn't recognize that shit is not cool anymore.
But strange to
when he does that shit, he thinks he's zaddy.
Even wrap our heads around, Kate. Donald Trump was doing an event that was meant to be him speaking, a town hall, answering questions and talking about what he would be doing as president. There were some medical incidents. 2 people, for one and then another, collapsed, were being treated, and Donald Trump just started to ask for music to be played instead, and then he danced. But look, I can talk about it. I think we should just take a look at what happened there last night.
Go and vote. Let me hear that music, please.
Oh God, we gotta be careful. I gotta ride this. Okay. So is that Ave Maria? I don't know. Like, there we go again. Very cool. Very normal.
Play YMCA. Go ahead.
We gotta play YMCA. But we can only play like 2 seconds of it.
A lot of dancing for about 40 minutes last night, Kate.
Honestly, people there, they were there for it. That's for sure. His play.
They are there for the naked emperor. That is what they are there for.
I want to ask you about kind of the new tactic.
Right? They will never call him naked just because he's wagging his fucking beanie weenies in their face, right? They will pretend that he's full. His clothing is immaculate.
Unstable. She's now headed to Michigan today. What are the plans?
Well, what she's going to be doing in Michigan is highlighting something that she rolled out yesterday. It's called an economic opportunity agenda for black men, trying to make that case to black men around the country, that especially younger black men, that she should be the one with their vote. And she'll be doing that in a...
I want to point out a mistake that the Harris campaign is making here. And it feels like the media is kind of aggravating it. Right, so why is she doing this particular iteration of her campaign, right, where she's focusing on black men? It's because as a demographic, if you look at the voting patterns of black men in like 2016 versus 2020 versus 2024, right, the lead that the Democrats had was greater going back. It's still a commanding lead. It's still, you know, a demographic that swings, you know, wildly towards the Democrats. But they keep on talking about it as if these demographics are going Trump's way, right? There is some movement. There's movement of about like 8% maybe, right? 8 to 10% max movement of a demographic that is very much in the favor of the Democrats and of Kamala Harris. But the way that she's acting like this is a problem reinforces the idea that this is a problem. Reinforces, right? Remember Blexit? Remember Blacks for Trump? All this shit? This shit was a joke because by and large, these are demographics that were not supportive of Trump. But when the Democrats keep on playing along with this, they feed into the mythology that actually could become a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? And it's just, it's electoral self-harm. And you're seeing a lot of electoral self-harm from the Harris campaign right now.
An appearance with Charlemagne the God, the radio host for the Breakfast Club, talking about all of those things. But she's also taking, with 3 weeks left here, a pretty stringent stance against things that Donald Trump has been saying. And her approach has been to not just talk about them, but to let people see it for themselves. So one of the clips that she has talked about is this comment from Donald Trump a couple days ago that there is an enemy within that might need to be dealt with by the military. Let's take a listen to what was said there.
He considers anyone who doesn't support him or who will not bend to his will an enemy of our country. He wants to send the military after.
And the funny thing is that he is actually an enemy of our country. He is an enemy of the American people. He is contradictory to the interests of the American people. And yet him like projecting that forward, it somehow works. It's some sort of big lie that people buy into.
American citizens.
And that is her speaking about these comments from former President Trump, that there is this enemy within, leftist, radical people, he said, that might need to have the National Guard or the military brought in to deal with them. And those are comments that Harris wants people to be focused on, what she thinks about what a Trump presidency.
Wow, you gotta love how CNN clips wrap up. Let's take a look.
You, Tim, that
let's see what MSNBC has to say about this.
While Shaq was talking, a few of the things that former President Trump said is that we're meaning the United States, we're a developing nation too. Look at Detroit. Look at our cities. He called out Barack Hussein Obama and said China thinks we're stupid.
And we're going to look at the dance party in a second. Don't think that we're missing that. There's a lot of good stuff in that. We're going to get Hannibal Lecter. We're going to get Trump dancing. We're going to get YMCA. We're going to get all that shit. We're going to get all that shit. Like, Trump's going to dance to, like, I've even got the set list for you, right? Again, like I said, we can't play the music that he's listening to for you because it's copyrighted, but I'll play something over it so we can imagine, being there at the Trump dementia dance party. And we'll also, I'll give you the set list. I'll tell you like which songs he's playing. And it's funny because so many of these songs they're like really big, famous, well-loved songs, but they're the like, for instance, Hallelujah is a song that Leonard Cohen wrote and that Jeff Buckley made famous. Trump is listening to the, oh my God, what the fuck is his name? Is it the Rufus Wainwright version of it? Oh my God, I can't even remember who sings it, but he's like listening to like the kind of like the off-brand, versions. Nothing Compares to You, great song by Prince. He's listening to the Sinead O'Connor version of it. Listens to some Guns N' Roses. I mean, this is like dad rock. He's grooving to the dad rock.
Just yesterday, at one point, Trump told people to vote on January 5th. Fact check, that's not election day. What do you see happening here?
And then there was the North Korea style statement there. As a former flack, I just like listening to that statement from Stephen Chung in the Trump campaign, like as if like he is a Kim Jong-un style dictator who has to be the smartest person in history is a little alarming as well. Look, I mean, Donald Trump, this is the thing about Donald Trump.
All right, let me check in with Shorts chat at risk of derailing my whole stream. Sen Biv in Maine says both parties are two wings of the same bird. This is all a distraction. Look, you're from Maine. I'm tempted to put like a southern accent behind what you say, but I mean, I'm guessing because you're from the northern extremity of the country, you probably don't have a southern accent. You probably wouldn't appreciate me making fun of you with the random hog voice. But I mean, this is a cliche at this point. But you're not entirely wrong.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Obama scolding was some of grossest stuff I've ever seen.
Obama
appeal to fragile Mayo libs.
I agree with you. I agree that Obama's not doing Harris any favors. And there's like a scoldy tone to some part of this campaign now that's not going to help them either. I don't know why they think it would. But I agree with you. But like, no, I was trying to oh my God. But yeah, look, see, Senviv, let me give you some credit though. All right, because I think both parties do suck. However, one party clearly sucks harder, okay? One candidate is like the worst guy we've ever fucking had, and that's Donald Trump, all right? So even though I agree with you that the Democrat Party is not doing right by the American people, they're not doing right by their base, they're not doing right by workers, right? They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? They've very much gotten away from their identity as a party in the post New Deal consensus. But I would say that they suck a little bit less than Trump, right? Trump is just like it's like looking at one party and it's like, okay, that party is clearly afflicted with a very bad, cold, all right? And then you look at the other party and it's this giant fucking tumor. And the question you're asking is, do you want the giant pulsating tumor over here, or would you like to have a cold, right? I'm gonna have a cold. I'm gonna sneeze, I'm gonna blow my nose. I'm gonna have a cough and a sore throat rather than turning into a giant blob of metastasizing cancer. I believe that the cancer is worth avoiding, right? That's my opinion, but I do agree with you when you say that both parties suck. They do in fact suck.
is that in this campaign, they decided, the team decided that they're just going to let the public see unadulterated Donald Trump. And that worked for them in the Republican primary because Republican primary voters like unadulterated Donald Trump. And the reality is, the real Donald Trump does not have.
Okay, so now that's Bloomberg. I think this went down today. His conversation with Bloomberg News. We might try to take a look at that. There's so much Trump tint, chat. There's almost too much. There is too much.
Mainstream conservatives from a bygone era. If you let him be Trump, he's not going to talk about tax cuts and regulation cuts, and
he's going to talk about the late great Hannibal Lecter.
Strong defense, like that's not him. He's going to do racist dog whistle, racist air horn, really type comments about things that are wrong with the inner city. He's going to talk about mass deportations. He's going to talk about 1,000% tariffs. He's going to talk about sending the military after the enemy within. So like that is Donald Trump. And it's the Harris campaign's job, and you saw they started to do that last night, to make sure that the vote.
I'm sorry, bro. Did you say air horn? Did you say air horn? The racist air horn of Donald Trump. Yes, there we go.
Voters know that when they go to the polls, and I suspect that's why she's doing Brett Baier as well tomorrow over on Fox, because.
So yeah, what he's talking about is the fact that Kamala is actually doing some media that you wouldn't think that she'd do, right? She's going on Fox News. This has pissed off Trump greatly. She's also going to okay, now I don't know if this is really happening, right? She says she wants to go on Joe Rogan. And indeed, Joe Rogan's somebody that's not great at asking follow-up questions, so there's kind of like not as much of a risk, right? Obviously, the Joe Rogan audience largely does not like Kamala, but the goal would be to change like 1 out of 20 minds on the Joe Rogan podcast, right? To go into like a place where a lot of people, just think really bad things about her and show enough of them that she's not really that bad in order to change some votes, right? That would be the goal there. So I don't know what's going to happen, honestly, right? It feels like Rogan might try to either get both of them, like talk to Trump and talk to Kamala, or neither of them. I can't actually imagine him like doing one but not the other.
She wants the small percentage of Fox voters that are still in that old school style Republicanism to recognize what they're voting for if they're voting for Trump. It's this unhinged material.
You're voting for Hannibal Lecter
that you just read.
Zerlina, I want to play part of what one person who was and obviously a Trump supporter.
Oh my God. Sassy's got it. You know, it would get her 10 times as many votes. Speaking out against genocide. Yeah, now, before anybody says like that this is silly, right? Before anybody says that this is a marginal issue, understand that a majority of not just Americans, but even Republicans want aid to Israel to be conditioned on a ceasefire, right? That is not a fringe viewpoint by any means, right? But the Democrats are acting like it is, and it's much to their detriment. Like their state, like look, I feel like if Kamala Harris were to take Sassy's advice, the state of Michigan, which is now in play, could go either way. Kamala is usually up slightly in it, but it's within the margin of error. That would go to a state that she had in the bank. She could count on Michigan. She would probably gain some ground in Pennsylvania, right? This would have meaningful effects on the campaign for her, good effects, right? But don't expect it to happen. Don't expect it to happen. She's, basically tied herself to Biden on this issue.
At that event last night, we talked to a bunch of them, but I think that this is indicative of how a lot of folks who were there last night felt. Here it is.
I felt like I was sitting in a
You want Trump to call into her Fox News interview? That would be some epic bacon right there. That would be great.
room with him, just him. I could have been here another hour, another 2 hours. It was just great spending
This is what I'm saying, chat. Trump is ASMR for these people. They love it.
time with the president.
I did expect him to take more questions. I thought he
Oh my God, the music. You got to keep the music under control. I could have been here another hour, another 2 hours. It was just great spending time with the president. I did expect him to take more questions, says she says. I thought he would talk. Okay, we just have to.
That discourages somebody who goes to a Trump rally. But do you think that either individually or cumulatively any of this matters to undecided voters?
I don't know how many undecided voters there are out there. I think there are people who don't want to admit that.
I think it would matter if you could zero in on the right thing, because the problem is that the sort of money shot for Trump's rallies is a clip within a, I don't know, 1 hour to 2 hour speech or town hall or whatever he's doing, right? Like, how are you going to show the weirdness of the dancing, right? How are you going to show a lot of what Trump does that's weird? You got to kind of sit there and watch it. So that's the problem, right? The Trump cult, like those two people they were talking to, they love him. They could have stayed there for 2 more hours. They could have stayed there for 8 more hours, right? They would love it if Trump became a streamer a la Hassan. They would love it if Trump just like did a 10-hour stream every day. They would have him on in the background. But most people aren't like that, and people that are, you know, on the fence or you know, slightly skeptical of Trump, if they were able to see what was so weird, they would be off the fence. they would be doing whatever they could to make sure this guy did not get reelected. And it's the challenge of kind of showing the slow slide into dementia that Trump is demonstrating.
They're going to vote for Donald Trump. Maybe they're afraid of some of the judgment that comes along with that decision. But I do think that it's clear as day to me that the people that are at the Trump rallies, the people that continue to support Donald Trump, are not doing that because of specific policies, because he's not talking about policies. That rally was the perfect example.
Let's be honest. Trump has never been about policies. Trump has been about vibes, and whether those vibes are the vibes of success from his show The Apprentice, which, you know, is just kind of, you know, huffing the vapors of a you know, a business career that never really existed, or whether those vibes are, you know, wanting to piss off the, you know, use Donald Trump as a vehicle to own the libs, right? He's never been about policy. He'll gesture towards policy. He'll demagogue against immigrants. He'll demagogue against, you know, different groups that are hated. But as far as actually talking about policy, like I mean, I don't know if we'll get into it, but tariffs, right? It's probably the biggest policy that Trump is talking about right now. But when you get him talking about tariffs, he says things like 200% tariff. Now, if you don't know, a tariff is generally not a tool used to raise money. That is not what a tariff does, because either a tariff is punitive, and what it's doing is protecting an emerging American industry against foreign competition, right? Either it is keeping foreign goods out of the U.S. economy, or it's, you know, or it's a small tariff, right? And Trump keeps on talking about a 200% tariff. If you make a 200% tariff on anything, you're just not going to get that good coming in, right? And if you don't get that good, do you see what I'm saying, chat? If you're selling lipstick, and this lipstick is cheaper than American lipstick, and you want to protect the American lipstick industry, make it cost twice as much, 200% tariff, or 3 times as much, right? 200% tariff, right? And then nobody's going to buy, you know, foreign lipstick, right? But you're also not going to make money off of that tariff because nobody's selling it, nobody's buying it. You're effectively keeping it out. So, right, the policy that he talks about most of all right now is a policy that he himself has no understanding of, and is saying stuff that is just nonsensical about.
And Town Hall was the perfect example of the fact that people are there for the show. They are there because they want to belong to what people have called a cult. And I think when you see 39 minutes of him dancing to songs from the 1970s, you get the sense that people are a part of the MAGA movement for reasons that are very different from political coalitions of the past and the present. I also will say that this is incredibly dangerous. What he is talking about, and I agree with Tim when he talks about that North Korea-style statement, that was very jarring. I think that when we use our eyes and we have all our neurons firing appropriately, Chris, we can see that when you have somebody who wants to be a dictator on day one, and you combine that with Project 2025 and the Supreme Court saying that a future president has immunity, we are on the path for something very, very dangerous that is not democracy. And so while it's funny to talk about a weird rally where he's dancing for 39 minutes, I think the stakes could not be higher.
Yeah, and again, I want to say that I think the reason that we wanted to talk about this was because I wondered the influence that it might have. Nobody thinks, Tim, that this is going to influence those voters who were there. And I personally put undecided voters into two categories. That very tiny number who are undecided about who they might vote for, which I agree with Zerlina, and I think most people do. It's a tiny, tiny number. There's also people undecided about whether they'll vote, right? Can they be inspired by somebody? Will they be inspired not to vote for somebody and therefore vote for the other person? Having said that, it was one of the interesting things to me last night, because so much was talked about in terms of Joe Biden when he was still the candidate. First of all, Trump's musical tastes are eclectic, from Ave Maria.
Okay, let's check this out. We got Ave Maria by Pavarotti. We got It's Time to Say Goodbye by Andrea Bocelli. It's a man's world. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. You see, you just got Rufus Wainwright. Oh, it is by Rufus Wainwright. I actually didn't know. There's somebody else that I can't remember that did Hallelujah, maybe even before Jeff Buckley. Anyway, it doesn't matter. YMCA by the Village People. Hallelujah by Rufus Wainwright. Nothing Compares to You by Sinead O'Connor. American Trilogy by Elvis. Richmond, North of Richmond. Still trying to make that his song, by Oliver Anthony. And he ends with November Rain by Guns N' Roses.
There's the playlist from Ave.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's Memory. No, Memory from Cats.
Maria to Guns N' Roses. You know, throw in a little bit of Rufus Wainwright. But it almost seemed like...
Is it John Cale? I think John Cale is the other version of Hallelujah that I'm thinking of.
He lost interest in taking questions, and he was much more interested...
But yeah, if I remember correctly, Rufus Wainwright's Hallelujah is the one you might remember from Shrek. Was it Shrek 1? Was that in Shrek 1 or Shrek 2? I can't remember.
In listening to music...
I haven't been Shrek'd in a really long time.
I don't know, when you look at sort of the pattern of what we're seeing...
I need to get a bunch of friends together and get Shrek'd. We need to have a Shrekathon.
What do you think his level of interest in the campaign is?
Yeah, I'll say it if you don't want to, Chris, but I do think the playlist kind of felt like an old-timey gay bar a little bit from the 80s. So Village People and opera and show tunes, whatever. I'm just observing. Somebody's been doing...
Yeah, people have made this comment before that there is something about Trump that, and don't take this the wrong way, right? There's something about, like, Trump's personal culture that is not exactly heteronormative. Now, that's not me making a criticism or calling him gay or trying to, you know, shame him for that. That's probably, like, the least bad aspect of his personality, the music that he's into. I can't hate the music that he's into, honestly.
A few gay bars.
But it is strange for somebody that's come to represent, you know, such a reactionary element of the American body politic to be so theatrical, let's just say. He's a theatrical man.
As far as Trump's like mental acuity, again, I think that the people that are excited for Trump, they're not going anywhere. We've already established that. So this is the question. I think it's the challenge for the Harris campaign and for those of us who are advocating against Donald Trump, which is that is this risk too great? And Harris really pivoted to that in her speech last night. Like, this is too dangerous, this is too risky. And I think that encompasses his comments about the military going after the enemy within, and it also encompasses his mental acuity. Like, do you trust that this guy is going to have the wherewithal in 4 years? 4 weeks, but in 4 years, when he's 82, when he's older than Joe Biden is today, to be making life or death decisions? I don't think so, and I don't think that's a risk worth taking. And I think that's a case that you're going to see the Harris campaign make in the final few weeks.
$9.99. Trump's idol and mentor was a gay man.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Roy Cohn. Yeah, we haven't really gone over this, right? But there's a new Trump biopic, right? By biopic, I mean it's a biography. It's you know, talking about not Donald Trump, the candidate, not even Donald Trump, the reality star, but Donald Trump. What? Excuse me?
Record-breaking day on the first day of early voting in that crucial state. So. Okay,
that's great. I love how CNN just interrupts me. Thanks a lot, CNN. Okay, what was I fucking saying? The Apprentice is what I'm talking about. It's a new biopic about Trump. And it's not actually a hostile biopic, right? It's not a biopic trying to show you how bad Donald Trump is and why you shouldn't vote for him. But at the same time, it's honest about him. And it's honest about where he got his start, how the Trump personality developed. It is not, surprisingly enough, Donald Trump's personality. It is Roy Cohn's personality that he had, like, passed on to him, right? And yeah, Roy Cohn is a self-hating gay man who was part of the McCarthy, you know, House of Un-American Activities era of U.S. politics, and who persecuted and put to death Americans for un-American activities, for supposedly being communist spies, right? He also was part of something that's called the Lavender Scare, which was when gay individuals in the government were targeted and purged in some sense, because there was such a pejorative against being gay that, you know, it was thought that people who were gay could be blackmailed, right? If a enemy of the U.S. were to find out that they were gay, they could essentially blackmail that person into doing what they want, and also obviously because of homophobia. So, but yeah, Roy Cohn himself died of what he called liver cancer, but what was found much later to be AIDS in the 1980s.
The Georgia Secretary of State, Gabriel.
But not before he taught Donald Trump how to be a fucking scumbag.
Sterling just telling out front that more than 300,000 people cast a ballot today, which crushes the previous record set 4 years ago of 136,000. Now, this video we'll show you here shows going the other direction. So our producer is driving this way. The long line of cars waiting to pull into an early voting site. Tonight, both campaigns are trying to read the tea leaves.
Wait, why am I watching this? I was trying to get to, we've got better stuff, actually. Wait, did we even watch this?
21 days until Election Day, and we got to talk about last night. I have been covering Donald Trump since 2015, have gone to so many rallies, I cannot count them all. And I've seen a fair share of strange, unprecedented nominee ever. In fact, Marquette polling showed that 57% of voters agreed at least somewhat that Donald Trump was too old to be president, up from 52% Election Day. And we got to talk about last night. I have been covering Donald Trump since 2015, have gone to so many rallies, I cannot count them all. And I've seen a fair share of strange, unprecedented, and controversial behavior. Just remember, for instance, when he used to read The Snake. But never have I ever seen anything like what happened at his town hall in Oaks, Pennsylvania last night, when instead of continuing to take queries after a couple of attendees had medical events, Trump turned the question and answer session, again with Pennsylvania voters, into a sing-along and sway session.
You know what we could do, though? If my guys can do it, How about we'll do a little music. Let's make this a musical fest. Oh, looky, looky. Turn it up louder. We want a little action here.
Here we go. I could imagine him putting on like Debbie Reynolds, right? That's how like strangely gay coded Trump is. Now, again, I'm not making any comment about his sexual orientation or anything like that. I don't, I'm not saying that he's amorous towards dudes. I'm just saying that culturally he's a little bit just into some stuff that's just not super standard for straight guys. And hey, there's nothing wrong with that. That's not the part of Donald Trump I have a problem with. It is, however, really strange, like I said, for somebody who has become synonymous with this reactionary strain of American politics that seeks to take the country back, to the 1950s and maybe even earlier, right? In its worst incarnations, wants to disenfranchise women's rights to vote. So yeah, we got Ave Maria. Now I wonder about this one, chat, because it feels like he played this one at Butler, and it makes me think that he got it from some movie or something. Is there like a gangster movie or something where somebody nearly dies and they play Ave Maria? It's got to be a reference to something. But yeah, he's playing Ave Maria, just sitting there. What's he doing? That's It's a Man's World by James Brown. What's this one? YMCA. There's Hallelujah by Rufus Wainwright. It's just weird because there's much better, like I don't hate Rufus Wainwright, but there's much better versions of the song. I wonder if he was allowed, maybe he was disallowed from playing them. He loses a lot of his songs, his favorite songs to play when the artist hears that Donald Trump is using their song at his campaign event, the artist sends a cease and desist. It's the Sinead O'Connor, Nothing Compares to You. Oh, that's Guns N' Roses. November Rain. But yeah, this is just like honestly, like I said, the Trump sycophants, they go to these events to self-soothe. They go to these events because they like that person said, they could have stayed for another hour, they could have stayed for another 2 hours, right? It's kind of a self-soothing event. They get to be close to their guy and see him in his natural element. And for him, the reason that he's gone, that he sort of switched from, this was supposed to be a town hall, right? This was supposed to be question and answers. They the Trump fans commented, he didn't really take very many questions, right? What happened was he goes in there, he starts the town hall, people start passing out, he gets annoyed by it, and he requests some music. And he keeps on another song, right? Sing us a song, You're the Piano Man.
You really should go watch it all. It's interesting.
And we're about to do that right now.
Songs, including Pavarotti's.
Is it the baptism scene from The Godfather? It could be. I assumed it was some, gangster movie like that.
Ave Maria, the Village People's YMCA, Rufus Wainwright's Hallelujah, Elvis's An American Trilogy, James Brown's It's a Man's World, Sinead O'Connor's Nothing Compares to You, Oliver Anthony's Rich Men North of Richmond, and November Rain by Guns N' Roses. The campaign called it a love fest, a total love fest, in their words. And to be fair, the crowd, for the most part, stayed. But Governor Kristi Noem, there to moderate the discussion, looked periodically baffled and uncomfortable. And as the music kept on going, so did the folks chosen to sit on stage. What makes it stranger is...
Chat, my question is, at what point are Trump events going to start locking the doors, right? I mean, this would be against fire codes and everything, but I could imagine them just bolting the doors, right? Trump is so annoyed by the fact that, you know, when he gives a speech that goes on for an hour, 2 hours, a lot of people leave. A lot of people are, you know, I mean, like, you got to be pretty hardwired into the MAGA cult to really sit there and enjoy it.
Is that this was an event intended to give former President Trump a chance to speak directly to the concerns of his supporters, to stay on message, to talk about policy. But when he did take questions, his answers wandered. On one about home prices, he responded in part with drill, baby, drill. On another about inflation, he brought up Hannibal Lecter.
You want cheaper home prices? We got to drill.
Who he said
we need more oil.
Was his stand-in for migrants who had broken out of asylums to claim.
Well, it's also another grievance that he has, right? He talks about Hannibal Lecter, which seems like a non sequitur. It doesn't make sense. But yeah, he's trying to say that asylum seekers, like Asylum, who lives in an asylum, Hannibal Lecter, right? It's something like that. It's some non-linear bullshit, right? That he's his mind is wandering. I don't know, but this is but he's more annoyed by the fact that not just the press, not just people that are weirded out by it, but his campaign is telling him that talking about Hannibal Lecter is only serving one function, and that's making him look weird. He already looks weird enough.
Asylum. The whole episode.
Love Fest or Freak Fest? Good question.
Igniting questions about Donald Trump's mental acuity. At 78, he is the oldest major party presidential nominee ever.
I'm sorry, we gotta mute it when they're playing. I don't know how MSNBC is getting away with this, but
to be president, up from 15.
You cannot just hang out here and listen to YMCA like Donald Trump.
Last night to make sure they go out and vote on January 5th. Joining us now, reporters who have been covering Donald Trump for a whole lot of time, a long time. NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake, who covers the Trump campaign for us right now. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale covered him in 2015 and 16 with me. Washington Post senior national political correspondent and MSNBC political analyst Ashley Parker, and Politico White House reporter and co-author of Politico's West Wing Playbook, Eli Stokols. All of us have been covering Donald Trump in one way or another now for nearly a decade. So all of us can speak to what we saw last night. Garrett, I want to begin with you. I want just the rundown of what happened, what the campaign says was going on. Give us the reporting.
So part of the lead up to this is one of these town hall style events where Trump comes in with a guest moderator. They take prepared questions from the audience, usually not a ton, maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 questions. And it's more focused than a rally, but not by much. Now, this was at a packed venue here, and what you saw before the musical Interlude were 2 health episodes in the crowd. Again, not uncommon at Trump events where somebody passes out and has to be tended to by medics, and music was used as basically an interlude while those things were being handled. At some point after the second incident is when your coverage picked up, Katie, and where Trump seemed to, for whatever reason, turn his back on the format, essentially bail out on what had been the plan and go to this musical interlude instead. The campaign's response after the fact has been that this isn't what you think it is. They have argued that this is not about mental acuity. They've said that, you know, in a statement.
It's not the way that you think it is, in the way that when like a mom walks in to see their kid with a bottle of lotion sitting in front of the computer and the kid insists that they are moisturizing, it's not what it looks like, right? It's that kind of thing. It's that kind of thing. It's not what it looks like, except that it's totally what it looks like.
The campaign is sort of an official statement that Donald Trump is as focused and sharp as he's ever been. They talk about him having more energy and stamina than anyone in politics, and that this was about those attendees at this event. I think people can make their own judgments about this. What it also was separately, I think clearly politically, was a missed opportunity. This was in the Philadelphia media market, the single largest media market in any of the 7 battleground states, a place where Donald Trump has a problem with suburban voters, the people who we would describe as traditional swing voters. And what they saw from him last night was a DJ set in large part, not anything like a political argument on any of the issues that will ultimately decide this election.
Can you put into the context of this particular campaign? What has the campaign been trying to do with Donald Trump? What have they been successful at?
Well, they've been trying to keep him focused on the issue set here.
Look, what are they trying to do? They're trying to push him across the finish line, right? He is sundowning. He is falling on his hands and his knees. He is failing to keep moving. And the campaign feels like, because of, and partly, because of how badly the Harris campaign has been performing ever since they chose Waltz, I feel like that was their last good move, was choosing Waltz, right? Ever since then, they have been massively misreading the room. But they think that maybe they can drag Trump across the finish line. I still think that Kamala Harris has a better than even odds of winning, right? I still think that it's less likely that Trump will win than that Kamala will win, but it's not impossible. And that really speaks to the failure of both campaigns, right? Trump himself is like, will he last 21 more days, right? That's the real question.
Especially since Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee and not Joe Biden. You remember when that transition took place, there was about 2 weeks where Trump was really going after Harris on personal qualities, and Republicans were coming on TV and arguing to Trump on television, as they often do, to focus on policy. The campaign had responded by putting Trump in events where he might be surrounded by groceries to try to keep him focused on talking about inflation, or with moderators on stage conducting a discussion, be it Kristi Noem here or Sarah Huckabee Sanders, to try to give him at least questions that, if he responded to him directly, would have him talking about those issues. They've also largely cocooned him in the conservative media. He has done some unfriendly media. He did an event today with Bloomberg in Chicago, but by and large, over the last month, they've kept him in places talking.
Is that really unfriendly media, though?
Audiences who are favorable to him, and tried to keep him focused on talking about the narrow issue set on which he is most popular. Obviously, that did not happen successfully last night.
And we have some of the question and answer from the event today. We're going to play that in a moment. Ali, we saw some out-of-the-box stuff in 2016. I think that's a diplomatic way of putting it. I mentioned the reading of the snake. But this does feel different to me, and I'm wondering if it feels different to you as well. What stood out to you as you were watching this thing?
So I'm always looking for the parallels, because the way that I think about, and I don't know if you and Ashley and Eli and others who were with us on the 15 and 16 campaign think of it this way too, but I think about us as sort of building the foundation of what Donald Trump was as a public political figure, because his political life, at least in an official capacity, didn't really have that much runway to it, especially after 2015. He was just running for president. But the first thing I thought of when I saw last night was a rally that we did in August of 2016 in Fairfield, Connecticut. We can put up the headline on the screen, because I basically remember writing this story as a listicle of 19 notable thoughts that Donald Trump had during a rally that I described as meandering and diverse in topic. But that, to me, I remember as one that felt very out of the box. And at the time, it was because he was going between lambasting the New York Times, hitting Hillary Clinton, but doing it in a very non-conventional way. If that's the baseline and that's the foundation for what felt strange in 2016, then that puts this event in an entirely new context to me, because we've never seen anything like this. Political rallies are not DJ sets. And when you're in a media market that's as important as the one that Garrett was describing, it's why this event is getting so much attention, and deservedly so.
All right, so we got one more thing to watch, and that's the town hall itself. So yeah. We're going to start off with music. We got our hostess with the mostest here.
Better than you. All those politicians that run and pretend to be
to introduce Donald Trump.
I should not have been there. Better than you. They think
My
they're
presence
smarter
in that
than
moment.
You, and that they
Wait, what's going on? Oh my God. General Milley. We're not ready for you. We're not ready for you yet. Apparently this guy who was the former Joint Chief of Staff for Donald Trump, someone who Donald Trump himself picked, refers to Trump as a fascist in Bob Woodward's new book. But that's neither here nor there.
They can sell you a line and a story, and that's not President Trump. President Trump is himself. He's fighting for you. He's fighting to protect you and your family.
President Trump is himself. Thank you.
And he loves this country. He loves this country.
Who even is this? So supposedly this event goes really off the rails. Oh God, he's lip syncing to God Bless the USA there.
China took over, and one of the things, get out, we were there like for 20 years. I said, what are we doing here? So we get the hell out. But you know, I had a talk with the Taliban, and we didn't lose one soldier in 18 months until this catastrophe happened when they took over. But you know, one of the things aside from everything else, we spent billions of dollars years ago to build a big air base. And you knew that one from your own time.
Yes, I did.
A big one, a really good one, powerful runways, long runways. And you know what happened? I'll tell you, they gave it up. And it was 1 hour away from where China built, forget about Afghanistan, 1 hour away from where China builds its...
So we've heard him say this before. I think he's talking about Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, the country that the United States had invaded in the early 2000s, had been occupying and propping up a puppet government for 20 years by the time that Trump was in office. It is the war that Trump failed to get out of because he is in fact a coward. He did not, you know that when you withdraw from a country that you've been occupying, especially a country where you set up a puppet government, things do not go bad. This happened in Vietnam, and this happened in Afghanistan when Biden finally, did what was needed and withdrew, right? Trump didn't want that on his record, so the fucking coward stayed in Afghanistan. And he's talking about Bagram Air Base, right? He's essentially, like, this is the guy that Trump fans will tell you is the peace candidate. He stands for peace. He never started any wars, right? He kept on going. He kept a forever war going. He droned the fuck out of people in Yemen. He did acts of war against Iran. He nearly got us in a war with Iran, but no, they give him credit for that. But like at the same time, he's arguing that we should still be in Afghanistan. He's arguing that the United States should have retained control over Bagram Air Base. Right, it was a big air base. It was the best air base, and it's right next to China. We can keep China in check by keeping an air base. Two options, right? One, you continue a costly and harmful military occupation of a country which is known as the graveyard of empires, right? The British invaded, the Soviets invaded, and then the United States invaded, right? Basically, people invade Afghanistan. It doesn't go well because it's really hard to control a mountainous, country like Afghanistan, right? But yeah, no, stay in Afghanistan, right? That's one option. Continue the occupation. That's one option. The other option is that somehow you retain the air base, right? Which wouldn't have worked considering that the Taliban took over. But even if it did work, right? How is China going to respond to a single airbase, like right next to it? And you know what I'm saying? Like, this is just a bad idea any way you slice it. But no, he thinks that the United States should have kept Bagram Air Base open.
Nuclear weapons would have been very nice to have. And China now occupies that air base, so it's terrible. It's terrible.
It is. Mr. President, as you can see, we've got a lot of American patriots here tonight who want to ask you some questions.
Good.
If you don't mind, we'll move into that portion of the town hall tonight. Let's go to our first question. Our first question is going to be from a man named Reed. And Reed, I'm not certain where you are.
Where's Reed? There he is.
Looking for Reed. Reed.
There he is, over there.
Nice looking guy.
And Reed, I believe you're a Navy SEAL, correct?
No.
No. Okay, I got that wrong. All right, thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. President. My name is Reed.
Hi, Reed.
I'm a single father and Iraq War veteran. I dream of owning a home for me and my son, but mortgage rates under the Biden-Harris administration have made that impossible. What can you do?
How do you think Trump is going to answer this question? All right. It's a good question. You want to be a homeowner. Interest rates are too damn high. What are you going to do, Mr. Trump?
To help make home ownership affordable again.
All right, good. It's a great question, and a lot of people have this question. First of all, it's too expensive to build the homes, and they're building them, and they cost a fortune, and 30% of the cost in some locations is the cost of, like, planning and certificates and a lot of nonsense they do. They make you go...
I'm sorry, wrong. What are the costs? What is the extra cost of home ownership? It's because it's being used as an investment. Shelter, like we were talking about the hierarchy of needs with the Asmongold Hassan debate yesterday, right? Shelter is one of the, base needs of human beings, right? You need food, water, shelter, right? Those are your basic needs, right? We've taken shelter and we've turned it into a motherfucking investment. And we've got people relying on the appreciation of a home in order to be their financial base, right? That's a huge issue. That's a huge problem. It's not focused on satisfying needs. It's focused on building wealth, right? That's a problem.
Through hell, it takes years to get them, zoning approvals, all of the approvals you need. We're going to get rid of a lot of that, but most importantly, we're going to get interest rates brought way down. We had interest rates at 2%, and now they're 10%, and you can't get the money. We had 2%, and there was plenty of money for everybody. And, I call the home part of the American dream. We're going to create the American dream for young people and for older people, too, by the way. We're not going to forget. I mean, I happen to be a very young man, but we're not going to forget the older people. We're not going to forget the older people. By the way, no tax on Social Security benefits for the older people.
He sounds like he's offering specials. We got a special on fried oysters tonight. Got a special on appetizers. No tax on tips.
I guess, somebody said, oh, he's got a conflict of interest because he benefits by that. I'll give mine up if you want. I save tax. But no, we're going to do that for the older people. That's a big deal because you've been eaten alive with inflation, and all I'm doing is getting you back to even. I think when we do that, we're probably just getting you, you have fixed income, and you went up numbers like...
But don't worry, we'll cut your Social Security to fuck you over on the other side.
40, 50, depending on what they include. They like to say it was a 20% increase. It wasn't. It was 30, 40.
He's bringing the weave back.
50, depending on what they want to include. So
I know we definitely have Hannibal Lecter in here somewhere.
But Reed, getting back to you, we're going to drill, baby drill. We're going to have so much energy.
We're going to drill, baby drill. Wait, what did you ask about again? Oh, yeah, interest rates. Jesus fucking Christ. What is this guy doing?
And we're going to bring prices down. Because, your prices are up. Don't forget, the damage is done. We have the worst president and the worst vice president in the history of our country by far.
But you miss him, don't you?
And let me tell you.
You want him back.
She is worse than him. And he's actually...
Because she's beating you.
I didn't think I'd ever say this about anybody.
She can actually string together two sentences, unlike you and Biden. She's not an octogenarian, unlike you and Biden.
You take a look at it. She's more dangerous than him, but he's actually...
But she's beating you.
Smarter than her. I never thought I'd say that.
She's smarter than Biden and Trump combined. Let's be real.
I thought I'd say that, but look...
I got my problems with the Harris campaign, but I will give it to her that she is smarter than both of these doddering octogenarians combined.
We're going to get it down. We're going to drill. We're going to get the energy down. When the energy comes down, prices are going to come down.
Like magic, two completely unrelated things will somehow affect each other.
All of that prices, because when they say, oh, although they had very bad inflation numbers last month, you saw that. Very, very bad inflation numbers, despite the big, they did this big drop, probably too big.
He's mad that the economy's good. He's going to complain about the good, positive economic numbers, right?
I'm not going to get into that. But we're going to get...
You're not going to get into it because it would be posting your own L's and your campaign staff has told you not to do that anymore.
Because the damage has been done. If we had no inflation now, such damage has been done. The highest, in my opinion, the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They didn't include a lot of the bad numbers. I'll give you an example. On housing and on different things, like crime statistics are fake. They were fake.
Yeah. The crime statistics are looking pretty good too. Crime's at a record low. You can't have that. No, the crime statistics are fake. The woke cops, the woke fucking cops refuse to report crime, right? Despite the fact that it's justification for them, you know, increasing their budgets, right? They won't report on it because they're woke. The cops are woke.
Statistics. They didn't include some cities that were really bad, so the crime looked like it was just bad as opposed
Because the FBI is woke.
Being terrific. Jobs, 818,000 fake jobs they added, and they padded the job number.
I'm sorry, but what's not fake is the 4.1% unemployment rate. Now, like, that doesn't account for everything, and in a lot of ways, you know, full employment is never even a thought in the American capitalist system. There's a lot of problems with the way that, you know, employment's reported. But that being said, historically speaking, it is a very low unemployment rate.
A couple of months ago, so that they'd look better on jobs. 818, they were fake.
You keep on going back to the well, even as the unemployment rate comes down and down and down. You keep on going back to that well.
They were fraudulent jobs. And they thought they'd announce the real numbers after the election, but we had a whistleblower or somebody that let it out. So they cheated us on 18, think of that, 818,000 jobs they cheated.
So there are estimates of employment, there are estimates of jobs created, and those numbers are released and then later revised, right? This is a totally normal thing. But when it's under Biden, we've got to make it like a criminal conspiracy or something, a deep state conspiracy.
You know, usually when you have those numbers, it's 9,000 jobs off it. This is almost 1 million jobs off. It's not even possible. So we're going to bring things, and Reed, you're going to buy that house, and you're going to pay 2.5%, 3% interest, and you're going to say, I love this guy. Because interest rates, Reed, will follow as the energy goes down. And I made another commitment. I made it over the last month. I've been making it. We have more liquid gold under our feet than Saudi Arabia.
So, I mean, like, Biden's kind of fucked him on this one, right? Because Biden has now turned the United States into a net energy exporter. And in fact, the largest energy exporter in the world, right? So all this shit that he's talking about with liquid gold, and we can pump the liquid gold. Sorry, Biden's already doing that. Drill, baby, drill. Biden's already doing that. It's not a good idea. It's not a forward looking strategy that is taking into consideration the effects of global warming, but Biden is doing it. This is one area that the Democrats have out Republicaned the Republicans, sadly.
Than Russia, than any other country. I'm going to bring down your energy costs 50% in the first year. 50%. And I better do it because I'm all over the place saying I'm going to have problems if I don't get it done. But we have all the capacity to do it. Nobody else can make that statement. We have so much energy, we don't even use it. We get energy from Venezuela. They don't have good oil. You know, they have tar. They have tar that you have to liquefy. And you know where they do it?
Oh, you mean like the Keystone Pipeline that you want to open? I'm sorry, Trump, you're so full of shit. You're so full of shit, and the only way you get by with it is because your average viewer, your average voter has the cognitive capacity of a fucking cucumber.
Houston, Texas, because that's where we have the plant. It's the only.
And not even a crisp cucumber, like, right? A saggy cucumber, a flaccid cucumber.
In the world that can do it. We do it in Houston. So for the environmentalists out there, this is not a pretty picture what flows into the air, right? But we're going to use our beautiful liquid gold. And when we get everything else down, houses, everything's going to come. It's going to be beautiful. You're going to have a house. Just wait a little while. Give me a little while. Let me get in. 1 year from January 20th, we will.
He's literally little pig, let me in.
Have your energy prices cut in half all over the country.
Thank you. And Mr. President, in reference to Reed and his family, he's not in a unique situation. 65% of Americans today cannot buy a home. That has dramatically changed under the Biden-Harris administration, and Kamala Harris has embraced the policies that made home ownership disappear and take away that opportunity from Reed and his family, and 65% of Americans today.
I'm sorry, she's full of shit. You know what did that is COVID. Right? COVID caused a situation where too much money was chasing too little goods. That's what causes inflation. It's not just inflation in the United States, it's worldwide inflation. Everyone experienced it during COVID because of the situation on the fucking ground. This wasn't a Kamala Harris policy. Biden and Kamala didn't get together and be like, you know, it'd be really cool if housing was unaffordable, right? That happened because of inflation, which happened because of COVID, which again, wait, who was 2020? Who was president? Right? It's Biden, right? Biden was president from 2020 to 2024. Oh, wait, no. That's not how our system works. The new president takes over in 2021. So who was in office when the inflation was being caused? Say it with me. This guy, Donald Trump. He did the inflation. He raised the interest rates. That's him. He's the one that doesn't want you to buy a house. Or could it be that the situation on the fucking ground changed and the interest rates went up?
Today. Listen, the American dream is still to own your own home. And now that is not possible because of what they've embraced. And you talk about liquid gold. If any state understands liquid gold and American energy, it's Pennsylvania.
Yeah. The Commonwealth.
Yes, the Commonwealth.
Make sure, you know.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
By the way, this is a really great governor, very successful governor. She read some of the numbers. And I thought she would, because why not? Nobody else will do it, but I will.
I did it
because
fast.
I do it for my friends. No, you did it beautifully,
Fast.
too. She has done a fantastic job as governor. And I will say this. I went to school here. I just want to forewarn her, because I've seen it happen and it's career threatening. Don't ever call it a state. It's a Commonwealth. And I was saying, oh,
Lesson learned.
has somebody, because a lot of innocent lambs have come up and they start talking to the people of Pennsylvania. I love you people. I know you so well. I'm here all the time. But yeah, I went to school here. I went to the Wharton School, the great Wharton School of Finance.
Where my dad paid for me to get in, even though my grades weren't good enough.
And they were great. It's a great place. It's a great place. But I went to college here. So never, ever even think. I watched one man crash and burn. He kept calling it the state. I kept saying, it's the Commonwealth. And by the time the evening, I think his political career ended there. So
Sir,
go ahead.
Tonight we have some special guests in the audience. We have a Gold Star family that is with us tonight. Mary and Charles Strange are here. Where are they?
Where are they?
Oh, here they are. Sir, they're behind us over here to the left.
Come on up here. Come on.
They lost their son, Michael.
Come on up.
Come on up here.
It's a little harder to get up since I got shot. They've made it more difficult. Perhaps.
Oh, I'm sorry. For a second, I thought he was saying that he was having trouble getting up since he got shot, which wouldn't make sense since he was hit in the ear. No, he's talking about there's more security now.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
Sir, they lost their son, Michael.
President Trump, great to see you again, baby. Still Team 6 is the gold shot. That's beautiful. Under Obama, all 30 guys died.
Did you want to say anything?
Under Obama is right.
Was he gonna take off his hoodie?
Please, on behalf of your son.
I would ask, Mr. President, my son was killed August 6, 2011 with 29 other men. It was the biggest loss of life in the Iraq and Afghan war. It was the biggest loss of life in a single day in the history of America. 22 of them men were Navy Special Warfare.
It would have been nice if somebody had the guts to pull out before then. It would have been nice if your kid hadn't been sent there in the first place.
To this day, we still haven't gotten any answers. I was wondering, I'm begging you, we would like a congressional hearing.
So here's what we're going to do. In the first week, let me have it, not the first day, because I made a lot of promises in the first day. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to close.
We're going to be dictators on day one. Yeah, we got to be a dictator that day. So not that first day, but in the first week. We'll do the dictator thing. We'll kill all our enemies. We'll do the purge. And then we'll do a congressional investigation into this guy's son's unit.
In the first week, we will set up a commission. We're going to find out, because so many people in your same position, they want to know what happened. Why did it happen to their son or daughter? And we're going to do that within the first week. So you get ready to come over to the White House, okay?
Thank
All right?
you, Mr. President. Got to say one more thing. I want to let America know, June 2017, President Trump and his wife had me and my wife bring 20 gold stars to the White House. Him and his wife stayed.
The reason that he did that was he had insulted a Gold Star family, right? He was in deep trouble. And so they had to bring in some MAGAs to say, no, Gold Star families love Trump. No, like the shit, calling like veterans and soldiers and people that died in war losers is not like, right? It's just like, you were there to be his fig leaf. Great.
Food, drinks. They did a candle ceremony for us. President Trump stood up every time, saluted the Gold Star parents.
That was both a celebration, a remembrance. It had all emotion, right? They were happy, they were sad, they were devastated, but they remembered their beautiful boy, right?
Yes.
Their beautiful boy, and we're not going to forget. We're going to find out what happened. We're going to do that within the first week, and you have my word. Okay?
Thank you, President Trump.
Good man. Good man. Oh, I agree. I got the proof.
All right, so chat, don't leave yet. I'm going to be like Trump here and tell you not to leave yet. We got Hannibal Lecter coming up in just a second.
Mr. President.
What a nice couple.
Mary and Charles' daughter Rachel is also here tonight. She is Michael's sister, so thank you, Rachel, for coming tonight too, and God bless you and your family. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice.
Thank you, darling.
Yes.
Thank you, honey. That's tough stuff.
It is. Thank you for your commitment to...
And like what we were discussing in Afghanistan with the 13 family members, they feel that bad things happened, stupid things happened, and you hate for that to be, and it's your son or your daughter.
God damn. The whole war on terror was a stupid thing that happened, and it didn't just happen. It was Republicans taking advantage of the situation that was a result of blowback from previous intervention in the Middle East. Yeah, it was a stupid thing. Yeah, those people shouldn't be dead. There's fucking 1 million people in Iraq or more that shouldn't be dead.
They deserve it.
This is gross how he's like humping these corpses.
It should have never happened in Afghanistan, I can tell you that, the 13 that died. And you know, they don't mention there were many people wounded too, and I mean seriously wounded with the legs and the arms and the face.
Not like those people that complained about headaches in Iraq. No, that wasn't a real wound.
And we're going to give them everything they want. I've gotten to know those.
The cerebral trauma, yeah, not real.
Thank you, sir. Sir, our next question tonight is from Angelina, who I believe is right here. If you want to come forward, Angelina.
Hi, Angelina.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. President.
Let me stand up for you. Go ahead.
My name's Angelina, and I was raised in a Philadelphia Democrat household, a union household. As a mother of a blended family, my top issues are the same issues that face all Americans. Illegal immigration hurts Black Americans. Inflation hurts Black Americans. And dangerous cities hurt Black Americans. Like my fellow Americans, my grocery bill has not gone down. Everything is still so very expensive. What steps will your administration take to help American families suffering from this inflation?
So, you know, it's such
So,
a great question.
chat, what do you think? So the question is about inflation. The question is about affordability. What do you think Trump's answer is going to be here, right? Do you think it's going to be meaningful? Do you think he's going to talk about price gouging and combating that in some way? Or do you think that he might blame someone else for the high grocery prices?
In the sense that people don't think of grocery. You know, it sounds like not such an important word when you talk about homes and everything else, right? But
No, it sounds like not important word to a rich man who never has to worry about the prices of groceries. Because rich people eat the same amount of groceries as the rest of us. They might get fancier stuff, but they're never sweating the grocery prices, right? That's something for us to worry about. That's something they can't relate to. That's something Vance can't relate to. That's something Trump can't relate to.
more people tell me about grocery bills, where the price of bacon, the price of lettuce, the price of tomatoes, they tell me. And we're going to do a lot of things. You know, our farmers aren't being treated properly. And we had a deal with China, and it was a great
I'd say our agricultural workers aren't being treated properly either.
deal. I never mentioned it because once COVID came in, I said that was a bridge too far, because I had a great relationship with President Xi. And he's a fierce man, and he's a man that likes China, and I understand that. But we had a deal, and he was perfect on that deal. $50 billion he was going to buy. We were doing numbers like you wouldn't believe for the farmer. But the farmers are very badly hurt. The farmers in this country, we're going to get them straightened out. We're going to get your prices down.
Yeah, very badly hurt by your tariffs, actually.
You asked another question about safety and also about black population jobs and Hispanic population, in particular those two. So when millions of people pour into our country, they're having a devastating effect on black families and Hispanic families more than any others. I think it's going to spread to a lot of other.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did she ask about immigration? I don't think she did.
I think it's going to spread to unions. I think unions are going to have a big problem because, you know, employers are just not going to pay the price. They're going to, and it's a very bad thing that's happening. So they're coming in, many are coming in from jails and prisons and mental institutions, insane asylums. That's like, you know, a step above, right? Insane asylum.
So we say insane asylum because of asylum, I guess.
And whenever I go, Hannibal Lecter, you know what I'm talking about. They always go the fake news. That's a lot of fake news back there, too. But they always mention, you know, it's a way of demeaning. They just say, Hannibal Lecter.
It's a way of demeaning what you need to stop bringing up fucking movie characters from 1990 that half of your audience isn't even familiar with. Come on.
Well, you know why? Because he was a sick puppy, and we have sick puppies.
He was a fucking movie character.
Coming into our country. I figure that's a lot. That's better than.
And he's neither late nor great.
Wasting a lot of words. You just say Hannibal Lecter. We don't want him, but they always sort of say, why would he say that?
Because it doesn't fucking make sense to anybody but you who associates like asylum seeking with somebody from an asylum, therefore Hannibal Lecter, therefore that's who they're bringing in. They're not just people whose countries were destabilized by United States foreign policy, in particular policies of Trump, like putting extra sanctions on Venezuela that caused a lot of people to pull up and leave that country. No, it's Hannibal Lecter.
I do it for a lot of reasons, but I do it because we are allowing some very bad people into our country, and they're coming as terrorists. You know, you saw.
Yeah, I would say the whole Trump family maybe should not have been look. I'm in general I'm pro-immigration, but I feel like maybe at a certain time the United States should have restricted immigration from Germany. Particularly for families with the last name Trump, right? If they could have just put like for, I don't know, 50 years or something, just restrict that. We would have all been better off.
The record number of terrorists. I had a month, and I love Border Patrol. Did you see they gave me a full endorsement 2 days ago? Border Patrol. The Border Patrol. And they're great. And, you know, they want to do their job. They don't want to let these people come in. They look at them. They can tell. They can look at somebody, say good, bad. They say what's coming into
Yeah, that's like that that meme with Peter Griffin looking at a chart, you know, of skin color. That's how they tell good or bad immigrants, right? They got that skin color chart.
country now. It's having a huge negative.
Yeah, what was her question? Her question was about grocery prices and safety. That's what she was asking about.
On black families and on Hispanic families and ultimately on everybody. And we're going to close that border so tight, it's going to be closed. And I said the two things.
It's going to be hermetically sealed, folks. Hermetically sealed. Not even oxygen can get in and out.
Things I'm going to do. First, we're going to close that border, and people are going to come in. You want people to come in. We need people to come in. People are going to come into our country legally. You know, it's so unfair. You have people that are waiting on a system, on a line, and they've been waiting on this.
Because there's no path to citizenship, you shithead. Yeah. Because of Republican intransigence for years and years and years. Because people like you don't want legal immigrants either. And you complain whenever there are. You hear about like Springfield and you're like, oh, illegal immigrants. And it's like, oh no, actually, Trump, they're legal. They're legally here. They're helping the town's economy, and he fucking hates it. Well, maybe we could make them illegal again. Maybe we can take away the temporary protected status because they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs. Sir, they're not eating cats. They're not eating dogs. They're making the economy of a dying Midwestern town slightly better. That is all they're doing.
You know how long? For years, 10 years, 12 years, and they study and they take tests, and then people come. I actually say, why don't you just go on just come on across. I tell people that it's terrible, right? I said, go out. You're incredible. They say, what can I do to speed up the process? I say, you know what? Go to.
It doesn't matter because Trump is going to fucking do mass deportations of you either way. Right? If you get citizenship, he'll rescind it. You get temporary, protected status, he'll rescind it. He'll take it away from you and he'll deport your ass violently if need be. That's what he said. That's what his plan is.
Southern border. I'll see you on the other side. It's so unfair. But we're going to have them come in legally. You have to see what they have to do. They take tests on, who was the first one here? What date was this? What is
Who was the first one here? Is he trying to say who was the first president? Is that what he's trying to say? Who was the first one here? Who was the first one here? Let me give you a clue. Not Europeans. It was not Europeans who were here first.
1776, all this stuff. And these other people are coming in, and they're affecting the school systems, and they're affecting the hospital system. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on.
Springfield, here we go.
Springfield, Ohio.
Please say that they're eating the dogs and eating the cats.
A town of 50,000 people. They've just added 32,000 people, illegal immigrants, and we're not going to put up with it, and we're going to take care of your costs are going to come down, and you're not going to have a problem with, because the biggest problem, and I'm hearing it from black people, and to a lesser extent right now, but it'll be the same, Hispanic people. And I'll tell you what, our poll numbers have gone through the roof. With black and Hispanic have gone through the roof. And I like.
Yeah, some of those numbers have gone from like 8% to 18%. Through the roof. Through the roof. You're doing really well with those demographics you totally don't have.
I like that. I like that. So we're going to take care of it. You will be, I'll tell you, if everything works out, if everybody gets out and votes on January 5th, or
on January 5th. On January 5th, that's where everyone should. Yeah, that makes sense, right? The president has decided on January 6th. So you get out there and vote on January 5th, that cold day in January. Make sure to. Wow. Just so I'm really clear and not accidentally spreading disinformation to anybody who doesn't know better, Trump's wrong about the voting date. I hate to have to say this because I know most of you already realize this, but it's November 5th. It's not January 5th. If you vote on January 5th, your vote will not be counted. You need to vote on November 5th or before if you can do early voting, right? That's the let me just straighten that out since the former president is here spreading misinformation.
It used to be you'd have a date. Today you can vote 2 months before, probably 3 months after that.
Oh, be careful with that, Trump. You want your early voters. You want them to vote by mail. You want them to vote any way they can. You're going to need those votes. Be careful, Trump.
I don't know what the hell they're doing, but we're going to straighten it all.
Look, I know what I'm doing, and I'm serving up the top of the hour ad break in about 10 seconds. It's your chance to use a Twitch Prime sub to get out of it. You can pay $6 to Twitch ransom money to get out of the ad break, or maybe you could even be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen. More likely to happen to you, though, if you're active in the chat. And here comes that ad break now.
We're going to straighten that out, too. We're going to straighten our election process out, too. That's going to be important also. So thank you very much, darling. We're going to get it straight. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. Mr. President, we had in the last year over 800,000 Americans lose their jobs in this country, but 1.2 non-citizens took those jobs. They're filling the jobs that—
In the past year? Like, I mean, she obviously doesn't mean cumulatively, because the economy's adding jobs at this point.
Americans could have to provide for their families, and Kamala Harris has been in charge of this border.
Yeah, non-citizens are not taking jobs that American citizens want. Non-citizens are being foisted into jobs like, into agricultural jobs that pay very little. They're being foisted into slaughterhouse jobs, right? Into dangerous jobs. And into jobs where they're not paid enough and they're not treated correctly because they are in a situation where their boss can get them literally, kicked out of the country if they don't play ball, if they try to unionize or anything like that. Yeah, those.
She is the one who has been the border czar, who has facilitated this invasion. I've always called it an invasion and a war zone down there because we see the criminals.
Yeah, the anti-war president, Donald Trump, is talking about a war with Mexico now.
Terrorists coming across.
It is an invasion like we've never seen before. And if it was an invasion of people that deserve to come in or that will love the country, will be great. She used to go around saying,
the fuck is he talking about?
They don't commit crime. Have you seen the gang from Venezuela, what they've done in Aurora, Colorado?
But it's only a few.
Record number of Georgians have already voted, says Omega Star.
According to Martha Raddatz.
It's only
According to Martha, it's just a few apartment
buildings. And by the
buildings.
way, it's hundreds all over the country, and they're like me. They're in the real estate business, but they take it over with rifles. They take it over with a level of sophistication, because you know a lot about guns.
And remember what that actual situation is? It's a delinquent landlord that's treating their tenants like shit, and people have stopped paying the rent. That's what's actually going on. That's what's actually afflicting those people in Colorado, is a delinquent landlord.
And I'm a big protector of the Second Amendment. We've gotten totally endorsed.
Oh, this is Christy Nome. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. I could not remember. Wow, I'd almost forgotten to associate her with the dog murder that she loves. I always imagine her covered in puppy blood. Yeah, she loves that. You've already voted. Congratulations, Cindy.
You think that's easy? It's not easy. But the NRA gave me total endorsement. I assume you got total endorsement. We have no choice. We have to.
I got endorsement for the Animal Cruelty Council.
I mean, especially when you have, it's amazing. These radical left lunatics, they want everybody to come into our country. Many of those people are criminals, and then they want to also take your guns away simultaneously. So they don't want your guns, but they want them to come in. So you need it for protection. If somebody knows that you have a gun in your house, they say, let's go after somebody else. People put signs under this gun, or we.
The truth of the matter, and I'm not anti-gun, because I know that the organization that would implement any sort of any sort of taking guns out of circulation would be the cops. And you know how the cops work. You know who they'd be taking guns from preferentially, right? But that being said, having a gun in your house makes you infinitely more likely to have yourself or a family member die by means of that gun. Much more likely than you defending your family from an intruder is that somebody's going to die by that gun.
Them actually spell the kind of a gun they have. We have an AK-47 inside. And people say, you know what, let's just...
He got it right this time. Congratulations, Trump. He had been calling that an MK-47, which I don't think is a thing.
And I knew about an AK-47 from a few weeks ago. and the AR-15. I know about.
Yeah, how would they know if you have a gun? Well, you have a little sign in front of your house.
I know a lot. But you know what? You have a lot of bad people out there, and you can't, it just can't be a one-way street. You know one thing, because she wants to take your guns away, if you take them away, the bad guys are not giving them up. That's the only thing. I don't think the good people are giving them up either, you want to know the truth. But the bad guys are not giving up their guns. That's the only thing I know for certain, right?
It's true. You're true. Your J.D. Vance did a fantastic job on Sunday morning, calling out the fake news. Yes. For how they're trying to diminish the devastation that's going on in some of these communities. And Kamala Harris has facilitated losing 300,000 children as well since she's been in charge of the border. I always say that they're not missing children, that they are trafficked and kidnapped and murdered children.
Because QAnon fucking loves that, because it sounds like you're talking about an underground network of satanic pedophiles, right? And that fits right into their conspiracy theory.
Because they've come across that border and we have no idea where those children are, and we know how devastating it is, what's happening to their lives right now with what she's facilitating.
I think that, all bad numbers, we have a lot of bad numbers. There's so much bad.
All numbers are bad. Math is hard.
It's disgraceful. As an example, there'd be no war with Russia and Ukraine. There's no way who's going.
Because you would have told Zelensky to surrender. Yeah, I get it. He would have given away those two oblasts, and I mean, it would have been over for 5 years until Russia decides it wants more of you to take another bite out of that Ukraine apple. They've already taken Crimea. They'd take 2 more oblasts, and then they'd be able to rearm and come back with more. Because you give him everything he fucking wants.
Understand what's happening.
He owns your ass, Trump. He owns you.
It was the apple of his eye. He used to talk about it, but I said, "You're not going in," and he wasn't going in. It's only because of Biden. He looked at this guy. He can't even believe it. But the same with Ukraine. I got along very well with Zelensky, very well. In fact, he came to New York 2 weeks ago. He came to see me, and I got along very well with him. I'm going to negotiate that thing out. That is now a death trap. You have cities that are all down. Those gorgeous golden domes, those magnificent domes are laying on their side, all busted up after, I don't know, they're 1,000 years old or something. The heritage,
after Russia committed war crimes, yeah.
Many more people are killed than they're reporting. They knocked down, that was my business. They have apartment houses that are they're like 3 blocks, city blocks long. Not that tall, but pretty tall, and they are big, and they knock it down with a missile, and they say 2 people were slightly injured. A lot of people. The number of people dying in the Ukraine-Russia war is a far greater number than anybody knows. And Biden has done nothing about it. He hasn't even spoken to Putin in over a year. Know nothing about it. And
Biden has done nothing about it. Look, there's some people that complain about like the U.S. expenditures in terms of arming other countries, right? But Biden most certainly has done quite a bit about it.
This is a war that,
in fact, I would say that Russia would occupy a far greater percentage of Ukraine right now if Biden, as you said, had not done anything about it.
And we're going to get that war ended. I'm going to try, and I think I can, get it ended as president-elect. In other words, before I even take over the White House. Got to stop the people from dying. They said to me, well, whose side are you on? I was interviewed by fake news, CNN, fake news. Uh-oh, their camera.
Stonecap says, according to Hannibal Lecter, if Trump had lived in the 1930s, World War II would have never happened. Yeah, because he's good friends with Hitler.
Their camera just...
I've read his book. It's really good.
No. Their camera just went off. Okay. It always happens. Whenever I point to them, immediately they turn up because they know it. But I was Caitlin Collins, a nice person, but Caitlin Collins is interviewing me, and she said, well, whose side are you on? I said, it's not a question of sides. I want people to stop dying, that's all. I want people to stop dying. And it was a very interesting thing because it was a CNN, it was like this, a smaller room, much smaller.
You should have just been honest and said Putin's side.
This is a very big room, but it was a much smaller room, but they had all people in there from CNN. Within the first 5 minutes, they were totally on my side because it's common sense, and we're now the party of common sense. I say it, we're conservative, but we're the party of common sense. We need walls. We want good education. We want low interest rates. We want to be able to buy a house. We want jobs. And you know what? We want a strong military. I rebuilt our entire military. And we want a strong military. And ideally a strong military that we don't have to use. Is that even better? We'll have a strong military. If we don't have to use it, that's even better.
I love it. I love it. So, Mr. President, let's get back to our questions. We have Yanni, who's waiting to ask you a question, has been waiting a long time. Yanni,
Yanni.
welcome. It'll just give them 1 second. Here they come, right behind you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for being here today, Mr. President.
Oh my God.
Answer questions from all the voters of Pennsylvania and just to work hard and show support. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm a small business owner in Lansdale. I have a small breakfast, lunch restaurant, Coffee Corner. And thank you. And to be honest, Mr. President, I really, am praying for you to get in there and change the policies. Ever since the gas prices started spiking, I noticed literally everything started spiking, from deliveries to services, goods, even maintenance, overall maintenance. Everything just spiked up, and it's really hurting small businesses, small business owners. And
It'd be nice if somebody was in there to stop price gouging.
work within them. So,
But this guy calls that communism.
my question
It's a policy that Richard Nixon enacted. He's calling it communism.
What's your plan to help bring common sense back and help small businesses that got destroyed by Democrats after COVID and the Biden administration?
So, great. Because small businesses are actually bigger than big businesses when you add them all up, and it's very important. And sounds like yours. I would love your food. I can tell by looking at that guy. I think I'd like to go over there.
I think that the late, great Hannibal Lecter would love to have you for dinner, sir.
If I'm over there, I'm going to stop it. The fact is that, they want to get away from gas. And I have friends, they're into the cooking world. I'm not. I just like to eat. But they're into the cooking. And I don't know how you feel. It sounds like you...
Oh God, he's on about the gas stoves again.
Really, gas is much better than the electric.
He loves gas.
For cooking, right? And they have this thing about, they want to put gas out of business, right? No gas. The amazing thing? We don't have electric in this country, but we have all the gas you can use. We have oil and gas. That's what we have. And even the cars, if you look, they want to go with all electric cars. California is having blackouts every week, brownouts, blackouts, and then they come up with rules and regulation to go to all electric, but they can't even supply what they have. It's so nuts. We're going to get, number one, your utility costs. You heard me say it before. Your costs will be down, and we're getting rid of all the and if you want electric, great. And if you want gas, great. The only thing you can't have is a hydrogen car, right? You heard me say that, right? Because you know what happens? They have a new car, they say it's great, but it's got one problem. You know what the problem is? Every once in a while, one will blow up. And if it does blow up and you happen to be inside of it, you're in bad luck because you're not recognizable. Do you know that? It's the new thing, hydrogen. I said, no, thank you. I don't want it. I don't want. They called the wife. That's not my husband. Oh, yes, it is. It's no good. So if we get your energy costs will be down by 50%. Your interest is going to come down, and people are going to start to make, not only you, people will have more money to go to your restaurant. You're going to have a great business. And, during COVID, I was the one that worked out the loans. I don't know if you got one, but everybody, so many people got millions of small businesses. And Linda McMahon was the head of Small Business Administration, which was a big business, but she was the head.
Yeah, millions of people that had the money to pay back those loans didn't have to pay back those loans. Meanwhile, students are still on the hook because of Trump's justices, because of Trump's court.
Linda McMahon was phenomenal. So many people tell me about her that she was one of the best secretaries. But Linda McMahon was in charge, and they loaned billions of dollars out to people with small businesses, and it was the greatest investment we made. It stopped us from going into a 1929 depression, which is exactly what we would have had. And she did a fantastic job.
She did a fantastic job.
We're going to get your costs way down.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we have the clip of Trump predicting a Great Depression under Biden? Like, I feel like he said that at some point.
Thank you.
And Mr. President, in my state, I always tell people it's hot in the summer, it's cold in the winter, and it's a long ways to drive anywhere, which I think a lot of Americans are experiencing, that no matter what, you're energy dependent. And since Joe Biden has been in the White House,
I don't really understand. The governor of North Dakota is brought in to help Trump wrangle some votes in Pennsylvania.
and Kamala Harris has supported every single one of his policies. Did you hear her on The View? Did you hear her say she wouldn't change a thing from what Joe Biden has done? It has cost...
I don't think that's what she said.
It's cost the average American family $4,500 just in energy costs. Just in energy costs.
Okay. Hold it,
Oh, we have
please.
some...
Okay, so now here's what starts to happen, right? Here's where it all starts to unravel.
Doctor, thank you very much.
Now, I mean, like, this is something that happens a lot. It happens at Kamala's events. It happens at Waltz's events. It happens at Trump's events. It happens at Vance's events, right? People pass out and need a doctor. Watch Trump's reaction to this.
We have incredible people. They come here hours before, and it's a little hot, and so they're with us all the way. We got to respect them, and you take your time, doctor. Take your time. Thank you very much. We always have great doctors in the audience. We've never had too much of a problem.
So bad, but I'm afraid if I go, they're gonna play copyright music, because I know it's sometime around here is where the dance party starts. It looks like, let me see, how long do we have until music? Nope. I have like 2 minutes.
We have, it's incredible.
Oh wait, I can do it. I can pee in 2 minutes. Let's try. I'll be right back.
First responders. Our first responders are amazing, the way they can do things so beautifully and quickly. Thank you. We'll get it taken care of fast. A lot of it's pretty easy to take care of. Hardest thing is going to be the border, though, in terms of the people that have been let in. The people that have been let into this country, what they're doing, where do they come from, what are they doing, what's their thought process when they allow a thing like that to happen? Let's wait till they take care of this incredible person who I guarantee you is a great patriot. I guarantee it. Everybody in this room is a patriot. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Some problems. Some problems. That looks a little bad. Thank you. That looks a little bit bad.
Did I miss any freakouts? Do I need to rewind it? Is there anything I could pause it and you will just hang out? Yeah. But I didn't miss anything, right?
Don't worry, we'll extend for a little time, okay? We're not going to lose anything. We just want to make sure they're fine. This is a little bit of a tough one, I think. A little tough.
Yeah, why is Kristi Noem there? Maybe he's having FOMO, right? Maybe he feels like he missed out on picking her as vice president. Yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing, the passing out at rallies thing. I mean, it always if you get enough people together, and I don't know if he said it was, I mean, it doesn't look like it's hot there, but you know, you're gonna have this happen, right? And they, at some point, somebody decided it was good optics for the candidate to point out what's happening and to be like, can we get some help down there? To make it look like the candidate's like saving them. You know what I mean? Like the candidate really cares, right? So, I mean, they do that, right? Everybody does that at their rallies when this happens, right? They kind of act like the candidate needs to direct the responders, when in actuality, probably the responders have it themselves. But yeah, this isn't actually making for compelling, you know, television. And I think this ends up pissing off Trump because he's, you know, remember the one activity that he succeeded at was as a reality show host. He, you know, The Apprentice did really well. So he's got an eye for, you know, what's good television. And he starts to get a little cranky. They're singing God Bless America. We saved her with music, folks.
You know, while we're waiting, so we had a beautiful evening, and I don't know if they could get this song up quickly, but if they could work really quickly backstage while we're waiting, Ave Maria. We had Ave Maria the other day in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Now, chat's telling me that Ave Maria, there's like a scene in the Godfather with Ave Maria. I think that's why they are, you know, they chose it, right? It's got to be some movie reference.
And Butler, we had 101,000 people. It was the most a celebration. Corey, I call him Corey the firefighter, the chief.
Because I can't remember his last name.
He was great. And if they could play up,
I care about him so much I forgot his last name.
Maria, if you can get it, Justin, let's go if you can. It's a little quick notice.
It's not about the dead firefighter. It's all about Donald J. Trump.
Ave Maria.
Okay, so it kind of like starts off as a way of... It starts off as a way of, you know, covering up the fact that you got... It's dead air. He's trying to get rid of the dead air. We got music. I don't know, chat. Should I put...
Have nice music. We're together. Not bad.
Yes.
Not bad.
We're still playing Ave Maria.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, everybody, very
much.
much.
Thank you,
That's
everybody,
very
for your
nice. Thank
patience. Yes. We'll be praying for him. Yep. Thank you, sir. Sir, as we talk about how things have gotten harder under this administration and how Kamala Harris's policies have been...
So, yeah, I mean, what I've noticed lately, and we saw this the other day on a CNN bit where a Trump, like a Republican, accidentally pronounced Kamala Harris's name correctly, right? And then immediately corrected herself to make sure that she could say Kamala, which is not how the name is pronounced, right? She would made it. They're making a point of mispronouncing Kamala Harris's name. It's almost like a vice signal.
Been so dangerous for the American people. There's someone here tonight who wanted an opportunity to ask you a question. Her name is Heather. And Heather, would you please stand? She's right here, and
Hi.
She is so thrilled to be talking to you tonight, Mr. President.
Good evening, President Trump. My name is Heather, and I was a registered Democrat for most of my life, but not anymore.
Wow.
Look at now. Yes.
Wow. Threatened.
I no longer identify with the Democratic Party.
I thought she was going to say, I no longer identify as a Democrat.
They've put criminals and foreign enemies ahead of American citizens. The border is the issue of this election because if we can't secure the border, we won't have a country. We know that you're going to finish the wall, but how are you going
I don't think he's planning to finish the wall.
to handle the deportation of criminals?
Again, the wall was a huge waste of money in the first place. It's not,
So, if you've watched any of our last rallies, we have a Criminal Aliens Act of 1798. That's a
Is it 1798? Is that the actual year?
long time ago. And it gives the president tremendous power to do what has to be done to secure our country. And you're right, you know, so if you look at the polls,
Yeah, 1798.
is the economy, number 2 is inflation. Let's even put them together. And number 3 is the border. I disagree.
Chat, this is the Alien and Sedition Acts. These were controversial even in their day and are thought of as a very undemocratic period in the country, right? This is not something that people look back to and, oh, the good old Alien and Sedition Acts. We can only get those back. It allows the detention and removal of immigrants only when there is a declared war between the United States and a foreign nation or government. So this would, from the sounds of it, necessitate declaring war on countries that we are not at war at. It doesn't even make sense.
I do agree with you. The number one issue this country has.
Medic. He's starting to get pissed. These damn hogs keep on passing out on me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm trying to talk about criminal aliens and how we're going to use the Alien and Sedition Act to get rid of them, but I want to talk about criminal aliens. These people, these hogs keep on passing out.
Do you want me to go tell them so it's not a microphone?
No,
Yeah. President is wondering.
What song is this? Is Ave Maria again? I can't tell. No. I want to know. I want to know what they're playing, but I don't want to get copyright clapped. I'm curious what it is that's playing. I can't tell. I can't tell.
Doctor.
It doesn't sound like Ave Maria. I've got no idea what they're playing. He's trying to get them to open the doors. Did he pay to use these songs? I mean, what is there? There's a oh my god, ASCAP fee, right? You pay like an ASCAP BMI fee, maybe, but maybe the venue pays that, right?
For security reasons, they can't. But you know what? I should just open them because anybody comes through those doors, you know what's going to happen to them.
It looks like, sir, she's on her feet and walking out. Let's encourage her.
Thank you.
Let her know
Thank
we'll be
you.
praying for her.
This is good shit.
It's really warm in here. Everybody agrees that it's really warm in here. We've got a lot of people who love America. I'm going to ask that if you have a chair...
You know, that's what happens when you got a lot of people who love America. It gets very warm, it gets very sweaty.
We can spend a little more time.
Yes.
And personally, I enjoy this. We lose weight. You know?
You enjoy, he's enjoying it.
4 or 5 pounds, it's okay with me.
Kamala Harris is
But some people have been waiting here for 2 days for this, so you know it's a little bit tough. It's a little bit tough, but they're going to try and get those doors open.
Yes.
And I don't know whose building this is, but if they had air conditioning, do you see any air conditioning?
They probably can't afford it, sir, in this economy.
In this economy, sir, this is the Biden economy. This is the Kamala Harris economy. No one can afford bacon, so... Venue owners, fucking rich-ass capitalists, no, they can't afford anything.
That's right. They don't want to give us air conditioning. It's too expensive. It costs too much. Anyway, but they're both okay.
But when we get in, folks, we'll drill, baby, drill, and make air conditioning very cheap.
They're both in good shape.
That's wonderful.
Would anybody else like to faint?
See, he's pissed. He's pissed. He's legitimately pissed now.
Let's do it now.
Please raise your hand. You know what we could
Faint
do,
now. Faint now or forever hold your peace.
if my guys can do it, how about we'll do a little music. Let's make this a musical fest. Oh, looky, looky. Oh.
Here we go.
That's great. That's great. Because it's nice and cool outside, right?
Yes.
It's nice and cool. Why don't we do, and I mean this, if my guys can hear me, 2 things. Put up the chart, my favorite chart.
He's going to put up the chart that was up when he got shot. For somebody that acted like this was a traumatic event, he sure is nostalgic about it, right? And this is the weird thing about the Trump people. They love the assassination attempts for some reason, right? They're always going back to that. He's, you know, like Ave Maria. It's all part of the lore now, right? It's all part of the, oh, this wonderful chart, right? he is romanticizing his own attempted assassination, and it's really fucking strange. And this combined with the Trumpies we saw last night that were like almost chomping at the bit for this guy to get assassinated so they could purge the Democrats that they hate. I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on here. There's some weird stuff. This chart is like a sacred artifact, says Pre-Breakfast Banana. I don't think you're too far off.
And let's listen to Pavarotti sing Ave Maria. Can you hear that? They gave me the Ave Maria with no...
Not just any Ave Maria. It's the Pavarotti.
There it is. That's my favorite piece of paper anywhere in the world. I sleep...
He's self-soothing. He's self-soothing.
I kiss it. And you see those numbers, by the way, for those that we talked about, you know, the border, when you're talking about the border, look at the numbers. That was the lowest it ever was right there. That was the last day I was in office. And we're going to get it lower than that. But we're going to let people come in. We're going to let people...
You're going to get it lower than that? You're going to increase COVID numbers? Are you going to lock the country down? That's why the number was that low.
Come in. So very, very important. But there's one of my most favorite. If I didn't turn to the right, I wouldn't be here with you right now. Right. So it's a sort of a...
And you know what? There might be a more competent Republican candidate in your place, right? I don't know. Maybe we're all better off that he turned to the right that day.
But I was very proud of that before the fact. Now, even if it had lousy numbers, I would love that piece of paper a lot. So put on Pavarotti singing Ave Maria. Nice and loud. Turn it up louder. We want a little action here.
We want a little action? All right, let's watch this. Here we go. He's sitting there to Ave Maria doing this shit. What is he gonna grab you? What is he doing? Is he doing a danse macabre? He is theatrical, isn't he? He's doing a danse macabre. He's chair humping. He's getting ready for his appearance on Rogan, so he's chair fucking. All right, so this is what's going on here. This is what we're gonna do. Wait, is he saying something? Stand up. That's for their boy. Oh, the military family. He's dedicating the Ave Maria to the Gold Star family. That's what he's doing. But yeah, it's about to get weird. It's about to get very, very weird in here. So I think the idea in the beginning was just to kind of cover up this dead air, right? But at this point, I don't even know. I think he got a taste of Ave Maria. He wanted to listen to the whole thing. This is his standing, he's like just standing around listening to Ave Maria. Like that's all that's going on right now. It's Pavarotti singing. They're clapping. The song must be over. There we go. Is it over?
Let's not do any more questions. Let's just listen to music. Let's make it into our music. Who the hell wants to hear questions, right? Isn't that beautiful, though? It's so beautiful. And we played that in
We're starting to hear more denture noises.
Butler, Pennsylvania. We had a moment of silence, and then we had the bells of Notre Dame go off, and then we had a great opera singer, Christopher, who was so incredible, and a great, great opera singer. That's Pavarotti. Pavarotti, I guess, is... I actually asked Christopher, I said, your voice is...
I'm surprised he doesn't call Pavarotti Luciano, right? He remembers everybody's first name.
How does it compare to Pavarotti? No, 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 sir. He was the maestro. He was the greatest of them all. And this man's voice, you all probably heard it. He was phenomenal, but he said, no, 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 Pavarotti was the greatest. Maybe we'll play Time to Say Goodbye when we end,
Yes,
okay?
sounds fantastic.
All right, do we want to do that?
Absolutely.
We'll have a little, instead of your normal, like, rock out of the place.
Yes.
And then you're going to say, time to go to bed, then you're going to go vote, and we're going to win the state of, you know, we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing.
Yes.
We're going to win. We're going to win. If we win Pennsylvania, we're going to win the whole thing, right? So it's going to really be something. We just had some numbers coming out of Virginia, which is great. We have numbers coming out of it. We win this Commonwealth. We win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We are in clover, and then we're going to fix our country, and we're going to fix it fast. We're going to fix it fast.
It's just funny because Virginia, from all accounts, is nowhere close to being a swing state.
So get that song done.
Okay.
Get that song ready,
Got
and
that
when
song
we leave,
pulled
we're going
up?
to have a beautiful... You can just sit. By the way, when we leave, you don't have to go so fast. You can sit and listen. We'll play a couple of songs. Some of you will be a little warm, but that's okay. It's not a bad thing. And if you want, we're going to do that, but I think...
You'll lose some weight.
Don't you think? A little different.
I think it'd be amazing, sir.
Nice to have imagination. Isn't it a nice thing to have
Whatever you say, sir.
imagination? It's like when Kamala's teleprompter went out the other day.
Mm-hmm.
She was at 32 days. Did you see that?
I did.
She loses teleprompters, and you wouldn't know that she lost it. Me, I always lose. You know, if you're a politician, you can count on 5% of the time you lose a teleprompter, sometimes really badly, like in the middle of a sentence, and you say, ooh, that's a good, you got to have a good memory. If you don't have a good memory, you can't be much of a politician. They go out. Sometimes, if you're outside, the wind blows them down. I had one in Ohio. We had 45-mile-an-hour winds, and I said, I'm going to lose these suckers. And within about the first 2 sentences, they were gone. They
I remember
flew off
that.
the
I was
stage.
at that rally.
For Bernie Moreno, who's now doing very well, I understand,
He
the
is.
senator, so I think he's doing very well. But we'll listen to a couple of songs if you want, and that's okay with me. I like it. So we'll do that. We'll do those songs that we had mentioned, Justin. And if Justin doesn't get it right, he gets fired. Okay.
No pressure, Justin.
Sir, I have a quote that I like a lot by John Wayne. It says, life is hard, but it's harder when you're stupid.
Yeah.
I think that perfectly explains Kamala Harris, right? Right, sir?
That explains somebody standing up here.
Now, our life has been hard because of her, but can you imagine what it's like to wake up as Kamala Harris? How hard life must be? My goodness.
Well, we have to beat her. Look,
We do.
It's going to be really hard to be the winning candidate in November.
She's not for this job. Everybody knows it. Look, we're running against not her. We're running against a very powerful and a very corrupt machine. That's what it is. She's just, and the same thing with Joe Biden. Joe doesn't know where the hell he is. You know, when you talk about Biden, he got 14 million votes. He won the primary. And we had a debate. His numbers were very bad, and it looked like we were going to win. You don't know what's going to happen, but it looked like he was down substantially. They went to see him, and they said, "You're getting out." He said, "I don't want to get out. I won. You're getting out." That was the overthrow of an American president. You can call it a coup, but I don't even call it that anymore because a lot of people say, "What the hell is a coup?" You can call it that.
It doesn't matter. You could do a coup. I mean, I basically tried to do a coup, so let's not put a pejorative to it.
And frankly, she's doing horribly right now.
Shocked she doesn't have Wagner on that playlist? Yeah.
60 minutes where they replace her answer with another answer. She's doing horribly. I have a feeling he might have done better than her. Let's see. You have to see what the end is. Maybe they made a good move. But when they talk about a threat to democracy, how about where they take a candidate who won fair and square, they throw him out, and they put up a woman who failed, was the first one to drop out of a field of 22 and got no votes. And this is the person we're running against. And she is not a smart woman. That's true. And we've had that for 4 years. We're not going to have it for another 4 years. We're not going to have it.
That's right. So we're not going to complain about things. We're going to fix them, right? We're not going to complain. We're going to fix them. And you are going to fix them right here in Pennsylvania by showing up and voting for President Donald John Trump. We're going to make America great again, right?
Those doors are open. That feels good.
It does.
I feel it right now. I don't know who's out there trying to get in, but you know what I feel? Doesn't that feel nice?
Yes.
And you don't even have, there's nothing like outdoors. You don't even have the cost of an air conditioner if they have them in this beautiful factory. Anyway, go ahead, please.
Well, sir, do you want to play your song and then greet a few people, or do you want to... Well, you had said you wanted to close with a specific song.
Okay,
or
let's
take
do a couple of
two more fast questions.
So, Justin, how about a couple of really beauties, and we'll sit down and relax. Let me just give you the bottom line, though. We win
How about a couple of really beauties, Justin? And if you don't do them right, you're fired.
Pennsylvania. We win this great
They think I'm kidding.
We are going to win the whole ball game. It's such an important place. And we relate. And we are up in the polls fairly nicely. Fairly nicely.
You're down by 1.
But it's really important. and we're going to turn this country around. It's the greatest movement in the history of our country, MAGA, Make America Great Again. When Biden would go on, he used to go on and say, we will stop MAGA, we will stop, remember with the purple background, the pink and purple? He looked like...
I think he means the red and black background, right? There's one weird speech that Biden gave in front of, like, there was, like, soldiers, and the background was kind of, like, red and black. It looks like Persona 5. I don't know why he's remembering pink and purple, but...
But she's worse than him, remember it.
Yeah, the devil. It did look like the black and white. It wasn't pink and purple. The devil. What devil are you talking about that wears pink and purple?
We're going to stop MAGA.
Waluigi?
MAGA means Make America Great
again.
I mean, what are you going to stop? And we are indeed going to make America great again. America has never, we're a declining nation right now. We're a nation in decline. And we're not going to be in decline for long, let me tell you. Every country respected us 4 years ago. We were energy independent. We had everything. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're going to bring...
We weren't. We were objectively producing more energy from the United States now than we were when Trump was a president.
Bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Go and vote.
Build back better? Are you literally, like, cribbing Biden's notes?
Everyone, let's thank
Let's get the music on. Get the music on.
God bless you. Let's send President Trump back to the White House.
What is this song? Time to say goodbye. Okay. So I don't even know this song, but he's gonna... So we're gonna kind of speed it up a little bit, whatever the fuck this is. So he's like kind of conducting. Can we zoom in on him? Can we zoom back in? There we go. There we go. He's doing his thing. He's nodding along. Oh, it's a man's world. It's James Brown.
Not a woman or a girl.
He's literally chair fucking. All right, let's get some dancing. Let's do some dancing, Donald. Remember when you were cool? We're gonna do some dancing. Like it's 1982. I'm surprised he doesn't have like Duran Duran or, you know, the early 80s. You would think that Duran Duran would be like right up Donald Trump's alley. But yeah, we're just gonna awkwardly not quite dance. It's not cool for a man to like outright dance, but oh, if we got sound again.
Another question or two if you'd like, but probably. Do you want to do one? Do you want to do? Let's go. Let's go. You know, but it ends so beautifully. How about this? We'll play YMCA. And
Here, I'll answer a few more questions. No, wait, never mind. I'll
important election in the history of our country. And you know,
we'll play YMCA instead.
Fix the order. We did everything. We had a great economy. It was good. For 20, we didn't have to say it. By the way, we got millions of more votes in 20 than we did 16. But there's never been spirit that we've seen like this, and that's because we saw how bad they are. They are so bad, and frankly, they're evil. They're evil. What they've done, they've weaponized our elections. They've done things that nobody thought was even possible. So we're going to go. We're going to vote. We're going to have a good time. We're going to make our country get. This is going to be. I want this to be a really important evening. And those two people that went down are patriots, and we love them. Yes. And because of them, we ended up with some good music, right? Right. So play YMCA. Go ahead. Let's go. Nice and loud. Here we go, everybody.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There he goes, there he goes, there he goes, the Trumpster. Our national lolcow. Chad, it's about time that we have a national lolcow, honestly. Here he goes. Here he goes. Come on. Do a little dance, Donald. Do a little dance. Do your dance. Do your dance. Yeah, that dude behind him looks sweaty. Maybe it really it looks like it really is hot. Do YMCA. They're doing the letters. He's going. This is so good. This is so good. This is so perfect. Trump dance party. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, zoom in, camera, zoom in. I don't I guess they're trying to show the crowd, but I want to zoom in. Yes, 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 yes. Let's go back in. Look at this man. That's how he dances. He dances like a Momo doll. Did he do the weave? I feel like he did the weave there. Was that the weave? Okay, so now we're coming up with Rufus Wainwright.
Keep going. Keep going.
Rufus Wainwright, Hallelujah. It's the song from Shrek. I think, is it Shrek 1? Reminds me of the Charlie Brown. Wait, who are the Charlie Brown dancers? Congregation is whack, yeah. I don't know if he's going to be able to dance to Hallelujah. It's not really much of a dancing song. It's more of a reflective song. I'm sure Leonard Cohen would love the fact that Trump is using his song. Is Leonard Cohen alive? Somehow I feel like Leonard Cohen... No, he's dead. He's dead. Shorty got low, 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 low. Here we go. I can't do it like him. You gotta be stiff. You gotta be stiff at fucking his wood to dance like Trump. You can't have any part of your body moving independently. You gotta move as a unit. Look at this absolute unit. Look at this absolute unit here. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah. That's what's playing right now. That song. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And then the Sinead O'Connor song comes on. Look, waiting for Trump to get done with his dance routine, that can be kind of boring, but not as boring as getting stuck in a 3-minute ad break, which happens every hour on the hour to you on Twitch. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of them for free or for $6. Or you could possibly be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. That ad break is coming your way in about 4 minutes and 20 seconds here. Plenty of time to get out of the ad break. Here he goes. Here he goes. Yeah. Should we take off the 2 times? Oh, he looks like he's... It looks like he's in slow motion. When you slow him down to regular, he's really not moving much at all. Wow. This is really all he does for like 40 minutes. Oh, there's the Guns N' Roses. Well, there it is, chat. There it is. I think most of the good dancing came during YMCA. Chat, I gotta be honest, that bored me. Alright, I am bored. I know that if you're watching me on Shorts chat, you're probably extremely bored right now. That's why I'm gonna end the stream right now. End the stream. Raid everyone in. Raid everyone into our big, beautiful chat. Look, what do we got here? Mark Milley talking about...
As a commissioned uniformed officer, it was a mistake that I've learned from. And I sincerely hope we all can learn from it.
Hi again, everybody. It's now 5 o'clock in New York. It takes a lot for any human being to admit a mistake. Probably an extra a lot for a man of his stature, a man in uniform, to make that kind of declaration publicly, just to own it. But I show it to you because it demonstrates just how far General Mark Milley, who was then the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the staff, wanted to separate himself from what he did and how much he wanted to separate the military, the United States military, from domestic politics. General Milley made that televised apology after he was photographed with then President Trump walking through Washington, D.C.'s Lafayette Square, following authorities who were using tear gas to clear peaceful protest. So the idea that General Milley would say or do anything ever again that would give even the slightest sense that he would ever again make that mistake and wade into politics is important to have in mind. It illustrates, I think it's the most public-facing piece of evidence of his degree of alarm now.
I'm sorry, boring.
Oh boy, do I have a bunch of Trump stuff for you. So a bunch of insane moments that happened recently. Let's start with this one that everybody's talking about. He goes and he does an interview with Maria Bartiromo. Now, do you understand how bad a job you have to do to make it look like Maria Bartiromo is holding your feet to the fire? I don't think people really understand that. I mean, this woman is hardcore Republican. And just the normal-ass questions that she asks him end up being very illuminating moments, let's say.
Enemy from within, not even the people who have any idea what's happening in North.
350 in the last couple of years. You got, like you said, 13,000 murderers and 15,000 rapists.
Right.
What are you expecting? Joe Biden said he doesn't think it's going to be a peaceful election day.
Well, he doesn't have any idea what's happening in North Carolina. He spends most of his day sleeping. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military, because they can't let that happen.
So this ties into the General Milley thing, right? General Milley, some of the generals were the people that Trump asked to, couldn't they just shoot the protesters in the legs? He had to be told, no, you can't have the U.S. military fire on protesters.
Saying he wants to deploy the military or the National Guard against the enemy within, and defining the enemy within as Democrats, liberals. We had some very radical people, some very radical far-left people. Could you imagine for a second Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Barack Obama or Tim Walz said in an interview that we need to deploy the National Guard or the U.S. military against the enemy from within, who are the right wing? Even if they said the far right, the radical right.
You know, the funny thing is, though, there is a segment of the right that maybe they should consider doing something about. I don't know if the military is the right answer. Chad, do you know that in North Carolina, they had to pull FEMA, who was in there helping people recover from the hurricane? They had to pull FEMA out of the county because FEMA was being hunted by militia dudes. Militia dudes, FEMA comes to try to help people out. There's an attempt to fucking go after them. Right? That might be a better place to consider using the military, but they never fucking will. They never do, right? To enable the FEMA to do its fucking job, right? That might actually make sense, but no, we're talking about against protesters.
He's not even bothering to try to hide the teleprompter malfunctions, and then his brain stops working. Let's watch.
You look great. Thank you, darling. Also, we have many Azerasians.
Azerasians. Is he trying to say Arizonans?
The word is
Azerasians.
Arizonans. What did he say?
Azerasians.
Azerasians. Act your Asians.
Azerasians? Homie, did you just invent a new race of people? Azerasians? It almost sounds like Assyrians, but not? Okay, Jesus Christ. One more time.
Azerasians in our room. We have some incredible people in our room. We have so many that we just can't. But we have some people in our room that I'm not going to mention because they fully understand why, because I don't have time. But Robert O'Brien I'm mentioning because he's the one that got the 300 plus people. So Robert O'Brien, please stand up.
Remember, he makes a big deal about, Biden needs a teleprompter. You can't do that sourcing. We lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs on his watch. Okay? But let me show you this old clip. This is back when Trump was on David Letterman. Now, by the way, I hope this doesn't get this video with a copyright strike or get this video pulled down or demonetized. By the way, if you want to support the channel, you can on Patreon. The link is below, or you could tip with the thanks button on YouTube because this might get the whole video jacked. But anyway, this was when he was on David Letterman's show. I think they're like copyright sharks with this stuff. But this is David Letterman calling him out to his face for doing the whole, like, made in America, we love America, we're so angry at China, we're so angry at China. Watch this. This is for his ties.
Nothing against China. I just hate that their leaders are so much smarter than our leaders. 2016, we will not be the world leader anymore. We have been always. But in 2016, China...
Oh my God. Looking at this guy, he is way more there than he is now, right? This is Donald Trump. What, in 20... when was this?
The great economic leader. Even if Mitt Romney is elected, he said that maybe you can turn it...
Yeah, 2012, right? The Mitt Romney... Obama race, right?
Well, do you think he could turn it around? I think we can.
Do you think Mitt Romney can turn it around?
I think he can.
As a line of clothing.
Wow, that's really changed.
Where were these made?
These were made, I don't know where they were made, but they were made someplace. But they're great. It's ties, shirts, cufflinks, everything sold at Macy's, and they're doing great. #1 selling tie anywhere in the world.
'1 selling tie anywhere in the world. You wouldn't wear that shirt?
We also have them in white and beautiful white.
Where are the shirts made? Bangladesh.
Well, it's good. Okay. We employ people in Bangladesh.
Ties? Where are the ties made? These are beautiful ties.
They are great ties.
The ties are made in where? China? Ties are made in China.
They're made in China. They're made in China. Okay, chat. I'm sorry. He's pissed me off. He made my stream boring. I don't know. I thought that segment was going to be better. I thought that we were waiting for the YMCA and it never got there. I'm pissed off now, chat. Are you pissed off? I'm pissed off. Trump is boring. Oh my God. I'm so done with this guy. You know what? We just need to be done. We need to be rid of this guy. It needs to be over. The door needs to be fucking closed and nailed shut and never talk of him again, all right? Fuck this guy. He's not even fun. He's not even cool. It's not even fun to make fun of him. I'm sick of making fun of him. I'm sick of the Trump tent, chat. We need to get rid of him. In terms of electorally doing so, not in any other way, right? So I'm really clear about that. Oh my God, chat. I almost got my I almost lost my whole channel there. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we need to vote against him so he is, you know, confaded into right off into the sunset, right? With this shitty family of mutants. What do we have? Playlist.
Like a couple of years.
Oh no, it's him again. It's him again. It's because playlists don't work on this, on YouTube. All right, so I want to take a really quick look. I know, like,
I don't know how I'm gonna
a lot of people don't like this guy. Oh my God, what the fuck? Oh,
I don't know how I'm gonna do this.
a lot of people don't like this guy for various reasons. I don't remember his original run at content, so whatever his like whatever his controversies are, I don't even know. Does he talk about Asmongold being banned, doesn't he? Somewhere. Oh, it's right here.
Without a ukulele. I'd like to, but I'm not gonna do on YouTube. He started talking for real Israel and Palestine, and he said about Palestinians.
If you want to consider a genocide as a systematic
Let's just see what normies are saying about Asmongold.
Killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible.
Yeah, just so, since I'm streaming on Twitch, totally disavow what he's saying here.
It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical.
I think he even disavows what he's saying.
Everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
So unsurprisingly, we have tons outraged online, people saying he's actively advocating for genocide, tons of people comparing his comments to Nazi rhetoric.
Bro, this is straight.
Well, I'm kind of surprised to see that set of Twitter accounts on Philly D's channel.
One-to-one. What Nazi said about Jewish people, what, like, the most right-wing approach to this conversation. This is insane. I don't think he understands, like, how unimaginably up this statement is.
And this, as others responded with things like, you live in the United States, Skidmark. Genocide is actually baked into the laws of your own country. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day, you greasy fucking freak. As well as deserves to be perma-banned off Twitch for this. The level of moral depravity to say this shit, I don't even understand how it's possible. Right, and there are tons of people pointing to Twitch's terms of service that his comments may have broken, and others thinking that a Twitch ban isn't even enough in terms of repercussions. With people pointing to his OTK network and saying things like, if I were in OTK, I would leave the org so fast as long as he is one of the owners. Adding,
I gotta not say anything about OTK, all right? I've had experiences with certain members of OTK, but I realized after thinking about it that I shouldn't let that jaundice me towards everyone in a group that I just know nothing about, like OTK writ large. So
I'm not crazy about deplatforming people, but we just watched a bunch of human beings get.
I just like when I heard OTK again, it brought me right back to the Miskiff shit. And, you know, Maya Higa and you know, the going to try to silence victims. It just brought me back to all the fucking bad shit that OTK's been involved in. But again, I guess that doesn't.
Burned alive, and this miserable piece of shit is calling them inferior. Now, with all this, for his part, Asmongold actually ended up calling in to Hassan's stream and criticized him where they discussed all of this. With the conversation going a few hours long, going back and forth in the context of cultural values and what calling a culture inferior means. And so I'll link to the whole thing in the description. You had them saying things like,
you don't think that I support Israel, do you?
I don't, but I think
Okay,
that
good.
no, I don't think you support Israel, but I think you saying
No, I
that
don't.
like
Not
Palestinians
at all.
Palestinians are immoral or evil or have an evil, antiquated culture or are barbaric is
think
not
that.
only ahistorical. What's up?
I do think that.
Yeah,
I mean, I
think
well,
you're wrong.
I don't know, man. Like, how can you be in support of a culture that tells people that they can't be who they want to be?
It's so funny to hear, to see somebody like, right? Because if you listened to this with me yesterday, you noticed that Hassan was talking like 95%, if not 99% of the time, right? It was a seminar. It was
it's not defensible.
a master's thesis, right?
But I think most people.
But yeah, Philly D zoomed in on the few moments that Asmongold did try to give his side,
including like the gay Palestinians or queer Palestinians or queer Lebanese people understand that there is no room for advocating for civil liberties in your own domestic policies when you are escaping bombings. But when you start talking about like inferior cultures, that sets up the opportunity for historically at least dehumanization, and also it justifies a lot of the atrocities that those people end up experiencing.
But then all of that leading to later that night, Asmongold walking back some of his original comments on X. Writing, looking back on it, I was way too much of an asshole about the Palestine thing. My bad. Of course, no one deserves to have their life destroyed, even if they do things or have you.
This makes me think that there was maybe even people in his chat that were disagreeing with him.
Regressive. You guys deserve more than me saying stupid shit like that. I'll do better. But given the situation, how things went down, not a ton of people are buying it. Right, among other things, saying he's only doing this to save face amid calls for him to get banned or removed from OTK. Others saying the most reflection you can do is, quote, my bad. There's no sugarcoating this. You wholeheartedly agree with the principles of Nazism. Log off. Also, going back to that note on people calling for him to get banned, actually, as I was recording today's show, he got banned from Twitch. Though notably, one, it was described as a temporary ban, and two, it was the specific Zach Rohr channel, and Asmongold has several channels on Twitch. And so as the situation is developing in real time.
So yeah, it doesn't look like Twitch is doing anything real stringent about it. Like I said, this guy makes Twitch a lot of money. Now, that being said, it depends on how hot the heat stays and for how long. If they can stay in the kitchen, if he can stay in the kitchen, if he can stay in OTK, if it's not going to be a situation where like he becomes a liability for OTK. But it seems like, given the way that Twitch treats its big streamers, most of the time somebody doing something like this, they'll be given that slap on the hand of, essentially like, look, if it's a temporary ban, it's basically a free vacation. He might not really have anywhere to go for that vacation, right? He might not have any. It might be, not like an upside like there would be for another streamer who might go and do something. Asmongold will probably sit in his house, but I think most likely there's not going to be any real, consequences. Now, I could be wrong. He said a really fucked up thing at the worst time possible in terms of what's been going on in Gaza lately, which, you wouldn't think it could get worse, but yeah, the images have been coming out in the past few days. In terms of the tents, it's I don't know what to say, but I don't know. I kind of look, just from my experience with what Twitch does when it's a big streamer, I don't think it's gonna really, there's gonna be lasting consequences.
I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts with all this? Whether it be specifically about his disgusting comments, his apology, or the bans or the calls for them. But then,
Taco, can you remind me what Hassan got banned for last time? Was it something to do with a salty, crunchy snack? Was that the last ban that Hassan received? Taco 404 is in my chat talking about Hassan's last ban. I'm just trying to remember what that was. I honestly don't remember.
Shifting gears, we're going to talk about 36-year-old Aaron Spencer of...
Okay, so there we go. That's Philly D's take on it. I'm surprised. Wait, just a second. Really quickly. Moist, critical, Asmongold. Now, there's some chance that Charlie, Moist Charlie, yeah, it looks like he's been over Asmongold's room. this was something that came out a little while ago from Asmongold. His explanation. We got Omni saying that Asmongold is officially canceled. I'll see it. I'll believe it when I see it. No, it doesn't look like Moist Critical has actually responded to this. So I wanted to get the normie pulse on this issue to see, you know, what people are saying. Here's Omni. There's a normie.
Welcome to an all-new Lay It Omni. Allow me.
Lay It Omni.
That's right, guys. It's time to bring out the ukulele. Today's YouTube apology is brought to you in part by Asmongold. How many YouTube apologies is that now? I can't even keep count. Like, I don't even remember if, like, Colleen Ballinger was even this year or last year, but it's getting a bit absurd. Anyway, in case you guys don't...
Yeah, wait, no, what was was Colleen Ballinger this year or last year?
This is Asmongold, and he's currently getting...
It was seriously about the saltines?
...canceled for being...
People got salty about the saltines. They got mad about a delicious snack that's great crumbled all over soup, right? You ever eat a New England clam chowder? And what is it that you take? I'm trying to remember. You take those like crunchy little things and you crunch them all up over the... I can't remember what they're called, chat.
Racist. He's a YouTuber slash streamer. In the past, he was known as just a goober dude who played World of Warcraft and became one of the largest Twitch streamers by doing so. He later then switched to React content, getting a lot of traction from the whole Johnny Depp versus...
Oh god, he's complaining about the new Lara Croft. They don't like how Lara Croft is drawn.
And then from there, he found himself in a lot of controversy, whether it's being the king of stealing other people's content with low-effort reaction along with XQC, switching to the alt-right grift by calling anything and everything...
There we go, there we go.
Or apparently residing himself in a room that's filled with roaches, rats, yeah, someone said that he wiped his bloody gums on a wall. I'm actually...
Oh yeah, he uses the rat as an alarm clock, right? When it gets hot in the Texas summer, right, in the Austin sun, right, in summer, right, he gets woken up as the day gets warmer, because the rat starts to cook, and he can smell that rat cooking, and it gets him up, right? He uses a rat as an alarm clock.
Actually losing track at all of the horror stories that involve this man being a very uncleanly person. But yeah, that's the gist of it. Multi-millionaire, highly successful, owner of a major organization called OT.
Wait, that wasn't why he was banned? Why was he banned?
Okay, I think he owns other companies as well.
Why he said the USA deserve... Did he get banned for saying that the US deserved 9/11?
Yeah, so why exactly did Asmongold apologize to the internet as of yesterday? Well, let's roll the clip.
If you want to consider a genocide...
Again, chat, I apologize for the boring first half of the stream. I feel really bad. That was really unprofessional. I should have chosen better content, right? The buck stops here. I can't blame Trump. I can only blame myself.
As a systematic killing of a group
We'll try to make the rest of the stream less boring.
people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no.
Yeah, I don't know. The 9/11 thing was like a long time ago. I don't even know if Hassan was a streamer, but he has been banned a few times. There could be other times besides the saltine incident.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked
Oh my god.
into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
What a fucked up thing to say.
It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing.
And he gets his Dr. Pepper right there. Nice Dr. Pepper. Yeah, let me endorse genocide and have a sip of Dr. Pepper.
How much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing.
You just come back to Twitch to watch when somebody gets in trouble?
That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people...
Well, you got back just in the time to not have to see the top of the hour ad break.
Not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible.
Oh my god, yeah. There he goes into Hitler particles territory. There he goes into Hitler particles. Why do people use the word banned to mean suspended? I don't know. Good question, or else ellipsis. I don't actually have an answer for you. That's a good observation, though. You blame Trump more than you blame me. I feel like it was my fault. I should have known better.
It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
Look, I'm not trying to do lolcow content here with Tipster or with anybody else. I shouldn't be trying to do lolcow content with Trump. He's just not worth it.
No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
Oh, no, I feel like this nigga sounded exactly like Frieza from Dragon Ball Z, bro. Like,
Hello, monkeys.
calling them...
No! I forgot about that. Oh, God. Frieza's racist as fuck. We got to get past this, though. I'm worried more about the copyright infringement if I watch too much DBZ.
And that's them being extremists, but not.
One in chat if you've played Dragon Ball Zero Sparking. Anybody played that yet? I'm looking for new video games to play. I am so bored because of this shit. Because of this shitty segment that I just did. And I was like, no, it's going to get good, I promise. He's going to say Hannibal Lecter.
My man said, like, nah, there's genocide, and I do not care, with his full freaking chest. Good lord.
Good editing, though.
So as you guys probably imagine, the internet did not take too kindly to this. Capri Sun Poppy saying, hey, Asmongold, what about my culture makes it okay to genocide my friends and family? Brett said, thank goodness Twitch just clarified their TOS about these kind of moments, so now we all know for sure this is a bannable offense on the platform. Specifically, the third bullet point down saying that content perpetuating negative associations between an animal and a protected group, or comparing a protected group to animals that are perceived as inferior or unclean. Pretty sure he quite literally called Palestinians inferior. H Bomber Guy saying, I'd say Asmongold's home needs to be brick shut, but it wouldn't change anything. Caseytron here with a tweet that basically goes over every single TOS guideline that Asmongold apparently directly violated, and a lot of people are adding Twitch and saying, bro, homie, is this your main? Is this your guy? Is this the guy that you want running your platform? Trying to get him ejectocito cuzzled off of the Twitch platform. Ariana saying this racist POS, Asmongold went on Twitch live stream and said that the Palestinian people are inferior, they aren't the same as us, and they have an inferior culture. At Twitch supports, why is he not banned? What else we got here? We got my boy Salty DK Dan saying, member of your platform is occurring genocide, maybe check that out.
It's Salty DK Dan, friend of the VOD.
Might saying really cool how Twitch is going to do absolutely nothing about this. And then here's they come from an inferior culture in quotes while also showing his culture of all of these. Man, that's a nasty ass room. Musty basement R word. This is so many bad takes in one clip, it's hard to argue against it because you don't even know where to begin. The only genocide this guy knows is how he genocides rats and larvae to decorate his room. What's sad is millions of Americans actually believe this about black and brown people outside of the global north. Got Miller Raw saying, I am begging you to distance yourself from this sentient bitsore. Do not want to share a platform with this. And then we also got people who are adding both Twitch and OTK saying, y'all gonna let this one slide as well. So this was Hassan's response. Hassan being like the #1 political Twitch streamer on Twitch. I believe these two were actually going back and forth on his stream. And yeah, I think there was at one point in time where I think Asmongold tried to start trying to backtrack it, realizing that he has said an oopsie whoopsie poopsie, aka went a little bit too far to the sun.
Log off the internet, stop reading fucking Reddit, and go talk to some real humans, please. I know you can talk to Wake, okay? Talk to Wake, talk to Tips, talk to a human, please. Bro, this is straight up 1-to-1 what Nazi said about Jewish people, what like the most right-wing approach to this conversation. This is insane, okay? This is absolutely nutty.
Anyway, after much consideration, Asmongold decided to take to Twitter and make his apology by saying, looking back on it, I was way too much of an asshole about the Palestine thing. My bad.
I might have been a little bit of an asshole there. I'm so sorry. My bad.
Of course, no one deserves that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say genocide was okay? Yeah, my bad.
Life destroyed, even if they do things or have views I find regressive. You guys deserve more than me saying stupid shit like that. I'll do better. Oh my god.
I'll do better, Chad. I'll try to make this less boring for you. Speaking of less boring, I'm hoping we can get some good bonus content going. We're at 47% of the dono goal. So many of you have donated, and not enough have told me which of these topics excite you, right? We got Gabor Mate on Theo Vaughn. We got Hasanabi on the Pod Save America podcast. That could be interesting. We got Crisis of Masculinity. Yes, that is Andy Pants Gaming. We are going to make fun of Andy Pants Gaming if that one wins. And we got What If Alt Hist doing his Mouse Utopia video, although we did What If Alt Hist last night, so some of you may have had a little too much of the Grillin Sicilian, Rudyard. Yeah, right now, Crisis of Masculinity is in the lead by 7 points. But again, some people have donated, and you haven't let me know yet which of these topics are tickling your fancy. If that's you, feel free to let me know what you donated and where you want it to go, and I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and helping us get that bonus content that you want. Zach's comments, Zach's comments weren't asshole-ish. They were racist. Yes, yes. Yeah, he owes a little bit better apology. Hassan got banned for making... Oh, did he really get banned for talking about Dan Crenshaw's eye? Oh, Chapo. Yo, thanks for reminding me. Chat, has that come out yet? Supposedly Chapo has talked about Asmongold. I would love to watch that. That would be much more exciting. I want good content. I need good content, chat. I need it now. Have you ever played Lies of P? Jonathan, I have Lies of P. I started playing it, but I haven't finished it. But it was fun. It's difficult. Isn't it like a Souls-like game or something? It's not really. Yeah, it's not like Souls. It's more like Bloodborne kind of. It's like an actual video game, right? Chapo Roan. More of like an eye socket. Yeah, it's the socket is the...
Man said, my bad. Taking a step back.
It's the eye hole.
We kind of all know that this is not something he actually is apologetic about. It's something that he said with his chest that he 1000% feels. I think he just realized he kind of took the step way too far forward. The repercussions were reeling in, and he's only apologizing because he can't get away with it this time. So guys, I have this theory, okay? This is just a little side off, a little Omni side note, but I feel like when people reach a level of success with a lot of money or fame or wealth or attention, they get kind of bored of those material possessions, and they start craving a new kind of drug, which is called cancellation. And doing anything that they can to kind of put them on the spotlight where it looks like they can get canceled, and then seeing if they can like survive it. Like they come out there, say some of the most outlandish things that you can think of, or do some of the most outlandish things you can think of, and be like, all right, let's see if I can Scooby-Doo this and get away with it. This is how I feel. That's why I feel like a lot of these rich, successful people are out here doing some of the most heinous things because they're just bored with just actually being successful. They have to become bad people or something like that. I don't get it. The comment section saying you just violated your golden rule of never apologizing. It would be interesting to hear why you made an exception on your next YouTube video. He said, I don't mind apologizing if it's something I think I'm actually wrong about. Given the amount of times I've gotten hate for things and never apologize should be proof enough of that. First Ratio tweeted him saying a year ago, weird AF to see so many people coming out with statements about the Israel-Palestine conflict as if they need to comment on it. Can we please stop this weird culture around expecting people with no relevant background or education to talk about world events / politics? Oh my God. That was October 11th. That was quite literally almost exactly a year ago from yesterday. Well, folks, he said, my bad.
Old computer games, you're coming in here hot. Are you okay?
Can't wait to see you say the same BS in a week. Typical PR post from the OTK execs. This is coming from a fan who's frequently watched.
You better convince me with your next post that you're okay.
For over a decade. This wasn't just an oh shit my bad situation. You gotta apologize properly. Saying an entire culture and ethnicity is inferior is literally Nazism and racism. It's disgusting. So yeah, guys, that's the gist of the situation and everything you need to know about it up until the point probably today or tomorrow or sometime within the next 24 hours. You'll probably get a YouTube video where Asmongold infamously makes videos where he says like, I've been canceled. Hee hee ha ha.
I think it's just hardcore, maybe some hardcore irony here.
But really, they can't get me because I'm untouchable and I don't care and I'm going to say whatever I want and I'm never going to apologize. That's kind of his shtick, is to talk about how he's always getting canceled, but quite literally never caring that he's getting canceled. But it seems like this is going to be the one.
Are you seriously calling Asmongold a Marxist? I don't know where you're getting this, old computer.
For real this time because he accidentally stepped into the realm of being racist. In my opinion, I don't even understand why he's having this conversation in the first place. I don't understand.
We're going to have to check your hard drive, old computer.
Situation when it comes to rich, successful people.
What's on that hard drive?
They're good. They've won and, you know, they can just literally just play video games for the rest of their life, right? That's it. Just play video games and chill and mind your business. Don't be too problematic. And
coming in here hot as fuck.
You can basically raise generations upon generations of your bloodline for them to be set for centuries to come, you know? Basically just milking and farming money at this point. And instead of just coasting at this point where you've already New Game Plus in one life, it's like, you know what? Nah, let me be racist, or nah, let me go touch some kids, or nah, let me...
No, that's fucked up. I'm sorry. I know what he's saying. He's saying it's weird that so many really big accounts like have scandals like this, right? Where they just do something that's out of pocket. And it's kind of like, okay, yes, what Asmongold said was out of pocket. I would not compare it to touching kids. I would not. It's not. But yeah, he's just saying there's so many, so many people that have got it made in terms of, growing their influence, growing their clout, getting that bag, and then they do something that just completely
pattern that we keep seeing in the YouTube space.
It is a pattern. It is a pattern. I know what you're saying, Omni. I know what you're saying.
It feels like something that will inevitably just always happen because it feels like these guys just get a little bit too bored being too successful, I feel like. And I can't explain it in any other kind of way. And when it comes to the whole comment that he said, the whole racist thing about calling a group of people inferior, right? Calling Palestinians inferior, saying that they are less than, saying that they deserve to be genocide. This is kind of like some of the worst things that you can say about a race, right? Like it's pretty much up there. I don't know if you can actually... I don't think that you can actually top the worst things that you can say about a race is that you do not care if they get genocided, if they get wiped off the entire planet of the earth and become extinct. That's it. That's Frieza levels of freaking racism and hatred. What's absolutely terrifying is that the thoughts that Asmongold is spewing is something that a lot of people feel. And it would just be very interesting to see if these same people were Palestine, or if it was switched around and you were that race and you were the ones now being ostracized by an entire group of community of the world saying like, yeah, we hope that your race quite literally perishes and goes extinct. It wasn't like he was talking about a terrorist group or a specific group.
A little bit of a misunderstanding of what genocide is, but point taken. Oh, what did I just do?
And hung for just quite literally being born black, okay? I can tell you, like, this kind of energy is not it, dog. And when you do carry this kind of energy, you better be careful with the kind of backlash you get back, because I feel like we're reaching evil's levels of territory of how people are treating other people in this world, and that's no bueno, man. It's funny, I'm playing this game called Metaphor, and Metaphor is all about how humans are evil.
Yo, everybody's playing Metaphor! Everybody but me is playing Metaphor! That game is $70. God damn. Okay, no, I'm not gonna complain.
Yeah, like this discrimination.
We're on our grind, chat. We're on our grind. No time to get like sucked into a JRPG that probably nobody would watch me play anyway.
It's all about play, and it's just sad. We can't just see each other as brothers and sisters, and we have to continue to divide in this way. There are evil people on this earth. Don't get me freaking wrong. I tell you guys to be safe on this.
Although I gotta ask, one in chat if you would watch me play Metaphor. See, Asmongold mentioned for a while he never really knew him. I just knew he was messy and dumb. My first major exposure was the UCLA protest. Interesting. Yeah, another $70 game, right?
specific reason. But to categorize a race as evil that needs to be wiped off as inferior, that's nah, homie. That's not it. Anyway, that's all I have for this episode of Late On.
Play Metaphor.
Only I'm allowed to be racist, okay? Only me.
Everybody but me is playing Metaphor. Everybody but me is playing Metaphor. I can't afford it. More like Metaphord, like can't afford. Yeah, more like can't afford Refantasio. That's what I'm gonna call it. But only because I'm salty. Let's see what this is about, all right?
Hey guys, it's me, and today...
This is a video from Asmongold. This is his lair. He is a millionaire, and he lives like this.
I want to answer a question that a lot of people have been asking me my whole life, and more importantly, they've been asking me a lot recently, especially online. And that question comes in many forms, but it always distilled down to the same thing, which is, in one form or another, why are you like this? Whether it's the dead rat alarm clock, the barbecue puke shower curtain,
The barbecue puke shower curtain? I don't know about this one.
Or any other one of the stories that are just an indicator of me living like a complete fucking animal, people always wonder, why would a person live like this? Why would a person be like this? Why am I like this? And I think that honestly, there's a lot of answers for this. I really don't want to make this like a super long video, so hopefully I can distill it.
Wait, you never heard of it, but you looked it up and it's $100? Wait, are you? Is that like the super deluxe version? What is Metaphor? It's a JRPG. I'm supposed to say RPG, right? There's something with people. We're getting away from dividing RPGs by where they're made. So it's an RPG. It's an RPG from Japan. There we go.
Down to some main
I think the story is that some people would put down a game by calling a JRPG or something. Oh, it's just a JRPG. I think that's why. I when I hear JRPG, I think I want to play this game, right? It's the opposite of a pejorative for me, but for some people use it as a dismissive kind of term.
Because there's a lot of like history with it and everything like that. And so basically the first thing you need to know about me is that I actually, if you can believe this, I know this might sound shocking, is that I actually have not always been like this. This is a relatively new thing for me. And I think that it really kind of started...
Metaphor is woke as fuck. Nice.
I would say in high school, and then later on, it kind of entered phase 2, and that was probably somewhere around 21 or 23, somewhere around there in those age groups, and that's whenever, the degeneracy really kind of went, it ratcheted up to the next level. I leveled up, no expansion release, DLC, etc., right? And so this happened then, because as a kid, I was actually very much like a very conscientious kid, in the way that I basically didn't really want to be perceived in a negative way. I wanted to be seen as a good person, etc., and I've always had a big problem with being able to like relate to other people, because I think that I'm just a little bit off, right? I wouldn't say that I don't have a moral compass, but I would say that my moral compass...
Well, like for somebody who's a little bit off, you've sure done well for yourself.
And this has been a problem in a lot of cases in my life, whether it's with relationships or friendships or anything in between. I've had a lot of problems because of that. And in the process of this, I've learned a lot of things about myself. And the main thing is that my take and my view on moral issues is not really what I would say a normal person thinks. And this has caused me a lot of problems. And especially like as a young kid, being able to like interact and fit in with people, it's a weird dichotomy because the truth is I actually always did have a lot of friends. And
I don't actually think cleaning your room is a moral issue. Spicy take.
Friends, but at the same time, I always felt like I was very different from a lot of other people because of the way that I felt. I used to have, for comparison, just a point of reference, I guess you could say, I used to have my mom read me all of the different like sins in the Bible and everything because I understood, even as a little kid, I'm like, there's something wrong with you. You better learn this so that way there aren't any problems in the future. And so
yeah, the Bible's a great book to learn for morality. I love the part where God kills people for no reason. That's great.
Right? Because it just never came naturally to me. Things that come naturally to other people were not natural and are not natural. It's not like things have changed. If anything, they've probably gotten worse as I've gotten older. And so I've always had a big problem being able to like, understand like where...
You are shitting me, Funkmaster. You are shitting me. A base game is 100? Seriously? Yeah, Bidenflation. That's right. It's Bidenflation. Blame Obama. Thanks, Obama.
How you should act, how you should treat people, what you should do, how you should say things, etc. So almost everything that I do is a learned performance rather than an innate social, like an instinct, if that makes sense. And hopefully the performance is good. I consider myself kind of a good actor, at least, right? But of course there are going to be cracks and outtakes as well. And so those are usually in the form of the Twitter clips with 100,000 likes. And so anyway, as a kid, I was always treated this way. And people thought that I was a little bit off, a little bit weird. Like one time, like for example, there was a kid that was playing baseball with him, and he was annoying me, making me mad. And so I hit the ball, and I hit it with the explicit intention of hitting him in the face with the ball, and I did. And so I remember there's blood all over the kid's face. He like broke his tooth and everything, and everybody was standing around like what the fuck, like what?
Yeah, I always wondered this about baseball, right? How do they avoid that, right? Because when somebody hits the ball, most of the time you're not controlling where that goes, right? You got to be really on top of shit to like specifically hit it to somebody's face, right? How do they stop that from happening? Because how would you know? You could be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I hit your face with the...
This is like terrible. And I remember walking...
I mean, I guess if the guy admits it, like Asmongold's doing...
The best day of my fucking life, this happened. And I was so happy. And I could see that other people were made very uncomfortable around this. And that's whenever I started trying to like...
Wait, how did they know that you did it on purpose? Are people this good at baseball?
mask my emotions and how I felt about things, because it was very evident to me that I was not really normal. And this has been, again, a huge problem my whole life, but that was pretty much the first, at least the time that I can remember in my mind, the first time that I can remember that and see that, wow, this didn't go over the way that I thought it would go over, because I was so happy and nobody else is happy and they think I'm like a bad person. But it's like, from my perspective, that's not how I saw it. And, from my perspective, rip bozo. So this is a big problem. And this happens in middle school as well. I cared a lot about like how I looked, how I dressed, etc. in middle school. I mean, really, who doesn't? And, I really tried to like take myself seriously, and I tried to have a good impression, etc. Do the right things, say the right things, wear the right things, be the right kind of person. And going into high school, I kind of got there's a weird thing where like I ended up going to like one high school that I didn't want to go to, and then I ended up going to another high school after that. After I told my parents that if they didn't change me over, I would kill myself and fail every single class. Which, to be halfway, I was halfway followed through with that, because my first semester in that high school, I had a GPA of a 0.08. It was actually impressive. It was hard to do. I had to go out of my way for this. And so then I ended up getting transferred over, and I went to the school where my friends were. And I think that like the high school that I originally gone to was a much more superficial, much more like like a higher class high school, because my dad wanted me to go there because like he wanted me to go to school to get an education. Imagine that. I wanted to go to school to hang out with my friends. So there was a bit of a disconnect there. And so I go over to the other school, and I realized that I need to stop caring about what people think about me, because I saw the people that were in that other school, and I realized that's not the kind of person that I wanted to be, because they were the more extreme version of the person that I was trying to be. And at that point, I realized that I didn't really want to be like other people, and I had to develop, I guess, my own identity. And this was at like I would say 14 or 15, and that happened, and that continued all the way through high school. And I was always like I never really had a girlfriend right in high school or anything like that. Maybe I talked to a girl, but not really. Okay. And so I was never really treated very well by a lot of girls or anything like that. And big surprise, imagine that. And so anyway, this happened, and I kind of got used to this, and it was normal. So I would try to improve myself and like make myself look better and try to do this, and it would just be met with the same outcome, which was a massive failure. Big surprise. Being a level 60 warrior isn't as attractive to women as it is to other 16-year-old guys. And so anyway, I had this happen, and
that's a Warcraft thing.
I eventually kind of got to the point where I was more comfortable with that, and I stopped really caring as much about what.
Are you even able to hear what he's saying? Are you not?
Like people would think about me.
Is it too fast, chat?
And in general, just like people's perception of me. And this kind of got worse as time goes on. And I think that I spent like my teenage years primarily trying to disconnect myself and trying to remove myself.
Is it too fast?
From the obligation to be a certain kind of person to the public, and just to society in general. I viewed society as I never chose to be here. This was not up for discussion. I just spawned in here, and so it's like I have to follow these rules. I have to do all these things.
You spawned in here.
Person. And then, when I was like age 17, 18, 19, I asked myself, well, why am I doing this? And so I stopped doing all that stuff, and I've done many degenerate things, none of which I regret, nothing at all in my life that I've ever regretted at all. But I would do things a lot of people would consider to be very improper, let's just say that. And so I never really viewed myself. I never really viewed it as like a good or a bad thing. I just, simply existed, and I did what I would do, and that was it. And at that point, I pretty much had completely disconnected myself from the perception of other people. And this was at the same time, like growing up, my mom was, I think there was maybe 2 years or so where she made above the poverty level in terms of income, and so we basically barely skated by most of the time. And primarily the reason for that, honestly, is because my dad always paid child support, etc. At least until I was 18, and all that time, she was able to skate by with that and pretty much survive. After high school was over, then obviously like that stopped, and then she wasn't able to support herself. So I was having to figure out ways to make money and try to like piece together money. She would borrow money sometimes from my dad, and it was in general like a very, very negative situation. And so we never really had any money. This was the time where I was pretty much ironically at the peak of my degeneracy. I was probably one of the.
I'm trying to figure out like when Twitch would have come along for him.
Warriors, and well, at the time it was great, but not necessarily in real life. And so at this point, I pretty much completely disconnected myself from the way that people saw me, and I stopped caring about the way that people saw me, because I pretty much gave up on being like a normal person. I gave up on being accepted by the public. I gave up on living a normal life, or having a family or anything like that. I just felt like I just was not.
My brain doesn't allow me to listen to him for extended periods. That's why I've got him going so fast.
Based off of my experiences that I had, and I had many other ones too.
This is a 35-minute video, and I don't want to watch the whole thing. I just want his explanation for why he is the way he is, and supposedly that's what this video gets us.
I probably wouldn't even say, because they would too drastically alter people's perception of me. But either way, a lot of these instances where I kind of was like, okay, this is bad. Maybe it's better that I'm quarantined in my house. And so anyway, I did this a lot, and my mom and I, like, it was really just kind of the two of us. My dad was there, he was supportive, and he always has been supportive. But other than that, I do have family, but none of them live in the state of Texas. And so any trouble, any problems, anything like that, it was pretty much entirely on me to resolve this issue. And so take care of my mom, pay for things, anything like that, it was always on me. And her health started deteriorating at about the same time. This is a big surprise. You smoke since you're 16, you spend your entire time smoking cigarettes, watching Ancient Aliens, and fucking around on the internet playing WoW, and you're overweight massively like she was. This isn't good for your health, especially when you're getting into your
Wait, his mom plays WoW? Is that what he's saying? His mom was smoking and... Wait, let's go back.
Supportive. But other than that, I do have family, but none of them live in the state of Texas. And so any trouble, any problems, anything like that, it was pretty much entirely on me to resolve this issue. And so take care of my mom, pay for things, anything like that, it was always on me. And her health started deteriorating at about the same time. This is a big surprise. You smoke since you're 16, you spend your entire time smoking cigarettes, watching Ancient Aliens, and fucking around on the internet playing WoW, and you're
watching Ancient Aliens and fucking around on the internet playing WoW.
like she was. This isn't good for your health, especially when you're getting into your 60s, which she was at that time, because she had me when she was like 39 and a half or 40 or something. And so at this point, her health was deteriorating, and I remember like she had like a number of instances where like I would like wake up and I hear her like screaming because she would like I don't even really know what the fuck was wrong with her. I don't know. It was like a weird thing where like she couldn't see out of her eye, and then she had like some kind of I think like a bleed in her eye, and then she had like I think it wasn't really a heart attack, but it was like some sort of variation of that. And I remember like her like begging me not to call the ambulance, and this is just like this is at the same time that the house is fucking we can barely pay for the house. We're like getting evicted from the house. We have no AC. Or no, we did have AC. We didn't have heat, and so I would go to sleep and like the house would be so cold because I would just give her the heater, and I always viewed it as like oh, I'm sleeping out on Mount Everest, right? It's like I'm cosplaying as Bear Grylls.
Old computers, I'm still trying to get over. Like I'm still trying to understand why you're blaming Marx. Is Marx attacking this guy?
And I remember like my glass of water in my room. They would have like ice.
Are we gonna seize the means of his productions?
Right, because how fucking cold it was. And so I did that really for like 2 years, and so we had like basically zero money. And so this happened, and pretty much like her health would deteriorate.
Omega Star, thank you for the gift sub to Bread Bro. Bread Bro, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
More and more and more, to the point where she couldn't drive, she couldn't do X, she couldn't do Y, she couldn't get a job anymore, and then it relied on me.
And that gets us up to 53% on the dono goal.
Begging me not to call an ambulance. And so this was very upsetting for me, by the way. Like I got to the point where like at this time period, I would wake up like every 2 hours or so with like a weird thing where I would hear her screaming my name. And this went on for maybe like 6 months to a year. And
again, it looks like Andy Pants Gaming Crisis of Masculinity is still ahead.
I want to say that like all this stuff and everything about it, I don't really like, everybody in life has problems, and I hope that by sharing my problems, people can kind of see where I'm coming from as a person. I don't really care about sympathy. I don't care about people feeling bad for me. I don't really give a fuck. It doesn't matter to me. So I hope that nobody thinks that this is coming off as any form of a like sympathy play. I've had things bad happen in my life.
Yeah, the worst thing you can do is ask for sympathy, right? Hitting somebody with a baseball in the face, no problem.
I think that in many cases they've been my fault. I deserve them, but this is just what's happened. And so anyway, and every action and every outcome in my life.
He's really learned some questionable moral lessons, I think. I don't know.
And I think that in a lot of cases, I'm happy with how I am. And you can't just go back and edit out all the bad parts and expect to be in the good part. And so at the same time this was happening, like a lot of my friends were obviously going through college, finishing college, having girlfriends, like moving in and everything. And I was worried about, number one, my mom dying. Number two, my, being homeless. And number three, at that point, I had always assumed I would kill myself after high school. Like that was my plan. And, Wrath of the King came out and I just got distracted. I forgot. And so
Wait, what came out?
Number one, my mom dying. Number two, my, being homeless. And number three, at that point, I had always assumed I would kill myself after high school. Like that was my plan. And, Wrath of the King came out and I just got distracted. I forgot.
Wrath of the King. That's a Warcraft, like, what is it called? Like a Warcraft installation? Warcraft?
And so I ended up not doing that. And because of that, I never brushed my teeth in high school. Never really gave a fuck about it. Never cared. And this causes, guess what that causes? It causes your teeth to rot out. And so a lot of my teeth had to be, filling.
Omega Star is also picking the, Crisis of Masculinity. So that's getting, yeah, we're at like 59% now. And that is getting, it's up to 14, it's 14% extra. So it's winning super hard now. People are choosing the Andy Pants Gaming.
And my dad paid for a lot of it, which he was very.
It's about time that I cover Andy Pants.
And so these feelings would come out. This is what
Wrath of the Lich King. Thank you.
And they did come out.
I feel like I have heard of that. I gotta be honest with you, chat. I know nothing about Warcraft. Nothing whatsoever. I've never been touched by Warcraft. And I think it's just because the person that I knew who played Warcraft, I didn't like her. That's the only reason. Other than that, it would have been a game. It would have been a game that would have appealed to me. I think the other thing is I've never really gotten into Thomas Jerome. Thank you for the super chat. I've never really gotten into what is it called, MMORPGs. I'm trying to think if there's an exception. Is there any MMORPG that I not really? Right?
I love soda. I love drinking soda. I've got a soda right over there. Went to McDonald's earlier today. Really, really like soda. Like it.
I mean, soda's delicious.
Right now, I only have
it's terrible for you, but it's delicious.
Teeth left in my whole mouth. And I think you start with like 32, which is kind of crazy.
Oh, 5 teeth. Okay, so those are. But Asmongold, you've got a beautiful set of chompers in your mouth. Anybody know the reference? Oh no, actually, I got my teeth taken out and replaced with dentures. Look. You know what I'm talking about, chat? You know what I'm talking about? It's the Tim and Eric shit. Do you know what I'm talking about? Oh my god. Somebody, one in chat if you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Crazy thing. And so anyway, this happened, and all my teeth were starting to rot out. I was not able to eat with one side of my mouth. I would have these toothaches that would get so bad that I would pass out from the pain, and I eventually had to go to like the basically if you're like the people that really get fucked.
Thomas Jerome Newton says castration, double castration. That's a Fear and Loathing reference. I know that one. But does anybody know what I'm talking about? But you've got a beautiful set of chompers. Ice Cream Crusaders. MMORPGs give me social anxiety. I'm trying to think. I must have played something that's an MMO. Oh, StarCraft. Is that an? Yeah, I guess it is. See, StarCraft I would have played, right? But it's an RTS. It's an RTS, right? That's what I like about StarCraft. And I like role-playing games, but I guess maybe it's that MMORPGs just have never had the like they don't have the story. They do have the story though, right? Does Warcraft has a story?
my medical bills are the people that are in the middle of like economically, because if you're broke, like they'll do shit for you for like $10, so they can get anything, they'll do it. And so I had a program like that, and so they would have to pull out my teeth kind of regularly, and that's why I have no back teeth at all. That's why if you look at my jawline, it's very different than if you look at it from like high school or like by the age of like 19 or 20. It's completely changed because I've lost all my teeth and my jaw bone is like pretty much rotted out. And so
But he's got a beautiful set of chompers in his mouth. This is what I do when I sit on you, Asmongold. What? Sitting on Asmongold? RTS games are so difficult. Yeah, StarCraft is difficult if you play it against other people, for sure. Has a campaign mode, yeah. See, that's what I would play. I would play the StarCraft campaign mode, probably. The original story of Warcraft are orcs invaded and humans kill them? Yeah, it started off as an RTS, right?
As I know is unfixable, at least in the way that I have this problem. There's a separate problem that is fixable. I don't have that when I talk to a dentist about it. So it's basically like irreversibly fucked. And so...
But thank you for the super chat, Thomas.
My teeth were rotting out, etc. And at that point, I had to completely, like...
We're at 64% of the dono goal right now.
At that point, I could feel myself no longer being the same as anybody else, right? And I actually, for a while, like, I really hated it, but then I got used to it, and then I embraced it, and I think that's where I am now. So I would say like that was from like ages, like I would say 13 to.
I'm just looking at his teeth now and realizing they're mostly not his teeth.
Like 21, somewhere around there, right? Then after that, I started.
Wait, so what does he get? What can you get? Like, right? He doesn't seem like he's got like dentures, right? Those are what are dental implants? Is that what they're called?
I started doing other stuff. I was playing WoW, I was making videos, I was doing other random things, right? And my mom's like health pretty much would always get worse, and that's just that's just the way it is.
Did I count both of your gift subs? Yeah, you had those going towards Crisis of Masculinity, right?
Worked at the IRS for a while. Tried to work at Sam's Club, didn't really go very well. But overall, I tried to go back to college. I do have a college degree, if you can imagine that. But learned more from business from WoW than I did from business school. And so then I spent that time, and then this was all the time, like me not knowing if she would, every day I would wake up and like hear that voice in my mind, and like it was really really bad. And this is just something I would do all the time. And I try to always make the best out of things. I try to just not think about it. But looking back on it, things were very very bad. And so anyway, fast forward a little bit later, and that's whenever I was like going back to college. I thought that I would just, basically have a shitty job, play video games for my whole life, and then die, right? And then I got a shitty job, and I realized a shitty job is actually a lot more shitty than I thought it would be. So then I remember it was probably like one of the best things that ever happened to me. Is that
they are quite shitty, those jobs.
It actually encouraged me to make myself a better person, if you can imagine that. And so I signed up.
Wait, Protoss reminds you of the Predator? I guess I sort of see it. It's like a fancy Predator, though.
Go back to university and finish another degree that I was working on.
Isn't that right, chat? Protoss is kind of like a fancy Predator.
Actually, I want to be a lawyer.
If the Predator was fancy.
We would always play Magic the Gathering, and I could see him. He would always manipulate the rules to come out ahead and win different arguments in Magic the Gathering. And I was like, I bet lawyers do that in real life. I should do that myself. And so that was always my motivation. And anyway, I did that. And then a number of other things, random things that are not I would say like YouTube or public safe that I did. And then after that, I started doing YouTube. And then I started doing YouTube, and I focused on that. And I would put videos out of the way that I lived, etc.
So he was on YouTube before he was on Twitch.
People would always find it to be very funny or like weird, and everybody would like really like there are a lot of people, and this is true even now, people that like hate me for living the way that I do. And I think that really people look at a person like me and they see a person who has a number of things in their life that they wish they had, but I've done basically if you look at it from like what do they tell you to do when you're growing up, I used every single thing to do as a checklist of what not to do, right? And so I think that a lot of people could be a little bit annoyed by that. And so
I mean that is a content strategy right there.
And it is disgusting, by the way. And so, missing half your teeth and, living in a dump with a dead rat alarm clock. You don't.
Predator aliens were so much more gritty. Yeah. The Protoss are kind of fancy.
Gonna be alive that day. You've got no money. You have to support her. She's never gonna be able to support herself. And things are just basically slowly getting worse and worse and worse. And I started doing YouTube, and things started doing a little bit better. I started doing streaming. Things were doing better then. I went to get my teeth fixed because if you look at my old videos, one of my old videos, you'd notice that I smile. When I smile, I cover my mouth when I smile. The reason for that is this isn't Sykkuno, where I don't like my smile. Yeah, well, I don't like my smile. It's not because I think it's ugly. It's because I didn't have any fucking teeth. And I didn't want people to see that. And so that's why I would cover my mouth a lot whenever I first started streaming. And so this happened to me for a long time. I go to the dentist, and they tell me it's gonna be like around $50,000 to get all my teeth fixed and everything taken care of. Then I thought, maybe because it was the first time at that point where I kind of like it really hit me that I had like irreversibly and irreparably damaged my life in a way that I couldn't just immediately like undo.
Look, the Protoss are fancy, but my Patreons are fancier, okay? And we have various levels of Patreon. The lowest level, you're just based, and that's pretty based because it gets you access to exclusive content. You get early release of all my videos that are unedited and unredacted, uncensored, right? You get to hear me say all the F words, right? And it's a longer version of the video. You get it first, right? That's the base level, right? Level $5 and above, you are fancy, and you with that fancy membership, with that fancy Patreon, you get a fancy shout out every single time I stream, right? So shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out, Fancy shouts out to Zara Xerex and Omega Star.
Because as a kid, usually you make a mistake where it's like you scrape your knee and then, well, you put a bandage on it.
PS4. I actually have a PS4. Wait, chat, if I ever have more money than I spend, maybe I should fix my PS4. I don't know.
But with this, it never was going to get better, and it's only going to get worse, and it certainly has, by the way. And so, anyway, I did want to kill myself, but I decided instead of killing myself, I'd do something even worse. I'd start streaming. And I started streaming because I was...
Wait, streaming is worse than unaliving yourself? Is that what he's saying?
Making enough money, and everybody says, oh, why when it gets better? But with, then I thought, maybe because it was the first time at that point where I kind of like it really hit me that I had like irreversibly and irreparably damaged my life in a way that I couldn't just immediately like undo. Because as a kid, usually you make a mistake where it's like you scrape your knee and then, well, you put a bandage on and it gets better. But with this, it never was going to get better, and it's only going to get worse, and it certainly has, by the way. And so anyway, I did want to kill myself, but I decided instead of killing myself, I'd do something even worse. I'd start streaming.
That's what he said.
Because I wasn't really making enough money, and everybody says, oh, well, I started streaming because, I like interacting with people. It's because I was lonely. Well, I started streaming for money. I needed some fucking money. And so that's what I did. And I was like, guys, we've got a donation goal of $100, and, if we get $100, I'm going to go Wendy's tomorrow. And I would always meme it up, $1 equals one donut, and it's like...
That's what you get for hitting the bonus goal on Asmongold? He eats Wendy's? I feel like my bonus goal is better.
And things actually did go very well. I streamed every single night. I was very dedicated. I tried to make things as entertaining as possible, and I did what I tried to do best, right? And things kind of got better and they improved. This happened just at pretty much the same time. A lot of my friends were kind of evolving and going past, like college, like they were getting careers, getting married, having kids. And like now, I'm pretty sure. I'm thinking to myself, I'm pretty sure every single friend that I have is either married or has a kid, which is kind of crazy considering that I'm sitting here doing what I'm doing. But it is kind of weird. I'm 34 now.
I'm trying to understand how that's a. Like a goal. Like how is that a reward for chat, right? Is it like a mukbang thing? Is that the idea? That he's like, it's like a mukbang? Like, is that the idea? People donating because they want to see him eat? Is that... I feel like you get to see me eat for free. Should I be charging for that?
Which is honestly a fucking shock. Like, I can't believe it. I don't feel 34. I feel like I'm still 16. But I look in the mirror, I see my hairline, and I think to myself, oh my god, wait a minute, I think I'm actually 34. And if I'm really not sure, I talk to somebody who's 16.
He's only 34. By the way, that's new to me. That's a bit of a surprise.
Hold up, wait a minute. No, actually, I am 34. Because there's no better way to realize that you're actually older until you talk to somebody who's actually younger. At least it is for me. So anyway, my stream was doing very well. My social life really, I pretty much stopped interacting with a lot of friends of mine because I focused pretty much just on streaming and on making this as much as possible. And also, I'm a very introverted person in a lot of ways. I like being alone. I don't like people talking to me a whole lot. I don't like phone calls. I don't like interacting with people. I don't like going out. You guys might notice this, right? If it's, a mystery or secret. And so, big surprise, that's how it was. And then, I started streaming. My stream started doing better. And there was a degree of, like, stress that created. But, and in terms of, like, my lifestyle and everything, living that way, I never really thought about it at that point. I never really worried too much about, like, kind of how, people would perceive me.
This is starting to make sense because my big question about Asmongold was the disparity in the money that he makes, right? Knowing how big of a streamer he is and the life that he lives. And what I could never figure out is it somebody that like makes that much money, like, I don't know, why don't they use it to make their life better? Because it just doesn't look like his life. You could charge extra for bananas. I should charge extra for bananas. If I was a small streamer, I might make it a drive to some place. Oh, to do so to do something in real life, to do stuff that Asmongold doesn't do. No free eating or feed. Yeah, especially not on Twitch.
I always viewed myself as like, this is just who I am, this is what I am, that's all there is to it. And I never really took, I still don't really take any criticism or any negativity to heart. I don't take it personally, I don't really care a whole lot. And so at the end of the day, it never really bothered me and people thought it was funny. And so, I had like this snack box and there were like maggots in the snack box and I would eat the food with the maggots inside of the food. It was like honey buns, which were really, really good. And to be honest, I didn't even really taste them. So it was pretty much the same thing, didn't even bother me. And so,
maggots.
I had like taken at that point, my teeth were like totally rotten out, and so I had taken pliers to like break pieces of my teeth off, even like if I wasn't able to speak during a stream because like a point was like poking my tongue or like playing a game or something like that, talking to people. And so I still have the pliers actually in my bathroom from all the way back then. And so this had happened for
so that's what he's talking. That's where the teeth bleeding, wiping it on the wall comes from.
Then I guess you could say I started like the second phase of my life of like trying to remove myself from like caring about being worried about the outcome of other people. It was always very scary for me to know that like my mom would die one day, right? This was extremely scary. This was like the one thing that I didn't want to have happen. And in 2021 it did happen. And so leading up to that was incredibly stressful. She pretty much did everything that she possibly could. I love her, but she did every fucking thing that she could to make things as absolutely unpleasant as possible. Oh my god. And so yes. It was very frustrating to deal with somebody like that. But she was 70 at the time, and so it really hurt. And it's like she was the main person in my life that I was like most connected to, and like this is the person that I had like the deepest emotional connection with, and to just lose them, that was kind of random, by the way. Like things got worse over time, but it was nothing like at the very end there. It just kind of went off a fucking cliff. And so this happened, and then at about the same time, a little bit after that, I also broke up with a long-term girlfriend at the time, and then at the same time, my dad got so fucking
Look, I don't want to be mean or anything, okay? But I'm having trouble imagining. I'm really having trouble imagining dating this guy. I'm really having trouble. But somebody did. Yeah, he's talking about his mom. Well, no, his mom, and now he's talking about his ex-girlfriend, right? His mom died, and then he got broken up with. Which makes it, I'm just kind of like, wait, how do you date this guy? How does that work? I can't imagine. And I'm not very judgmental.
Fucking sick that we were like talking about writing his will, like, and he's still setting all that up because he doesn't know if this shit's gonna happen again, right? What's gonna be? And he's 77 too, so it's rough, right? It's bad. And he went through pneumonia 4 fucking times in a year, and so and he's still getting around, going to the store, etc. But I gotta help him every once in a while too, right? And it is what it is. And so again, and we don't have any family around here, and so if something goes wrong, if something's bad, there's one person who's responsible for that, and that's me. And so that's a lot of stress. It's a lot of pressure, right? And I had all 3 of these things happen to me within pretty much 1 year of each other, maybe 2 years with the thing with my dad. And so at that point, I began the second part of, I think that, like, my, abstraction of reality is that I tried my best to remove myself from caring about other people as much as I can, and not caring about them in terms of, like, being friendly. Of course, I'm friendly with people, but being emotionally attached to having them in my life, being emotionally attached to the way that they feel about me and how they're doing. It's been very hard for me to actually have any sort of feelings towards people when it seems like everybody that was important to me is fucking dying. And so or leaving me, right, or breaking up with me. So at a certain point, you just kind of get away from that. And then after that, we entered into, I would say, the third phase, which is the point where I lose the connection with myself. And I think that whenever I finally do that, I think that maybe one day I might be happy again. And what I mean by that is that I always worry about, like, dying and all this stuff, and like how I'm, like, where do you go, what happens, right? And it would be very, very stressful for me. And I usually reassure myself by reminding myself that I'm just a hyper-intelligent monkey.
Dying would be stressful?
That probably evolved too fast. And I think that we all are, by the way. It's not like I'm special. And that usually is oddly reassuring. But otherwise, it was very stressful for me.
No, he's talking about having sharp parts of his teeth. Like, he's talking about having his teeth rot, pulling them out with pliers, and then having sharp parts, like, break off where it's cutting his own mouth, right? Very expressive eyebrows, true.
I didn't think that was further along.
Thomas Jerome Newton says, why did Hassan feel charmed by him? Feed him cheese. Why did Hassan feel charmed by him? He's probably charmed by, like, let's be real. It's gotta be, I don't want to think of Hassan as being this transactional. But if you're going to be charmed by anything, it's going to be his community size.
I thought I would be okay with dying until I thought that I was dying, and then I realized that I wasn't as far along as I thought I was. Recently, whenever I had a blood pressure reading of 194, which is a high score so far, at least so far. And so things have been improving since then, by the way. But anyway, this has been, my life, and I stopped really caring about anything. I stopped caring about what happens to me. I stopped caring about what happens to other people. I stopped caring about what people think about me. And I felt that the more that I have, the more that I've cared about things, the more unhappy I've been as a person. And I think that this is true on, like, a base level. Is this some sort of pathological problem for me? I think it probably is. But at the end of the day, this is the best way that I know to cope with it, right? And so for me, the way that I live and everything is a manifestation of that.
Get this man some telehealth. I don't know.
This way for me. My mom, like, growing up, things were pretty messy, etc. But then even now, things are worse than they ever have been in terms of, like, being messy. But I never really think about it or worry about it because I'm just never really, it doesn't even cross my mind. I'm thinking about things that I want to think about. I'm doing things that I want to do. And I never think about what other people think about me. I don't think about how it affects other people. I don't think about how they feel or anything like that. And it might sound like a bad thing, but it's made me a happier and more fulfilled person, not worrying about anybody else really other than myself unless I have to. And it's been very, like, weird for me getting older, especially.
Hassan said on stream today he wasn't thinking about speaking to Asmon as much as he's thinking about speaking to Asmon's chat. He knows he can't change Asmon's mind.
And like having, like, priorities change in your life and having different things happen to you. And so I wanted to make this video and kind of, like, explain, like, kind of how I got to be this way. And hopefully a little bit of this can, like, explain why do I behave this way? Why am I like this? Why do I have no shame with things, right? It's because I've lived a life where I've tried desperately to hold on to any degree of dignity that I've had and anything that I've had, and it's just slowly been taken away from me. Whether it's myself, pieces of myself, other people, or the way that the world sees me. I think that the more that I've kind of just, let things flow freely and not care about it, the more happy and content that I've been. And so it's an ongoing process, and began whenever I said, I guess I said I was like 13, and I guess the last thing for me to do is really let go of myself and just finally be content with my own existence for the time that I exist. And I'm not really a religious person. I'm not a spiritual person either. I don't believe there's any light at the end of the tunnel. I definitely don't think so. And I just try to make the best of being in the tunnel. And so that's why
Okay, so, I mean, he sounds depressed now that we listen to his story, but he kind of didn't sound depressed until now. Like, and I'm a little bit surprised that somebody that's dealing with what he's dealing with is able to, be is able to communicate with the way that he does, right? Is able to, be Like, you would think that this guy would be just really down, but then again, depression doesn't manifest the way that you think it does, right? Depression's not about being down in the dumps. Depression can, depressed people can, can feel like they're very peppy and chipper and excited and...
I live the way that I do. That's why I do the things that I do. That's why I say the things that I do. That's why a lot of criticism and things like this, of course I don't like it. Of course I don't like it. But it doesn't really emotionally affect me in the same way that I think it does for other people. And it used to affect me a lot more, but I've, gotten a little bit better at least at dealing with it. And so hopefully this can answer some questions and kind of give people a little bit more insight into my life and the kind of person I am. And that's pretty much about it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I have to cover. 30-minute video. Actually, I was expecting it to be longer. So, that's my life story. That's what's happened to me in general. And that's why I am the way I am. And will I ever change? Maybe, maybe not, right? I mean, I honestly, like, making a lot of money on Twitch and, like, the notoriety and everything, like, people recognize you. I mean, I guess it's nice.
Look, if he's going to change, it's going to be because he pays somebody to change it for him, right?
Right.
But he'd have to get sick of the way he's living first.
Sometimes I mean, having money is way better than not having money. But in terms of, like, having a lot of wealth, I live in my same house. I use my same desk. I, for a very long time drove my same car. I eat in the same places. I do the same things. I really haven't changed at all, honestly, ever since I was, like, younger, ever since my stream got popular. And maybe one day I will, maybe one day I won't. At the end of the day, I think that one thing that I've always really kind of focused on and thought about a lot is that I have complete and absolute agency over my own life. I can do anything that I want to do, and I can not do anything that I don't want to do. And I think that's been a very comforting fact. And so people ask me, like, are you ever going to do this? It's not something I'm really thinking about changing right now, but in the future I might change my mind. I just don't know yet. And so I just try to live life and enjoy it and, be able to experience things for the way that they're meant to be experienced. And
it's just wild to me that he's got all this wealth and, like, I'm just trying to imagine what he's doing with it, because it doesn't look like anything. There's so many things he could do with it, right? Like I said, he could literally pay somebody to change his life. If he did not want to live like this anymore, he could sell the house, move into a fancy condo. He could probably buy a mansion. There's so many things that he could do, but he just doesn't seem interested in any of that. It sounds like his streaming career, maybe even was just about making sure that, he could afford the house and to, to take care of his mom and stuff like that. But now that that's not a thing, it's not.
Really, I don't care a whole lot about that even.
Wow.
I don't care about, going out or having certain life experiences or, oh, you'll regret this. Well, who cares if you regret this when you're old? You're about to die anyway. It doesn't even matter. And so I've never...
even just sitting there, the money has a psychological benefit to him, probably.
Felt that way. It's not in me. And so that's really my whole life. And that's why I live the way that I live. It's why I do things the way that I do things. And
what do you think he does, Chad? Do you think he, like, invests? Like, he's got to do something with the money, even if it's just, like, investing or buying stonks. Do we know if it's a permanent ban? Good question, Simone. It is not a permanent ban. As far as we can tell, from the way that it seems, and the way that I'd expect it to be, it's a temporary ban. And, Twitch makes a lot of money from this guy. Twitch makes a lot of money from this guy. So, from the pattern that I've seen so far, this is a slap on the wrist. He's going to get a vacation, basically, which might be hard for him because it sounds like most of what he does, most of his life is revolved around streaming. So, that, and maybe the community that he has is streaming, right? So I don't know, maybe he'll be hanging out on Discord or something like that. It's wow.
Maybe one day it'll change. Maybe one day it will. Who the fuck knows? Tune in next time to find out. So anyway, guys, hopefully this is a little bit more informative, etc. And shit, I got an early in for the day. We had to record something early, so I came home. I figured I'd record this, and it's only 6 p.m. And so I don't know what the hell to do with myself now. I'm not streaming. I'm gonna go walk around my house like an NPC. And so I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go play video games. So anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching. Thanks for listening if you've gotten this far. And things have been going great for me recently. And
I'm gonna go walk around my house like an NPC.
Thank you to everybody who's been so supportive and everything. And my best way that I can say thank you is by doing more of it. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. And that's about it. Peace.
Wow. Wow. Thank you for the super chat, Simon Pierre. That brings us up to 67%. We are fully 2/3 of the way to the sub goal. We've got some Hassan to watch, right? Hassan has spoken about the ban of Asmongold.
For 45, 47,000 people that were listening to Asmongold, this was the first time where they literally heard someone from start to finish describe there is no inferiority in cultures, that like these guys are too busy surviving. Ultimately, there's still a ton of people that hear that for the first time ever when they haven't ever heard about that, and their framework will change. So yesterday, 9 hours, it was crazy. Four hours of that was talking to Asmongold and trying to walk him off this like far right cliff that he had seemingly jumped off of, took a dive off of, in terms of his commentary on what is permissible bigotry about Arabs and their status, or Palestinians. But in any case, he got banned. I didn't realize he was banned. And regardless, that is not the main point. The point is that a ton of people were apparently upset with me. They were like, there was a guy that said I was basically like the equivalent of like a Nazi going to a Holocaust museum, like to whitewash their sentiment. Like that's what they were saying.
I'm trying to understand that. Right? There are things that I'm trying to understand the anger at Hassan over this. There were things that I would have wanted to say that he didn't say.
Hearing from white Americans about how to combat Islamophobia. As a Muslim guy, I like white Americans telling me what's what. You know, you don't know how to deal with Islamophobia, brother. Hassan, you just are not. You're ill-equipped, you know? Annoying, let this matter you again? That's fine. That's like neither here nor there. That's not like a big constituency. Like, I love when a guy is out there trying to combat Islamophobia and the retort against that sort of misinformation defense is basically just being like, hey, this Muslim guy is a terrorist. He loves throwing gays off roofs, baby. Just saying. It's like, that was literally the counter to this of like me talking about this. And I know it's one of those moments where FD Signifier says always, I texted him this morning. It's one of those moments where FD Signifier is like, remember, you're not white in the eyes of a lot of people, you know? And it's a somber reminder of that reality. There's a levels to the whiteness. Some of the commentary is pretty valid coming from Palestinian in the community. Watching two people debate whether or not I'm human should have a right to live is really in my head. Yeah, except the thing is he knows what my position is. That's not a criticism towards me. I speak to the humanity of Muslims and Arabs and Palestinians in general on a regular basis.
Okay, look, we watched a lot of this debate yesterday, all right? But I didn't get to the end of it, and apparently
if they're
this is how the video this is how the debate ends.
Them versus they're going to be homophobic and Israel's not killing them. I prefer the they're going to be homophobic and Israel's not killing them outcome. I think we can agree on that, right? Especially if we both come to the recognition that Israel killing them is not going to combat homophobia at all.
Yeah, maybe we should have watched this on Asmongold's and it looks like Asmongold's got Hassan pulled up.
Okay. All right. We can come to that agreement.
Okay. Wow. So now that makes me wonder. He looks really disingenuous here. And it makes me wonder how much of the conversation, because he was not providing any resistance. He was agreeing with whatever Hassan said. Right? There were a few moments where he tried to say a thing or two, but he just didn't really, he couldn't keep up. And I took that as he just didn't have a defense, but it's looking more like maybe he wasn't taking what Hassan said seriously at all.
Okay, great. All right, perfect. That's it.
Yeah.
And beyond that, like I
that.
said, it's not. If they're going to be homophobic and Israel's killing them versus they're going.
There we go. That's how it ended. Wow. I don't know. Maybe I should have watched this on Asmongold's. I just didn't want. Asmongold's icky. I gotta admit, right? Hassan discovers that he isn't Hank Pecker, says Thomas Jerome Newton. He was like, whatever, I just want to finish and not get fully canceled. Yeah, that's, I didn't watch it on his end. I should have done that. I'm always really good about that, right? I always emphasize, if you're going to watch a debate and analyze a debate, you got to look at the body language and the nonverbal language of both people. And I didn't do it this time. I just assumed that I could divine. It's a 2-week ban, says Shakespeare. So it's not nothing. It's not exactly a vacation. And Twitch is probably being pressured to do, something, right? And this is something. It's just, obviously, there's a perverse incentive for them to keep him on. Now, the other question, the other shoe that might drop is, what is OTK going to do? Asmongold is a pretty crucial key member of OTK, but at this point, has he become so toxic that he's more of a liability to the stream team than he is an asset? Hassan on Asmongold's community.
it's also additionally ironic when we talk about LGBTQ support, because this community fucking, like, his community hates gay people in representation and shit in, like, video games. So what the fuck? That's the other part.
Yeah, like 90% of his content is like hating on marginalized groups for existing in video games.
Oh, Western culture is so superior. We love the gays, except I fucking throw a fit every time I see them in my video games. If I see a woman in a video game, I lose my fucking mind. But it's bad when Palestinians, I have imagined an alternative reality when Palestinians also do that. And I hate it when they do that. What the fuck?
Wait, did Ethan pop back up? What's up with Ethan? People are mentioning Ethan Klein.
Log off the internet, stop reading fucking Reddit, and go talk to some real humans, please. I know you could talk to Wake, okay? Talk to Wake. Talk to Tip.
When he says Wake, and I know this isn't right, I think of Wake the Beast. One in chat if you even know who that is. I doubt anyone does.
Talk to a human, please. This is like, holy shit.
That is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an...
Okay.
If the people are voting for the people that want to oppress people based off of their identity, I think that to a certain extent,
okay. Let me ask you a question.
So that would justify going off on all kinds of red states.
Great question. Like what people think.
I have two problems here. I just told you that 50% of the population of Palestine and Gaza Strip, in the Gaza Strip, is under the age of 18. None of them fucking voted for Hamas, okay? Because they weren't alive. That's number one. Number two, you said you voted for Donald Trump in the past, in 2016.
Yo!
I did.
Okay, why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I just didn't really like Hillary Clinton.
Because women. I'm sorry. I hate to reduce it that, and I'm not saying that that's like, you know, I'm not excusing Hillary Clinton's horrible campaign that she ran, but damn.
Turns out people have many different motivations for voting for one particular party over the other, and it doesn't have to be Islamist fundamentalism that they believe in. So that's my point, because they're human beings with a shit ton of different attitudes and different opinions. If they see the dominating party of Fatah as a party that is completely captured by Israeli security apparatus that is working at the behest of this state that is destroying their lives, they're going to be like, okay, I'm going to go with the other guy, just like you went with Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. So, but it doesn't even matter, because most of those people that fucking voted for Hamas are dead.
It's like...
Okay, so here's Ethan. I don't know why he's rearing his head, but apparently he's spoiling for Hassan's attention too. Ethan Klein says, I know you guys don't like me talking about Hassan, and while I appreciate that there is a lot of crossover, I'm grateful to those of you who are able to watch us both. It's impossible for me to ignore that the majority of these people are coming from his community. It's something he and his audience refuse to reckon with. Hassan's whitewashing of the Houthi kid. Oh, that's right. He went so I guess Ethan went after Timothée Chalamet, who said he wants to spear Zion. Yeah, he had a weird like a weird Dracula meme. Was frankly disgusting. I don't give an F that he's seen an episode of One Piece. I'd like to know. Wow, he's really going back like almost a year for the Timothée Chalamet content here. Like to know, why is he hanging out with boat captains of a Chinese cargo vessel aka a hostage. And they took Cat with the Chinese boat captain, right? It was apparently vibes were immaculate. That's what I've heard. As more info comes out about this kid being a terrorist affiliated, being anti-Semitic, lots of examples. Hassan has refused to disavow him. The opposite, actually, he continues to prop him up. Okay, so Ethan's trying to get attention. Okay, so here's the apology. Looking back on it, it was way too much. I was way too much of an asshole about the Palestine thing. My bad. And of course, no one deserves to have their life destroyed, even if they do things or have views that I find regressive. You guys deserve more than me saying stupid shit, and I'll do better. Wow. Somebody's complaining that he's violating the golden rule of never apologizing. Interesting to hear why you made the exception on your next YouTube video. He says he doesn't mind apologizing when he's wrong. Oh, by the way, this is from the Pod Save America.
If you're a dude, there is a massive amount of right-wing radicalization that has been occurring, especially in younger male spaces. Everything is completely dominated by right-wing politics. If you're a dude under the age of 30 and you have any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out, whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever, every single facet of that is just completely dominated by center-right to, I wouldn't say far right in the same way that it was back in like the 2016 era at the end of like Obama's administration, but like definitely center right to Trumpian right, like openly Trump right, not like genuinely neo-Nazi. That part is quieted down a little bit, but like they're like 90% of the way there for the most.
Oh no, it's there too. It's right there too. The Nick Fuentes people aren't far behind.
Everything that they see is right-wing sentiment being expressed by individuals that they find charismatic, thought leaders, influencers that they subscribe to. And I think that that is some of the reason why you see this movement.
All right. Moe Noe, thank you for the super sticker. I'm sorry, that was like way earlier, and somehow I didn't see it. But there it is. It's a lemon. Okay, let's watch the rest of this.
Don't understand this. A lot of people don't understand this, but like, yeah, when I'm talking to Asmongold, I'm not talking just to Asmongold. I'm talking to motherfuckers exactly like Asmongold. You know what I mean? And
we're at 72%.
Hey, watch your Asman video. Is there any reason why you didn't bring up how it was just being racist? I did multiple times directly to him. And then not only did I do that, but I also walked him through the steps of how it was. It takes a ton for him to reconsider his stances. It's not about him reconsidering his stances. It's not. It's about people in the margins that are in his audience.
Wait, there's 2 lemons? Oh, you're right. There's a little lemon too. Is that a lime though? It kind of looks like it might be a lime. Sasha G, thank you for the gifted membership to Christian Strawn. Christian Strawn, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And it looks like it's going towards crisis in masculinity, very popular topic today. The crisis in masculinity. What are we gonna do? What are we going to do about the crisis in masculinity? I guess we'll have to watch Andy Pants Gaming's video. We're at 75%. That is 3/4 of the way to 100%.
That, you know, are not going to people in the margins that are in his audience that are going to look at the situation differently after that conversation. We're literally about white supremacy. He needs to get permit. He's not going to get permit. Also, you guys have to understand something. Maybe
yeah, called it.
If you're not maybe if you're not Muslim or Arab or Palestinian, you know, this might come.
And here's the thing, like, as much as you might want Hassan to say he's not going to get permit, but he should. As a Twitch streamer, you can't say that. Cannot say that, right? That is, if Hassan were to say that he deserves to get permit,
come as a surprise to you, but you can kind of get away with saying whatever the I'm shocked.
this is why I like that I like the fact that I'm not dependent on Twitch, right? I was at one time. At one time, not so long ago, the majority of my community, the majority of my support came from Twitch. And while I appreciate a lot of people on Twitch, while I have a lot of friends over there, it is a social situation that I am so thankful to not be dependent upon anymore, right? That, like, I made a mistake. You're not supposed to, I should have never said anything, you know, judgmental towards Dylan. That is not what, you're not allowed to do that, right? I literally broke an unwritten law that I didn't understand on Twitch, right? When there's somebody that you are dependent on for clout, when there's somebody that, you know, encompasses a lot of your audience and more, you are not supposed to criticize them, right? There's all these rules. There's all these rules on Twitch that I guess I just wouldn't, like, if I was dependent on following those rules, if I was dependent on getting that clout, if I was dependent on kissing those asses, I wouldn't survive. So I am very thankful that my community is majority on YouTube. Now, it's not that nothing against Twitch, honestly. Like, there's a lot of good people on Twitch. A lot of people I really appreciate. And I love being there for you on Twitch, too. And hey, you know, I wouldn't mind it if you know, the Twitch side of things got, you know, big again. I'm just glad that it's not 100% Twitch, because that left me in a very vulnerable place for somebody like, you know, Dylan to really do some harm to me and to my community. And I'm glad that that's not.
He got banned to begin with. Like, you can kind of get away with, in mainstream media especially, with saying the most unhinged to not only Muslims, about Muslims, directly about Palestinians, directly about Arabs, but also beyond that, you can literally say unhinged to defenders of Arabs too. So like, it's legitimately not that surprising. What's surprising is that he got banned at all. I didn't even realize that he was banned. But I'm letting you know, dude. I'm letting you know. Like, what Asmongold said is not any different than Bill Maher, dog. What are you talking about? Bill Maher says it to a larger audience. The only difference between what Asmongold said and what Bill Maher says on a regular basis is that Bill Maher has 40 years of media training. So he knows not to say certain things so overtly, but the sentiment expressed is exactly the same, okay? That's the only difference.
Oh, Funkmaster Cause talking about Ethan here. I thought he was on the path to reformation, but I think him ending the leftovers was him closing that chapter in his life and going back to what he apparently was like before, which I don't know, but from the clips, I'm not a fan. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's something kind of savage about Ethan. Is that the right way to put it? Does that make sense? Like the way that so much of his career depends on making friends with people, getting them to trust him, and then just burning that bridge, burning them down. I don't know, right? The way that he treats people. And some people have said his employees. Now, I don't want to get into that because I'm not working for H3. I don't know what the situation is in there. And I definitely don't want to make, you know, I mean, not that I have that influence or anything, but I wouldn't want to say anything that even if I did have influence, could make life tougher for people in that situation, because I sympathize with that. I sympathize with people, you know, that work for TYT. I understand that in this industry, getting a real ass job it can be very hard to come by. So yeah, my judgment of over Ethan does not extend necessarily to people working for him, and I do kind of, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the situation is. I don't want to put words in their mouth as far as mistreatment or anything, but at the same time, I think that there might be some difficulty, right, in being in that position.
Like, the language that Bill Maher uses is still like crafted around like liberal tent poles and liberal cultural signifiers enough that it can like masquerade as polite conversation when what he's saying is identical. Guys, Ta-Nehisi Coates is one of the most celebrated like liberal authors of all time, okay? You're actually out of your mind on this one, mate? No, I'm not. I'm 100% correct on this. What? Bill Maher never said to kill the kids before they grow up? Bro, if you think Bill Maher, first of all, you're literally wrong. You're wrong. Bill Maher literally does say that. Every broadcast. That's my point. You're so stupid.
His pet lolcow stuff is gross exploitation. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's what Gokunaru was talking about, right? That was what the Gokunaru video was all about on Ethan. Only difference is Hassan's chat is emotional as fuck. And mass report. Did they? Do you think so, First Sen? Yeah, I mean, I feel like there was a lot of people that had a problem with what Asmongold said. I mean, from just looking at Twitter.
He literally says exactly that. What are you talking about? Bro, have you not watched Bill Maher?
You were there? What, in Hassan's chat? Were they talking about?
Like, you gotta be joking. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Stop white-splaining this, mate. White-splaining this. This is the one issue where very clearly the overwhelming majority of white people do not track me as white, okay? What do you mean? Like, listen, I'm white. I say I'm white all the time, but not if you ask motherfuckers that when people hear me talk about Muslims. Love you, man, but
They were calling it for the entire time? Well, I'm sure they weren't the only ones.
Question efficacy of yesterday, he's a giant POS that I get that there might be some people in the margins of this community, but if we're watching him through this arc, is very likely much on board already.
Yeah, like, I want to like Gokunaru. I mean, like, there's so, like, some of the, yeah, I'm some of the people that he's chill with, I'm not chill with, right? But I want to like Gokunaru.
And he just used it as a 3-hour attempt to rehab his image of truly incomprehensible he said and believes. Yeah, I don't see it that way at all. I don't think he rehabbed his image at all throughout that process. The way I view it is, and I will describe this one more time for many of you that simply fail to comprehend this. I rate everything on a curve. That's number one. Number two, I have this understanding, especially as someone whose name is Hassan, who is like a white dude, but still someone who grew up in Turkey, someone who is Muslim, from a Muslim background. I know that the average person is unimaginably Islamophobic. I've dealt with it for damn near a decade since I came to the United States of America. When I'm talking to a person individually and maintaining my composure and working through the steps, step by step, and explaining why someone is bigoted or someone's opinion is wrong or bigoted, offering historically relevant information, there's a reason for that. The reason is I might not change his mentality, okay? Other events might play a larger role in his mentality changing on this matter. But there are people who are watching him who are going to respond to that patience, especially respond to the way that I'm communicating, and most likely be more charitable to what I have to say, okay, on any number of different fronts. Because that entire conversation is an information faucet for me, utilizing virtually every opportunity to talk about different aspects of how, for example, freedom of speech is revoked, things that a lot of people in this community might not be aware of. In 32 states right now in the United States of America, including the state that you're currently in, if you want to be a public school teacher, you have to sign a piece of paper, at least now. I don't know if you have any family members that are school teachers. You have to sign a piece of paper that says you will never participate in boycotting or demanding sanctions or demanding divestment from the state of Israel.
Holy kidding me?
Yes.
Oh my God. What a joke. I never heard of that.
It's not like I agreed on his framing. It's not like I agreed to anything he was saying. That's my goal. My goal is to change people's minds. Do you understand? Even if his perspective might not change on the matter, there's plenty of people in his community.
Look, I felt bad about President Sunday, okay? And if anything, Sunday probably used me more than I ever used him. But, like, just the fact that he's such a sad guy, you know what I mean? Stuck in his room, drinking excessively and obsessed with Tyler. I just, like, at some point, I just had to let it go. Even though, like, you know, despite the fact that Sunday fired the first shots in that affair, I came out of it a lot better than he did. I just, like, at some point, your heart just breaks, right? You just, I don't know. Like, what a lolcow is somebody that will respond a certain way given certain stimulus. And it's like a Super Mario hack where you can get unlimited bonus lives. You can just keep on jumping on that thing again and again, hit the coin again and again, you know what I mean? And some people will. Some people will literally do that. Some people will get infinite monies from that lolcow bank. I can't live like that. That doesn't feel right.
That are going to look at the situation differently. And if I get 100 people, in Asmongold's community to look at the situation a little bit differently, learn something new that they hadn't known, that's it. That's my goal. I've succeeded. If there was any moment where I was like conceding to his framing on the matter, that would be an entirely different conversation. I'm not going to go in front of like a Ben Shapiro type, for example, who I would categorize as simply different than Asmongold as well. But even if I would go in front of a Ben Shapiro type and have like a relatively cordial conversation, which I would not be able to maintain composure in a similar capacity to Ben Shapiro. He's a professional speaking head. He's a talking head. But here's the thing. There's never going to be a world where I concede to his.
That doesn't mean that Sunday doesn't owe some people some apologies. All right. He definitely does. All right. I just like.
framing on anything. Just like I did not concede to Asmongold's framing on anything either. And that's how you get comments like,
What is motherfucker drinking? What is he drinking?
this.
Is that an energy drink? That looks good.
Perfectly illustrates my own internal struggle when it comes to forming a kind and normal view of Middle Eastern people. I come from Poland, raised in a conservative family. I watch a lot of Asmon, and I love Hassan's commentary and the way he presents.
You made the anime Kaya emote? That's so awesome. That is awesome, Funkmaster. Kaya's my streamer. Hell yeah.
His arguments with solid factual backing. Listening to this for 3 hours and seeing the insane amount of patience and collection Hassan has had throughout, and also listening to Asmon repeat his point that I used to share over and over again. Actually, okay, well, we don't have the rest of the comment. There are a ton of people.
Now, chat, I don't know if this is true, right? But a chatter yesterday was telling me that Love, aka Lovebot, oh my god, what's Love's other name? Young something. Anyway, the dude from Sweden. Somebody in chat told me that Love had, I don't know, pulled up a piece of my content or something. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if that's true, but they were literally saying that they'd found me through that. But I don't know how I would find out if that's true or not, right? It's such a random thing of like, yeah, this one person pulled up your they didn't even go into detail about what post it was.
People in this community that were most likely resilient. Couldn't it be said that his perspective gained more ground too? No, absolutely not. Because his perspective is already the most commonly held perspective in the United States of America. What more ground does his perspective need to get? Actually helped me finally see how weak, stupid, and sad such belief is. Thank you, Hassan, for doing what you do. My life has become healthier because of you. There you go. People forget that streamers like you and Asmon are talking to stadiums full of people every day. A lot of minds can be changed and it's not too late for them. Yes. There's never a person who I think is above having their mind changed. Okay. I think there's no one that is above having their mind and their heart changed. Now, of course, tactically speaking, there are certain people that I'm not going to be as charitable to. You know, a Ben Shapiro type or
Young Fika, I think is Love's other name.
Professional right-wing commentator or someone in a position of actual power. You have to understand my commentary is like water. Okay. And if you want to understand my method, basically my method is simple. I give back the same energy that I take. That's number one. Number two, I'm not going to concede to like shit that I don't agree with no matter what. But more importantly, okay, I also am consistently, and this is something that like, I think marginalized people who are professionals.
If they came out with Zen energy drinks, I think he might OD.
Marginalized people who are professional commentary people understand this. Like always, there's always something in the back of your mind. Like if you are a black political commentator, you know that every single thing that you say is going to be under a microscope by.
It was Arizona iced tea. You know, it kind of looked like. Has anybody ever seen Red Stripe beer? Like the way their bottles are. It's like a bottle with a bottle cap, but it's shaped differently. It's not like a long neck bottle. It's a stubby bottle. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Not redneck. Sorry, Red Stripe. Yes, redneck beer. I drink it all the time.
A broad audience of.
It looked like one of those bottles. It looked like a Red Stripe bottle, but he's not drinking beer.
Predominantly white people who do not have your understanding of the world, who have never empathized with your position. So if you get really angry, for example, that they're going to, even if you're completely correct, it does not matter. The facts in that situation, no matter how hard they are on your side.
Oh, it's a cold brew coffee? That's not as interesting. If I'm going to drink coffee, I'm going to make the coffee myself. It's going to be fresh coffee. Like, I don't like coffee if it's sat around. Like, I'll drink it in a pinch if I really need the caffeine. Or what's better yet, have you ever had what is it, like it's Coke with coffee in it? There's like a Coke energy drink that's infused with coffee. It's really good.
Are irrelevant, okay? This is just.
But I mean, that's if you're going to drink soda.
How debates and how commentary and how existing in America in some ways works. So I am cognizant always of not only the person that I'm talking to and the energy that they give me that I choose to match, but beyond that, I'm also always thinking about the audience and the way that they are responding to it. You made a video when I was in middle school that my mom showed me before we moved to Dearborn Heights, Michigan, because she wanted me to understand things.
Thomas says I need a PBR sponsorship.
She left her racist husband. Jesus Christ, that's crazy. Islamophobia is baked into every orifice of American society. In the post 9/11 universe, the United States of America.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not, right? Somebody just said it. It could be. Maybe they mixed me up with somebody. Like I literally know nothing about this, but supposedly Love pulled up something. A tweet. I don't know of mine.
Needed to do this to justify its end.
Coke and coffee is an odd mix. I don't know. It's pretty good.
Bloody war campaign as they ravaged the entirety of the MENA region. Okay. And Americans responded to that. So every American, especially over a certain age. Chat, what are the laws for gays in Gaza? A gay man in Gaza, his life expectancy? Yeah, dude, anyone in Gaza, their life expectancy is pretty short. That's why, 50% of the entire Gaza Strip is under the age of 18. And that is not because of Hamas or because of Islamist fundamentalism. That's entirely because of Israel. But, you can try to keep making a woman in Gaza her life expectancy. Yeah, I think you're making I suspect you're making an anti-Israel argument without recognizing that you're doing that. And the median age of people in Gaza is literally 15. Has there ever been a group of people in history that has deserved genocide? No, of course not. That's not how that.
What a fucking question. Look, I understand if Asmongold's getting questions like that or Destiny's getting questions like that, but how the fuck are you in Hassan's chat asking questions like, has there ever been a group of people that deserve genocide?
That works. Genocide is the #1 crime. The Germans post World War II did not deserve genocide. You know what I mean? Like there is no moral genocide. There is no defensive genocide.
What do you think Hassan's gonna say? Kulaks? What do you think he's gonna say?
Comment that shows you are right. To be honest, Hassan changed my opinion on it a little bit. Not the fundamental of what Asmon was saying, but my look at Palestine. Hearing someone who heavily understands it and isn't some random Twitter user posting, "Hey, look."
Like of course not. Of course not.
Interesting. The fundamentals of what Asmon was saying isn't wrong, and I do mostly agree 100%, but Hassan was pointing out that you can't imply that here the country and its people aren't in a functioning state, be it because of Hamas, Israel, or outside forces. Hassan was pointing out that Palestine as a people and culture hasn't been able to be who they are for decades because they're consistently being bombed and killed, but in the past when Palestinians were able to be themselves, this kill all non-believers, rape, kills for fun and concept never exists in their culture, so he wasn't sure why Asmon was assuming that they would. I know some will say, well, they're doing it now, and the point I think Hassan was making is that they is a handful of people, and they're only doing it because there's no established ruling or government and do not represent the rest of the people. The majority of people aren't able to sort this out, stand up, or call it out because the country is constantly being destabilized. I don't think going against the only group that's fighting against the constant destabilization is a smart thing to do. It's a die by Hamas or die by Israel situation, in my honest opinion. So the only thing most Palestinians' minds is how they survive the day. That's awesome that this person, who still has resilient Islamophobic sentiment baked into his argument, is so close to fully recognizing the situation. You know what I mean? But that's it. That is the reason why I try to have these conversations. Okay, and this is being on Reddit. It makes it so crazy. I think that's where the overall problem was that it felt like Asmon was painting a broad brush across Palestine for the actions of a few crazies in other countries, when the majority have no voice or say and are only thinking about when they will be bombed, not who's gay, and we need to get them. So that's my point, and that's why I do what I do. So if you don't understand the method, it's cool. It's fine. And you can usually say this about any other kind of marginalized identity that I seek to protect or talk about. You can be like, you're cis. You're a cishet. Man, you don't understand trans issues like that. Why are you arguing with...
This just pissed off some people I know. Right? And I know what he's referring to. So look, do we need to rewind it? Were people listening to what he's saying? Let me just give you a synopsis, right? He's talking about the advocacy that he does on behalf of marginalized groups that he's not a part of. And, what he always says about this, towards trans people, when he's advocating for trans rights to transphobes, and trans people get pissed off by what he says, he's like, this is not for you. This is not for you. This is for the transphobes, right? I'm talking to the transphobes, and I know how to talk to the transphobes, right? And some people will even say, I was a transphobe, or something, I've got special insight on these people, right? And what they're missing is that, yes, a marginalized group does have the right to tell you that they don't like how you're advocating for them. And sometimes if you don't listen to those people, if you close them out and say, no, I know how to talk to transphobes, shut up, trans people, right? You're going to miss something where you're actually perpetuating a trope or a stereotype or something that you didn't realize was one. And all you got to do is leave that door open and listen. And I know it's annoying. And I know how you feel that you're doing the right thing in the best way that you know how. But just understand that without listening to trans people, you're not gonna do it. You might think you're doing it the best you can, but you're not. If you don't leave that door open, you're just not. And that goes for any marginalized group. And I disagree with Hassan on this. I do think that most of his advocacy is pretty good, but I think there's some points where he's just kind of bullheaded on something. And I wish that he weren't. That being said, there's not a lot of good content creators around. What you look around, you see Destiny over here, you see Vosh over here, you see Alec Gunter over here, being straight up homophobic in his advocacy for queer rights, right? You got a lot of fucking shitty content creators, and compared to them, Hassan is pretty good. So I don't go too hard on Hassan, but I do sometimes disagree with him. I do think sometimes he's unnecessarily stubborn, but whatever.
With transphobes in the way that you want to argue that you think is the most successful method and not in the way that I want you to argue. And you can say that because I'm a cis guy. I'm not trans. So you're right. And I mean, you're wrong ultimately because I know what I'm doing and you don't. but I get it. But you can't really say that about Islamophobia. It's the one thing you can't really say that about me on. That's the one thing. All right. So like I'm the one getting bomb swabbed at TSA, baby. You can't. It was funny when white people try to overstep and do that, but it's fine. You do you. It's the same thing I say about any kind of group that I defend, that I talk about. It's not for you. If I'm talking about black issues with someone who's anti-black, that's not for black people, bro. That's not. It's for white people. There's a conversation for white people. Most of the conversations that I have when I am talking.
But if you really want to do that kind of advocacy, you got to admit that you're going to do it better if you listen to black people. And you listen to what black people, you listen to black people not only when they agree with you, but you listen to them when they have a problem with what you're saying. You listen to them especially when they say you're missing something, right? Because that's crucial. That's crucial, right? And I don't know. I would say that marginalized people have some right to have a say on that, you know, and that if you really want to be, you know, whatever you want to call it, right? Some people don't like saying ally. Some people have other words for that. Some people like to say accomplice rather than ally or whatever. But if you're going to be on this, if you're going to fight, if you're going to advocate for a group, you really do need to listen to that group. It's crucial.
Talking to an outside group is specifically targeted towards young white men, okay? So if you sometimes feel like I'm out of pocket in the way that I'm communicating certain things, and it makes you feel a certain type of way, it makes you feel angry, okay? Yeah, well, it's not for you. You already know where I stand. Trust me, okay? Do you get what I mean? You're already black. You already know what being a black person in America looks like. You live it every day. You already have a certain amount of lived experience, okay? You might be able to brush up on certain talking points and effective counters or whatever in terms of messaging when you watch a debate that I might have with someone who's anti-black, but you already have that lived experience. I'm talking to people who don't have that lived experience. I'm using my privilege specifically as an effective communicator that is
you're very dangerous. You're on the precipice, Hassan, of doing some like hero shit. And you really I don't think you want to be doing that.
That looks a certain way, that acts a certain way, that
like some savior shit, you know what I'm saying? You're on the precipice there. Yeah, like you're dancing on the ledge, right? You're not quite there yet, but you're uncomfortably close to that shit.
Certain way to break through on a lot of people who would never listen to a black person because of their anti-black status from the start. The goal is to chip away at that because bigotry is quite resilient, especially when it's consistently being propped up by social conditioning. Give it a break, Lamau. No, I'm not going to give it a break. This is like fundamentally something that I believe in, something that I care about, something that I think I'm quite successful at, as a matter of fact. And no, I'm not going to give this a break. Okay, but don't get upset if I check you. I forget this isn't for me. I wish more people were progressive on blackness. It's just us defending ourselves. I mean, good luck. It's impossible. His entire society is designed in an incredibly anti-black fashion. It's just like my job, where I see myself is someone who is a communicator of these sorts of issues to people who would not be responsive in any other circumstance. Like someone who's anti-trans is not, especially in a debate format, is not going to be responsive to a trans person. That's the unfortunate reality.
Funkmaster Kaw says, I have a theory that him always having been a big dude, he's not really understood the fact that a lot of people probably don't challenge him based on that alone. Most cishet men aren't at all aware of how intimidating they look.
Right? So my goal is to penetrate that barrier as being a bro cishet white dude. You feel me? As opposed to like in the real world.
Look, he's going to penetrate the barrier. Chud Logic's trying to penetrate your innocence, all right? I'll take him over Chud Logic. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of bad content creators out there.
The number one thing that you can do as a trans person to combat transphobia is just,
I'm sorry, he said penetrate your shyness.
Be a normal chill trans person existing in the real world and hanging out with your coworkers. Like, I'm sure every single trans person in this chat who actually does that on a daily basis will tell you that is the number one way of just like destroying transphobia. Yo, I just remembered, I didn't realize the reach Ta-Nehisi Coates had until a very liberal coworker who's pro-Israel messaged me to tell me he wishes more people could see what's actually happening and get rid of their bias because his new book changed his mind. Yes, dude. Ta-Nehisi is the whisperer, dude. He is the liberal whisperer. That's why when I saw him pop off, I was like, oh my God, this is like genuinely this is a genuine sea change that is coming. He is considered GOAT status among liberals. Like, this is like Lin-Manuel Miranda could not hold a candle to Ta-Nehisi.
That's a skill. I can't always talk. I feel like I'm a little bit of a lib whisperer sometimes, but I can't always communicate with them effectively.
Codes. That is Obama's favorite writer. Okay, are you kidding me? And not only that, but he is a real one for the record. I will stand on this. If you listen to him talk, that's a real one. He recognizes that there are definitely
he recognizes that there are definitely like certain things that he doesn't fully comprehend yet, but his heart is absolutely the right way. His mind is totally set on the issue. I listened to him talk to Ezra Klein about this, and there were a couple moments that I was looking for. Because like my expectation, if you're a Westerner, if you're an American, especially a prominent liberal like Ta-Nehisi is, there are a couple things that they can always get you on. And he did not even concede. Wait, hold on. I actually wrote this to one of his friends. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I got to read it. Because when I was listening to it, I was like, damn, this was a great point that he like did not even back away from. I don't know. I don't remember.
Have I talked with Hassan? No, I never have. I've talked with a lot of well-known people. Hassan is not one of them. I think he pulled up one of my tweets once. That's the closest I've come to talking with Hassan.
There was a couple points where he just like, he caught, Ezra is like a pretty open-minded guy. Oh, I forgot to run the ad break, by the way. Ezra is a pretty open-minded guy, and I kind of like him. Yeah, oh, when Ezra said Hamas apologists, yes, that is right-wing framing baked into the conversation. Far-right Israelis, Hamas apologists. And he caught that. Ta-Nehisi caught that shit and was like, I'm gonna push back on this. Why did you say Hamas apologists, but you said far-right Israelis? And by the way, Ezra is my problematic fave. I don't really care. I don't know why I've like developed such a liking to him. I guess like, it is what it is. Like listening to his podcast have like,
Oh my God, Sisyphean, you went through 2 hurricanes? I hope you're doing okay. That is rough. What's going on with Asmongold? Let me catch you up here, okay? So Asmongold somehow got talking about Palestinians and stated that he thought that Palestinians, if they had the power, if they had the wherewithal, if they had the weaponry, would be fine with G-siding Israelis. And due to that, he felt no sorrow at the thought of Palestinians getting G-sided themselves, right? So this caused a lot of uproar, even in his own community. And he ended up talking to Hassan about it. At first, he was kind of defending his point of view, but obviously Hassan knows like a million times more about the stuff than he does. And so it just became like a fucking honors thesis from Hassan. You know what I mean? It became like a symposium, right? And Asmongold kind of went quiet. Now, I thought that's how it went. I thought that Asmongold was being just, that like he just kind of got rolled and ended up agreeing with Hassan. But we watched the end of the debate again, and Asmongold kind of had a shit-eating grin on his face. So there's something about that tells me that maybe he didn't take what Hassan had said really seriously, and he's just whatever. It could be, right? But regardless, he did make an apology on Twitter afterwards. I think he knew what was coming down the line. There were a lot of people calling for Twitch to ban him, and he did indeed receive a temporary ban. From what chat is saying, it's a 2-week ban. I don't expect it to be any longer, despite the kind of gravity of what he said.
Annoys me at times, but I do still have this appreciation for him. Because I think he does a decent job of like presenting himself as a charitable guy who is willing to have his mind changed. Like he doesn't give me like annoying, grimy grifter. Ezra Klein at the New York Times, he's the creator of Vox, and now he has a podcast on New York Times. He's not a smarmy lib. More than can be said for most libs, to be honest. Yeah, be honest. There's no shot you actually think he cares that much about gay people in the Middle East as he claimed to yesterday. What? No. What are you talking about? What are you? Stupid? No, of course not. What?
Station between Hassan and Asmongold right now. I'm about an hour into it.
I'm on the margins of BreadTube. What is BreadTube anymore? What does chat consider BreadTube?
If you're unfamiliar with that conversation, basically, Asmongold is coming under fire for saying that Palestinian culture is an inferior culture to that of Western culture because of its roots in Islam, making it more prone to homophobia, transphobia, and more extremist conservative views. And I find Hassan's response to that to be very interesting. I'm going to put this into my own terms, the meaning that I understand and take away from it. Namely, Hassan seems to be saying that there's no such thing as one culture which is inferior to another culture so much as it is one culture which is more or less mature than another culture. And maturity can be hampered or stunted by a lack of material circumstance, and or from the restriction or taking away of material circumstance, a culture might regress, which we might be experiencing here in the United States, unfortunately, at the moment. Now, that's not to say that as cultures mature, that they all homogenize into one identical culture. Not at all. Much like individuals, each person develops and matures into their own self. And Hassan goes on to argue that all cultures should be supported insofar as making sure that their material needs are met so that they have enough autonomy so that the liberation movements that are necessary for them to mature can occur. But right now, especially in Palestine, they are constantly under attack. They are in survival mode. And when they are in survival mode, there cannot be the necessary steps towards liberation for marginalized people groups. So the first step is to get to a place of stability, get to a place of general liberation from an oppressive regime. And then
that's a good summary.
From there, we should start to hopefully see like.
And the other thing that's not getting talked about is when you've got like a group that identifies itself as being modern, liberal, progressive, like Israel does, and it's got a real reactionary streak when it comes to how it treats Palestinian people and really just people in the area, right? What can you imagine what that does if you're the group getting rolled by Israel time and time again? Can you imagine what that does? It like associates a claim of being progressive, a claim of being modern, a claim of being, Western and all this other shit. It associates all that shit with the hypocritical reactionary actions of Israel against the Palestinian people, against Lebanese people. Like that in and of itself makes the kind of transformation that like it would take for Asmongold to see the Palestinian people of being worthy to be, stood up for when they're getting genocided. It makes that impossible.
Maturity. Now, another point that Hassan argues that I would be remiss not to mention is the fact that historically the idea of one culture being inferior to another culture, like inherently in such a way that it cannot necessarily change to become, more mature in those terms, but it's this more static thing of being inferior, that has historically been used as an excuse to commit atrocities against people groups, whether it's been indigenous people or black people. So we need to be very...
Because the debate was stupid, he only had one argument. It doesn't matter because just listen to my words, man. For 45 to 47,000 people that were listening to Asmongold, this was the first time where they literally heard someone from start to finish describe that there is no inferiority in cultures, that like these guys are too busy surviving to actually turn around and be like, oh, let's do a gay pride parade. You know what I mean? All of this stuff is basically just repackaged historical materialism. All of this stuff is basically explaining American foreign policy and how devastating that has been for entire regions, showcasing like that these places.
And the irony of like a country like on a genocidal bend, chiding another country for being reactionary, it's almost too much to take. It's almost too much to take.
When they had a crumb of autonomy, were able to actually, have a more, I guess, Western-focused, like liberally palatable existence that all went away when fundamentalists came in to the fold as like the number one emancipators and liberators away from the influence of the treacherous parasitic Western imperialist forces. Like all of this stuff is obviously important for these people to hear. Okay, it doesn't matter what Asmongold's argument is. Like even if a lot of people are going in there to be like, oh, Asmongold's cooking, he's going to destroy this guy. Like ultimately there's still a ton of people that hear that for the first time ever when they haven't ever heard about that, and their framework will change.
Very careful in the language that we use when speaking about other cultures, especially cultures that have yet to mature and are under intense oppression. Now, Hassan's take on culture was something I'd actually never heard before, and up till hearing it, I actually wasn't entirely sure how I felt.
The loaner box video, that's actually really frustrating. Yeah, I did edit like the video between Loaderbox and Tyler together. I was going to put up a version. In fact, I've got a version now. I probably should put it up of me reacting to it. It's so late. It's like, a million things have happened since then. It doesn't seem as relevant as it used to. The other thing is the video itself that I edited, that was just the, debate between Tyler and Loanerbox. I think it's a good video. I wanted to put it up. It feels weird at this point in my YouTube career putting this up on my channel, since I'm not involved. I mean, I'm involved in that I'm editing, but I'm not reacting. Do you know what I mean? I thought about giving the video to Tyler, but at the same time, that would have been stepping on his editor's toes, and I don't want to do that, right? Tyler's got somebody that edits for him, and that's kind of their gig, right? So I don't want to be like, saying, "Hey, move aside, editor. I'm the real debate editor." But I kind of am I'm pretty good at it. I'm pretty good at that particular skill, right? Of putting, you know, putting two streams where people were debating each other and they weren't on each other's streams, putting that together and making it work as a debate. I've gotten really good at that, but yeah, it's just like I don't have a place to put that. I don't know what I would do. Because like, here's the whole thing, right? When you put up a video on your channel, you're bringing in an audience, right? Both in the terms of people will subscribe to you based on that video and in the terms that people will watch that video. And you're now in their algorithm, right? And if the people that I'm bringing into my algorithm are people that like want to see Tyler debate Loner Box, that's not as effective as if the people that are coming in, that I'm bringing in, are people that want to watch me, for instance, react to Tyler debating Loner Box. Does that make sense? But yeah, I should find out a way to put it up. Oh my God, chat. Are we at hour 6 already? Damn. Damn.
About the whole cultural situation. I had heard somebody bring it up to me before, and I wasn't sure how to handle it.
We are at 75% of the sub goal for tonight, so it's well within reach.
Hassan's take on this. I'm curious what other people think.
I feel like Hassan's take is basic sociology. There are probably a lot of YouTube vids on the topic that can help you explore further. Maybe trying to find a vid on Maslow's hierarchy. Wonder why they don't teach historical materialism in school. Sounds pretty cool. It's not culture that causes homophobia or whatever. By this logic, I'm a dirty Indian because I'm from immature culture, not due to material conditions of the subcontinent. Culture is completely separate from social conservatism and social liberalism. Culture is stuff like food, language, dress, literature, and their history. Exactly.
That's a great point.
Absolutely. That's precisely what it is. There is no like this culture is better than others or whatever. Culture is just the sum total products that the output that you create as you respond to your material conditions. To be a theory nerd and add on the political.
He's talking about base and superstructure, right? A lot of what Hassan says is actually like Marxian analysis.
Sociologist Charles Tilly, whose most famous theories covered exactly this phenomenon.
Although he doesn't always like say this is where that's coming from, but.
In that European society's linear timeline of cultural and capitalist progression cannot be applied to countries that have been colonized.
Oh, Gabby, you got an honorary PhD.
Specifically the Global South, because they have not been afforded the same opportunity for linear progression. But even more, there's also the fact that the Global South has been rejected from equity overall. There's also another side of this, which is why I like find at least like attempts towards socialization, higher degrees of socialization, to be truly unique in terms of development for even other countries that have like historically been undermined due to a number of different reasons, but specifically China. When you look at Chinese development, it's like insane to consider that they went from humiliation, ritualistic humiliation, and the grips of colonial violence to becoming a superpower that is competitive in the global marketplace with the United States of America damn near overnight. When you look at even the USSR going from a rugged terrain full of potato farmers that were constantly in the grips of famine. And there was still plenty of famine in the USSR as well. Okay, before you.
Well, I mean, Chad, that's honestly, that's because Lenin knew that at the top of every hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and if he didn't want to have to watch that ad break, he was going to have to find some way to get a sub for Russia, whether that was doing it for free using the Twitch Prime thing, or whether that was paying $6 to get the USSR a Twitch sub, or whether he's counting on another country in the Warsaw Pact potentially gifting Russia a sub, which is more likely if Russia's active, if the USSR is active in the chat, right? Lenin knew this. Lenin knew this intuitively as a student of Marx. He knew this.
Before you blast me for that, going from that to being another superpower, that like beat the United States of America to the space race is crazy. I mean, that is, in my opinion, in my estimation, these are massive leaps. These are massive projects that even at a time when like technological prowess had not caught up, simply the ideological resilience and an interest in doing something different caused so much of this collectivization to occur in such a short period of time without 400 years of chattel slavery and colonial exploit. And a lot of people cannot look at that on an even playing field. One, because they are just simply ill-equipped to understand any of that from a materialist perspective. They just don't, like, there's no way to comprehend it. Like, there's no way to look at the situation with a broader snapshot and try to, I mean, in Russia, they had plenty of history of colonial exploit, as did China, just in the way that the West did. Yes, but their overall standing from their starting point of this project to to its peak is insane. It's not like there was any sort of like genuine liberalization initiative or any sort of like, I mean, you had serfdoms. You did not have the bounties of empire to the same degree, in my opinion, that the Western world did, specifically with chattel slavery. Culture is not simply a response to material conditions, as there are a ton of other cultural forces such as kinship and adaptations to local ecosystems. What adaptations to local ecosystems would still be material? Anthropologists would see your view as reductionist and too deterministic. PhD here, by the way. You just said it's not materialistic and then described like materialism. PhD, by the way. But anyway, it's fine. It's fine. There's a spiritual, sure. I'm willing to concede on this point. Okay. I'm not an anthropologist. I am far from the most knowledgeable person. I'm just a dumbass, okay? From what I understood, his original statement implied that because there are aspects worth criticizing in Palestinian culture, as with any, it allows him to have complete apathy when Israel bombs that society into extinction. I don't know if it was intentional, but it seemed like you passively guided the conversation to a place where you both agreed this notion is ridiculous, and I thought that was nice. Yes. Thank you. That is what I was doing. Especially when I think like one of the major points of contention in that conversation, one of the high notes, was basically when I asked him if he would feel the same way about, like, you know, firebombing a white Alabama enclave that hosts some of the most far-right radical Christians.
Okay, now chat has been telling me all day the Chapo have reacted to Asmongold. Can anybody tell me where this is?
And obviously he was like, no, I treat American citizens differently. And there's also the factor to consider that the presence of most bigotry stems directly from the cultural imports of the global north to the global south. Colonialization didn't just stunt cultural development, but also regressed it in some factors because colonies were punished for engaging in their indigenous culture, which in many cases was more progressive than their colonizers. Yeah. I think one of the most resilient points there is always when I talk about how religion can be a tool for good, it can be a tool for bad. Historically, it has been used for both the justification of chattel slavery and also been used in the abolition of chattel slavery. And ultimately, you don't have an issue with religion. You have an issue with fundamentalists. You have an issue with right-wing conservatism. That's what it is. And I think that's a good thing to separate for a lot of people, because a lot of right-wing conservatives in the United States of America hate other right-wing conservatives that are brown for doing the same shit that they're advocating for here, but more responsive to what is permissible in American society. Obviously, the Westboro Baptist Church can't run around, roam the streets with AR-15s and like throw gay people off the roofs, but they would if they were living in an ISIS-dominated territory of Syria. Okay, they would 100% be doing that shit. Here, they just get their rocks off by calling a gay person that died the F slur at the funeral and then going and eating jalapeno poppers at Applebee's. Like, that's how you also stunt radicalization to a certain degree, by offering people, you know, some material benefits. This does not mean that like American culture is more prosperous or better than others. It simply means that America has the bounties of empire, and therefore our right-wing nutters here are stunted to a certain degree in comparison to the right-wing nutters everywhere else. Why do you think he said he would be sad to see Germans bombed if he was a Jew in 1940s German concentration camp? It seems like, yeah, that was a ridiculous point. I don't think he fully, I think he was just trying to move past that point at that point. One simple argument I use when I get asked by my Western friends about the slow progress of LGBTQ in our culture from North Africa is that we are too poor, too unstable, too uncertain about putting food on the table to discuss such things. People have to realize that something as basic as food is somewhat scarce in countries from MENA, let alone proper education. Yeah. And it's kind of funny because like, it's not like Americans are super woke. You got the body of a mechanic now. What, a mechanic of what? A sex mechanic? MHUD made a good show. MHUD made a good
mechanic of your mom?
Short video. MHUD made a good short video showcasing American culture.
Cause these are my people. This is my land.
Oh my god. There we go, chat. There we go. That is Hassan's response to the banning of Asmongold. I still can't find the Chapo thing. Ooh, it's a podcast episode? How does this work? How does anything work?
The world ain't set up for the honest man.
Of today's show. Number one, just like to remind you that you have 2.5 weeks left to get your order in for Matt's book at chapotraphouse.store. And while you're there, check out our new merch. We've got a Dr. Jolly West shirt, a JFK shirt, and a new logo hoodie for you to enjoy just in time for, some early Christmas shopping or early Halloween shopping or early Thanksgiving shopping. You can take care of all your holiday needs at ChapoTrapHouse.store for dads, grads, and trads. Also, to remind you, our November 4th election eve live show in Los Angeles with E1. Tickets still available. Link to buy them will bring the role of on our Patreon Neverland. Let's kick off today's show.
These people are not your allies.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is.
They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
Okay, so Felix and Alex, I have a question for you at the top of the show. I just saw this streaming guy named Asmongold.
No!
Supports the genocide of Palestinians because they come from an inferior culture.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! You did not. I thought you were gonna say Asmodeus or something. I don't know. I thought you were gonna make a Satanism joke or something. No, I didn't realize it was gonna go in that direction. God damn! God damn!
Joining us today is Alex Nichols is back.
Values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
Okay, so
culture that is horrible. It kills.
Oh, he's got the plugs out of the way. Let's kick off today's show.
These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
I can't tell. Are the Chapo boys like PlayStation dudes? These are PS controllers, right?
Okay, so Felix and Alex, I have a question for you at the top of the show. I just saw this streaming guy named Asmongold.
They're like all these insectoids and vermin that are crawling all over my legs.
I wanted to ask you who this guy was.
They're like the dead rat that I use him as as an alarm clock.
They don't even care about the health of their family members over there.
Asmongold is someone who you would describe, in 19th century parlance as a grotesque. He is a Texas-based streamer who is more well known at this point, I think, for his hovel-like living conditions.
Do you think the Chapo's gonna do more, like, I don't know, like streamer drama kind of content? The only time I've seen this happen is maybe was it Matt Chrisman that said something about like jingling keys in front of Vosh? Somebody was like, you should debate Vosh. Apparently there's a debate between Felix and Destiny. Apparently there's a Felix Biederman versus Destiny debate.
He famously had a dead rat that would sit on his windowsill, and he would use it as an alarm clock because, as he put it, when the sun would rise, the Texas heat, it would make the rat smell worse, and he'd go, "Oh, it's morning," and wake up. He's one of these streamers that makes like tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, but still pretty much.
Like, they famously treated Vosh as if he was beneath them when somebody tried to get them to debate Vosh.
Lives like that. I didn't know a lot about him. I kind of liked him because he looked like Charles Martel. Maybe that's why he's so, anti-Islam, is that he is.
Yeah, he looks like
Charles
he should have lived in the Middle Ages, like the early Middle Ages.
Yeah. He once he got streaming, he had probably the same teeth as Charles Martel. They were completely rotted, and he got really fucking freaky veneers. But I've only encountered him once, and
Good for Gavi says Hassan overwhelmingly hot. I gotta say, he's definitely I can tell that his workout routine is causing some changes in his body.
He was
either that or it's just his wardrobe. I don't know. Maybe his outfit's just
he was he's one of these I'm against political extremes guys. Like I was on a very weird podcast stream, and the topic of our subreddit getting banned came up. And as listeners know, we are in favor of that.
Absolutely.
Getting banned.
Fuck those people.
They asked this grotesque about it, and he said, I think it's good because more political, like we need to get rid of political extremes, which apparently, like, all Arabs are racially inferior is not an extreme. That is just...
Yeah, it's like the weird centrist thing where you just can't really do that anymore. Maybe you used to be able to do that, where you could say that, like, they're the only democracy in the Middle East and they're actually civilized. But a lot of the time we're talking about Mizrahi Jews, so you can't really make that argument.
Yeah.
And you're talking about Russian immigrants too. So like the literacy rate for those people is like 15%.
You're talking...
So I don't even know what you're talking about.
Right. Half of them, it's like Russians with one half Jewish great-grandparent who, their entry into politics is that they blinded a 7-year-old child by throwing a firecracker at them. And
they followed a trail of vodka down the Caucasus, and that's where they ended up.
Yeah. Or
that's the civilization they have.
Or a Mizrahi club promoter whose grandfather was named Abdullah, and he's like, I think anyone without a pure Hebrew name should be stoned to death.
Yeah, and his grandfather burned down his own club.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, all I knew about this guy is that I just saw a clip of, as you said, Felix, a grotesque broadcasting from some sort of shack or some hovel of some kind, saying that he supports killing all Palestinians because they're products of an inferior culture. And
what do you call this, chat, though? It's funny because the picture that they're now, obviously, this is what is this supposed to be? Chrisman's? Is this no? This is Will's apartment, right? This is supposed to be Will's apartment. But it does look pretty rotcore. Like I'm sure it's not like that, always. And obviously, Asmon's house is grosser, right? There's not any rat alarm clocks if there were. The cat would eat them, and I guess this is more of a messy apartment that people are used to seeing.
Evidence of the inferiority of that culture is that culture is in favor of killing people because of their identity. And then I just Googled like Asmongold, and I just wanted to see like, okay, I'd like to see an example of someone who's a product of a superior culture who deserves to live and you have human rights and things like that. And all I figured out was that he's a World of Warcraft streamer. But the fact that this cultural paragon is waking himself up every morning with the smell of a decaying rat is really better than I could have possibly imagined. So thank you for filling in the...
He presumably doesn't do that anymore. But like the thing that I have before I knew that he wanted a genocide of all Arabs and Muslims, the thing that I thought was the worst thing about him was he lives in pure filth and he's like just physically repulsive. No minutes, no hours a day dedicated towards, sweeping the floor or anything. And you would think
I did that this morning, chat.
Someone who lives like that, well, at least they would be good at games. He's not, though.
No, he's just a consumer of...
I noticed that, too. When I watched Asmongold play Valheim, I was so disappointed. He sucks at Valheim.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the people...
But I only noticed because I played that game, right? There's a lot of games that I've never played, and I would never know if somebody's good or bad or whatever, but like, yeah, he sucks at Valheim.
On the right wing, they're just consumers. They're just people who like Star Wars and they're not really good at anything. And that's why they're so angry, because they can't actually prove that they're good at anything. They
That's why I love AI so much.
It's just, I really like stuff and you're supposed to give me money because I really, really like stuff. The mainstream stuff that everybody my age liked.
Demonius X was the most influential conservative thinker of the 20s.
No, you're supposed to give him money because you want to see him eat Wendy's.
Yeah, a guy who just like I remember Super Mario Brothers. Where's my money?
Yeah.
When I get to be a CEO, I had a fucking Super Nintendo. I'm not the best at it. I'm not really good at it. I'm not especially knowledgeable about it, but I remember Star Wars in Super Nintendo. So you're supposed to give me $1 million and I'm supposed to be the top of a feudal hierarchy. And then it doesn't happen. They're like, oh, fucking women. Fucking women and trans people. God damn.
I mean, the funny thing is for Asmongold, it did happen. It did. He is the top of that feudal hierarchy of Twitch.
I remember.
That's a great way to describe it, too. It kind of is.
Battletoads, and I'm sick of black people. Where's my parade? Yeah, I saw him playing Lies of P, which is a terrific. It is a Korean company made it. It's like sort of a mix between Bloodborne Souls and Sekiro.
No, it's Pinocchio. You're Pinocchio. You're like a badass Pinocchio.
Amazing game. It was one of my favorites in 2023, and it is like kind of difficult, but it's pretty straightforward. I think if you put it in front of a child, they could eventually figure it out. But he was like, he freaked. He couldn't get it, and it's like, what else are you doing all day?
I feel like I did okay with Lies of P. Should I get that out again?
Why can't you just learn how to get good at this?
I wish it wasn't so late. I'm so bad about time management, Chad, or else I could I gotta be able to I gotta add some gaming back into my schedule somehow.
It's not like you're wiping, these are valuable minutes I could be spending wiping my ass or cleaning cockroaches out of my PC case. You're not doing that.
He reminds me of people that you would know when you're like 16 and you eventually stop talking to him because you're like, oh, he's just gonna die in a pile of filth in his mom's house.
Yeah.
I don't even want to talk to this guy on IRC because he's just gonna he like brags about not showering.
Yeah, my
it's
mom
just bumming me out.
I used to have friends like that. My mom would be like, you know, they're going nowhere.
He's gonna kill his mom.
They're gonna kill their mom. They're gonna flip over their car 50 times and kill everyone.
Yeah, like you have a friend that would like punch through a monitor every day, and his mom would buy him a new one. And you'd be like, what the fuck? Like for a second, you would be like, you know, that's the life. I'm really jealous of that. And then you think for 2 more seconds, and you're like, oh fuck, man. Like I had a friend like that growing up who I stopped talking to, and his mom had cancer, and he would do that. He would like break all his shit because of Warcraft, and she would buy him new shit.
Those kids, their parents always have cancer. It's always some like beleaguered 60-year-old woman who can barely
they're too
walk.
tired to argue anymore.
Yeah, it's a beleaguered 60-year-old woman who is just weak from chemo. There's just the awful, sad stench of death in the household, and all you can hear is just like the thump, thump, thump of a kid trying to kick his wall down because the Papa John's app won't work. It's so dire.
Yeah, like it's like the point in their life where they're supposed to be like, oh, I have to step up and be the man of the house. But they do the opposite of that. They're like, man, I can take advantage of this so much. I can just use her credit cards to pay for whatever. And she's too tired. Like her vision is probably bad. So she can't even see the statements.
Yeah, they're like, well, I have to step up and be the toddler of the house. Like
all the shit I wanted to do when I was 5 and they wouldn't let me. Now's my chance.
I can finally buy knives on TV by taking money out of my mom's retirement account.
And Alex, I mean, when I checked his Wikipedia page, I was just like, okay, what's his cultural output? I assume he's a published author or a professor or something like that. No, just World of Warcraft streaming. And then it was like career. And they were like, Asmongold took a hiatus from streaming when his mother died. And I was just like, I mean, your job is playing video games. When your mother dies as an adult, like, he's like, I'm an orphan now. You know, I need to.
Oh, yeah.
His mom died of COPD or something like that.
Yeah, in his house, which had the rats in it.
Okay, now I keep on hearing people say this shit, and I don't know if it's true, and I'm uncomfortable about it. In general, the less content I could do about... Look, if you're a public figure, you're a public figure. But your mom, that's a different scenario. Your sister, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your pet. Like, I don't want to do content on... Oh, look, they got the orb. They got the orb from Marianne from 2016. Look at that. Do you see the orb? God, so many memories in this apartment.
It's a really hard time for me. I just killed my mom.
Like, he was supposed to be taking care of her. That was a whole controversy. Where people would point that out, and they're like, oh, how could you say
Chapo's Guide to the Revolution?
That? How could you say that she wasn't supposed to be breathing in rat poop? How dare you?
It's a
this man
respiratory
just lost
disease.
his mother.
Yeah.
He is an orphan at age 47.
Yeah.
That is the mark of like a true internet buffoon when like their grandma or mom dies. You know, someone who was born in 1973, their grandma.
Yeah. Sasha G, thank you for the gift sub to Grey Knight 7777. Grey Knight 7777, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Yeah,
and they're like, "Oh,
all right,
real...
20 years where you can't criticize me."
yeah. Oh,
and also you don't have to see gainful employment.
Real mature. Our grandmother was just taken from us at the young age of 98, and you're gonna come at me during this emotionally vulnerable time?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy because I remember like when my grandparents died, my dad probably took like 2 days off work.
Yeah, if my remaining grandparent died, she would, you know what she would want me to do? She would want me to do an extra 2 hours of content that day. Because that's what her family
she would
did
want you to do a movie mindset episode with each.
No, unironically, that's how my dad would be. I don't want to say that because I'm gonna jinx him, and I'm knocking on wood there, okay? But yeah, my dad is all about the fucking grind. My dad is all about the grind, right? He would, yeah.
Mama Tambien and Challengers.
Yeah, she would want me to talk about a very sexy movie that she would tell us all about, believe me. Like, you know, I joked about seeing that Nicole Kidman sex movie with her. She would actually love to do that. That's her favorite thing to do, to watch a movie with full penetration. And she would want me to talk about it and do it. And I would never, ever take time away from making content. She would. How do you think her family afforded to come to America? They didn't take a break from doing their podcast in 1907.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I always think about that with people talking about being nostalgic for their childhood and shit. It's like, do you think your parents wanted you to do that as an adult? Do you think they gave you that childhood so you could be 40 talking about missing your childhood? They wanted you to be fucking working and having a family. And it's like, it nullifies the whole thing when you're like, man, I just want to be 12. It was so easy because that was provided for by your parents at a personal sacrifice to them. And you're like, that's not what they want you to be doing right now. They're like, why don't you get a fucking job? What are you doing?
Alex, you know,
and you're
the
like,
worst
fuck
part?
you, mom. I don't give a fuck about what you want. I liked you 20 years ago. That's when you were cool, when you were buying me stuff.
Yeah, Alex, you know what the worst part about being an adult is that I can no longer wake up on Christmas morning and see all of the presents nicely wrapped that my parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles have got for me. And there isn't an equivalent like that for an adult, and it sucks, and we should go back.
It fucking sucks. We need to make Santa. Why isn't there Santa?
I can't have sleepovers with my friends anymore. We can't stay up all night playing video games. I mean, I can do that, but I just don't have friends. Yeah.
The only people who want to sleep over are on Grindr, and they expect me to fuck, and it fucking sucks.
all the like this.
Wait, are you hearing? Do you think you're hearing Zach and Gavin in this? No, it's just the Chapo boys. It's just the regular cast, right? Matt Chrisman, Felix Biederman, Will Miniker.
Nostalgia people, I love when they talk about like
Virgil, Texas. No.
Oh, remember when there wasn't all this woke shit in games? And what
I forgot for a minute that Virgil was a Chapo.
Like the feeling of enjoying things that they're describing is just like the time in their life before they had clinical depression from never doing anything.
But isn't that like right? You got, look, if you had a podcast with 3 dudes on it, you might not have a Virgil, Texas. But it's kind of like once you get to 4 dudes, statistically speaking, one of those dudes is going to be Virgil, Texas. It's just it like, right? You know, leftist mafia gets to a certain size, right? One of those people is going to be Illuminati. One of those people is going to wind up being Illuminati.
And it, like, if you really are that good at video games, if it really is worth spending your entire life thinking about it, then you should be good enough at it to make money or be able to like be a game developer or something. But they're not, because they're consumers. They're just consumers of mainstream kid stuff from Walmart. And now they're like, why aren't they buying me stuff anymore? It fucking sucks. Like, even if they had unlimited free time to do that, they would just be sitting and playing PlayStation all day. And then you ask them, like, do you have like a cool take on this or something, or analysis? And they're like, yeah, it's really cool, but it's woke, I think. Well, like, all right, yeah.
That's pretty much Asmongold's content.
That's better than you having a job, sure.
I mean, I said it earlier, but I think that's why these people are so bemused and excited by the idea of AI, because they're like, now I can just type in a video game I want to play and it'll make it for me. And it's like, I did it myself.
And I hope the back doesn't fall out the other end of that, where the jobs get automated and then the economy keeps contracting and contracting and contracting, and it gets harder and harder to find the time to be like, I just want to play an AI-generated porn game. Like, eventually the other hand reaches from behind and says, oh, you guys that are just like living rent-free somewhere and you're playing AI porn games, we got to get you on the street.
Alex, it's like, did you see the thing this week where people were thrilled about the unveiling of Optimus, Elon Musk's service robots? And they're like, sayonara, bartenders.
Wow, it feels like Chapo Trap House is on all of my content about 3 to 4 days behind, pretty much.
They're not going to ask for a tip on this drink.
I mean,
and it's just like,
have never been to a bar.
And like these people have not even reached the level of even like that level of employment. And they're like, yeah, they're all going to get replaced by freaking robots. And I suppose actually just being someone's child that they're even in your 20s that someone still has to be responsible for is sort of like an automation proof job.
I guess so, until your mom dies.
Yeah. Until they come up with a robot that is able to just like eat all the Uncrustables and yell at his cancer-stricken mom. I mean, I don't know. I think maybe they could do it now, but it just lacks the human touch.
Hopefully the big...
Yeah, these guys are making me think, right? I gotta find a job that is not gonna be made obsolete by technology. Oh my god, chat, even being somebody's useless girlfriend, right? They could replace that with AI. They could replace that with AI. I don't even know.
AI, the big panopticon that rationalizes all the
I need to find something that I can do that nobody else can do. And the other thing, chat, I gotta do is making some contingencies, right? I was thinking about this earlier today, all right? All right. Option 1, Kamala Harris is elected president. Trump makes a big stink, a lot of bad noise, but eventually gives up the ghost and disappears, right? All right, at that point, I'm going to need to maybe pivot away from the amount of politics that I'm doing right now. We're going to have to talk about other stuff. We're going to have to find other stuff to talk about, right? Right. Option 2, Kamala doesn't win. I'm going to need to find some way to not be in this country. Because the things that I'm going to say, the things that I need to say, are not going to be sayable from the United States of America. So, like, I need to get planning, right? I need to get busy. I need to get working for either of those contingencies, right?
Out of the economy, they don't look at all these useless mouths to feed and just get rid of them. Hopefully the big AIs think, oh, these guys who are 43 talking about how they miss when video games used to be good, and they're just like smelling their...
And then they figure out those are the houses, you know, where a guy is ostensibly taking care of grand...
Are we good, chat? We just had a little disconnect. Little bitty disconnect. I just need to hear, yeah, it looks like we're good. Looks like we're good. Oh, you're talking about the Sisypheans talking about Elon Musk's robots, the Optimus.
The grandma retirement plan. And they will immediately...
I feel like I'm looking at what's eventually going to become like the what do you call those robots from Fallout? Right, there's the Mr. House robots, and then there's the...
Deploy a team of quadcopters to gun down the Asmongold type individual living there.
Yeah, they're going to be Wi-Fi connected microwaves, and it's going to pull your data, and whoever uses the microwave that at the most is going to get cold or sent to the camps.
I feel like it's like the Israeli assassination algorithm is called "Where's Daddy." We just need a new one for this country called "Where's Grandma."
Yeah,
to hunt down anyone even tangentially associated. But hey, I mean, this Mongoloid guy. I mean, he's apparently very successful at this. So he represents sort of like you know, a vanguard of financially successful.
The sense. No, I'm talking about the actual, like the ones that are like there's the Mr. House robots, and then there's the Securitrons. Yeah, I feel like I'm looking at Securitrons. I feel like I'm looking at something that is holding a bar, like a tap, a beer tap right now, and it's going to be holding some kind of weapon in the future.
Like don't even scrap anything to him. Just send him to Tel Aviv and just have him walk around, and he'll just introduce bugs that they don't have immunity to.
Wait, Protectortrons? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember.
Well, thank you for filling me in on this guy.
I want him to fill me in.
Yeah,
that's right. Give me that skinny nerd cock.
Yeah, oh my god, put that Battletoad in me.
He could. There's a new rhythm game I'd like him to show me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I would like to say like this guy I think is like you know, a perfect avatar for Western culture, and like I guess like I mean, I'm starting the show a little bit late today, but I mean, I don't have much to say about the, you know, ongoing Holocaust in Gaza right now, but suffice to say, I think we've all seen the images and videos of people being burned alive with IVs still stuck in them on hospital beds. And again, I don't have too much to say about it because, you know, words fail to do justice to this kind of thing. But, you know, going on what we were talking about last week, I think this is the week really where like the rotting carcass of American liberalism finally just sort of gives up. Because, you know, I mean, we were talking last week about Kamala's campaign.
The Protectrons have legs, Securitrons have a wheel and big shoulders.
And her complete refusal to put any daylight between her and Biden on the issue of genocide, even if she's cynical, even if she's not telling the truth about it. But, I mean, I just think like they've now completely run out of excuses because it used to be, well, you have to vote for Kamala because if Trump wins the election, he'll let Israel invade Lebanon, or he'll let them start.
I mean, they do have a guest on this one, Alex Nichols, but I don't think they brought him in yet.
Or he'll, just raise the Gaza Strip and build condos there. And now that all those things are happening right now, I think like the liberal attitude is one of resignation. And I think that they're not going to argue against it anymore. I don't think they're even going to say that what's happening isn't a genocide. I think they're just going to say, yeah, that's okay with me. And I think that like the Kamala Harris campaign really.
So the Securitron's got the TV face. I'm trying to think of the other ones. Like, what's Prim Slim? What kind of robot is Prim Slim?
I think accurately sums up the 2024 American liberal project, which is that there really is no horror too unspeakable that they won't just sign on for, as long as it means that they can have, I don't know, a few choice ethnic restaurants and bike lanes in the walkable neighborhoods they live in.
Well, more than that, I think that like the mutual benefits between.
No, the thing I'm wondering about Elon Musk's robots is, are they going to get sued by Daft Punk? Has Daft Punk been consulted? Has Daft Punk signed off on the fact that they should be getting paid for every one of those robots that's made?
Israel and the American empire are mostly material and obvious. There are things like weapon sales and stuff like that, the carrying out of American foreign policy goals. But I think one of the intangibles that makes Israel so different from all these other places and why they get to behave so differently is they provide a very useful
howdy partner. Yeah, no, Prim Slim's my fave.
Metric to whoever is in the White House, whoever is running the federal government at any given time. And that is to determine how far someone can go before American diplomatic cover is not enough. What is the worst thing someone is allowed to do? That has been the thing that they've been figuring out for the last 30 years, especially. And, be it Trump or Kamala or Biden or whoever won in 2020, that is just too useful and intangible for the American national security machine. I do think that, like, especially in light of this last week, there are still like left liberals who defend Biden and Harris, but talk about all of this as if it's an unfortunate detour. Like a sad side plot in the story of the most progressive administration of all time. And for them, I wonder if they're not aware or if they just don't give a shit that like this policy of letting Israel just doing whatever it wants with no cap, with no limit on its behavior is like the consequences of this will be comparable to the Iraq war. And they've placed things in such a way that like Israel is not just going to like voluntarily get tired of, blowing up fucking nurseries and burning people to death. They're not going to get sick of putting detainees into rape concentration camps. The only way that they'll ever pull back or be brought to heel is
running out of victims.
Well, or Tel Aviv getting nuked. They've set the stage for that, and all the fucking misery and chaos and all the unintended consequences that spring out from there for the next, 5, 10, 20 years of this in the Middle East.
I don't know. I mean, like, I'm at a point where, Harris made a statement yesterday about how Israel must let humanitarian aid into the northern Gaza Strip as it's being exterminated.
So we can kill them.
Yeah, and I don't get what these statements are like. Israel must do this. It must do that. It must abide by international law. It must allow humanitarian aid in. It must be more careful about selecting targets so as not to kill scores of, people, refugees living in tents. Or what? I mean, I just saw AOC before we started recording saying about how she was just posting about how, this is a genocide that's been enabled by Biden's arms transfers. I mean, that's a new line for her. I thought they were working tirelessly for a ceasefire. But my point is, whether it's AOC or Harris or any of these left liberal politicians, it would be better at this point if they said nothing, if they didn't acknowledge this at all. Because, this charade of saying Israel must do this, there's nothing to back that up. It would be better if they just didn't say anything at all.
Yeah, I don't know who that's for. It seems like they're just throwing a lot of shit at the wall at this point in the last month of the campaign.
Yeah.
Like, there's bizarre stuff on Twitter and the stuff like geared toward moderate Republicans. And I don't know how much the average voter is even seeing that. Like they're just counting on a few magazine readers seeing each of these statements. And then it feels like most people made up their mind already and they're not really like following Kamala on Twitter. So
yeah,
like it feels very weird and alienated, like and very like diffuse. Like they're not making one statement to the general public. It's just,
they're trying to be something for everyone. And, if you try to appeal to everyone, you end up appealing to no one. And just like a brief example of that, this is Senator Amy Klobuchar was joined Tim Walz at an event at UW Eau Claire in Wisconsin. And she said,
and it's only a matter of time where we're going to see like a bus going through western Wisconsin with, I want you to picture this, Bernie Sanders and Dick Cheney together holding a sign that says Brat Fall. Okay, that is our plan. Okay?
Bernie Sanders and Dick Cheney together holding a sign that says Brat Fall. So that's what I mean.
Going off a cliff? Is that why you want me to picture it?
That's probably an ambulance. They have a combined age of 300.
I mean, it's one thing, right, to have like a campaign that is supposed to appeal to moderate Republicans who are.
The thing that really bothers me is that they think they're winning. They think that the support of like Liz Cheney means a damn thing. They think that getting the fucking neocons who are literally, like, I mean, Anna Kasparian says she's politically homeless. She's not, right? That is what politically homeless is. Being Liz Cheney, being Dick Cheney, being right. That's the old guard of the Republicans. That's nowhere. That's nothing. That's such bullshit.
They're already won over. They got peeled off. They're Democrats.
Right. It's one thing to appeal to them, and if you're doing that, you would get
90s French house.
Mary Elizabeth Cheney or whatever the fuck the daughter's name is. I forgot. Or
lesbian Cheney.
Lesbian Cheney. People like Mitt Romney, people in that whole that whole category. But Kamala recently bragged about getting Alberto Gonzalez's endorsement.
No. Are we fucking? Is this real, chat? Is this even real?
Yeah.
Which is like
who remembers who that is?
The only people that remember who he is remember him resigning in shame.
Yeah, who remembers a positive thing about that guy? Maybe like in his hometown or his family members.
If you were running for like city council in Dallas, an Alberto Gonzalez endorsement would not win that race for you.
Look, wake me up when the Democrats are putting Alberto Gonzalez in Guantanamo, okay? That's when I'll care. That's when I'll care.
Yeah. It would probably be Harvey Oswald. He said to vote for me.
Yeah. It's just, like, I am just baffled by the direction of the campaign. And the only two answers I can come up with for why they're doing what they're doing is A, that they hired Dick Morris, that he's back, that he's smelling feet and power again, or B, that this is one of the first elections where neither candidate wants to be president.
Touting the Alberto Gonzalez endorsement was at like a Latino event. So, they're touting all the
Latinos love Alberto Gonzalez. They can't get enough of him. They said Latinos
he's like the Selena of the 21st century. They love him so much.
If you got the real versions of the guys from Training Day who almost killed Ethan Hawke, and you were like, what do you think about the U.S. attorney scandal? They would do the same thing to you. They would be like, what U.S. attorney scandal? They were fired at the right time. That's always how it goes. That's how Latinos feel about that.
They should try to get the Morrissey endorsement. It would be pretty hard. You would have to say some racist stuff and like promise to ban meat. But that would win some Latinos. You don't actually have to do anything. He's not going to check.
Well, in addition to outreach to Latinos, I got two items here about outreach to the Black community. And the first is about Harris touting an agenda specifically for Black men, because I guess they're worried that, Trump is going to peel off some votes from Black men. And then, I mean, I guess I say first, Obama gave some comments where he seemed to scold Black men voters by saying, like, he was like,
I swear to God, if you want to like tailor some of your campaign, some of your platform to a certain group that you feel like you're losing a certain percentage of, fine. But for her to be like, oh, we're doing this for Black men are going to love this. Like, right. It's just like, I don't know. It doesn't, it makes you sound desperate. It makes it sound like instead of a fraction of this demographic, you are losing the entire demographic. Like it portrays like, you as like, there's just so much wrong with it. And yeah, it's probably insulting. It probably comes across as insulting. I don't know.
You just don't want to have a woman as president, and you're making up excuses to justify that. And I don't like that.
I also want to say that seems to be more pronounced with the brothers. So if you don't mind, just for a second, I'm going to speak to y'all.
So, corralling them, getting them in line. But hey, that was the stick. Here's the carrot. Quote, Harris's opportunity agenda for black men includes a laundry list of policy proposals, including providing 1 million loans to black entrepreneurs and others to start businesses, investing in black male mentorship and training programs, protecting cryptocurrency assets, launching a health equity initiative focusing on diseases that disproportionately affect black men, like diabetes and prostate cancer, and legalizing recreational.
I was low-key hoping that somebody maybe at some point would just regulate crypto into obsolescence. That's all I wanted to see. And I was hoping that, like, if nothing else, the Democrats could do that for us, but no, we're gonna chase that. We're gonna no. That's disappointing. That's really disappointing. Like, the other thing, it's disappointing in two ways, right? It's disappointing because the fucking policy is off, and it's disappointing because the political like they it's just not helpful for the campaign. You're chasing a demographic that is already lost. You're not peeling anybody off. The crypto bros, Trump could probably come out against crypto. In fact, I think he has said some things against crypto before. But he could straight up come out against crypto and he would still get the majority of those votes. Right? Kamala's not getting anything from this. She's not, there's no benefit for her in this.
Marijuana for black men to participate in the burgeoning industry. I think it'd be cool if she legalized recreational marijuana only for black men and prosecuted everyone else for using it.
It seems like that stuff is set up to just be knocked down by the courts.
Yeah.
I think when you're giving racial preference loans and stuff, like,
well, I mean, like other than protecting cryptocurrency assets, I mean, like, well, then the other one about investing in black male mentorship and training programs. I mean, that just seems condescending. I mean,
isn't that what Travis Kelce went through? A training program to try to become a black male?
Yeah, when he had the high top fade.
The UNC program.
Yeah.
The $6 million UNC.
Yeah. Do we really need more Travis Kelce's?
Well, it can just be reversed by Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
He just dates a rich white woman and it just all goes away. So,
yeah, the Democratic machine has it all figured out. The protecting crypto assets thing is so weird that it made me wonder if, like, because this all is pretty offensive, right down to Obama trying to get votes for them by saying, oh, you're probably sexist. Anyway, vote for us.
I mean, I think both candidates should just endorse crypto at this point.
I mean,
because, like,
it makes me think that nobody in the Democratic Party has any political instincts. It makes me think that nobody does, including Obama, who is kind of known for his political instincts. Like, they've just lost it. Any fucking riz Obama had, it's gone.
They should both just be all in on it. Because, like, where's the anti-crypto vote? Do those people give a shit?
Well, no,
I'm just pissing a bunch of people off who are, like, trying to sell drugs. Just don't even.
Where's the anti-crypto? Look, my anti-crypto vote is not so much an anti-crypto vote, it's a hater vote. It's a hater vote. I hate everything that the crypto bros bring, like, to light, right? I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. All right, chat. Well, I'm too depressed to continue. That's it. I'm going to bed. I don't know what else to do. No, we're definitely, my numbers have even dropped off. Wow. Amazing. Anyway, good night, chat. Dr. Gabby is right. They dropped a ball a while ago. It's lost. Yeah, I don't know. This is the thing. Chapo's really good at depressing me. Good night, Taco Cat. Thanks, Sasha G. I am starting to feel better. Good night, SM. Tough topics. It's been a wild ride. Yeah, it really has. Thank you mods for modding, especially those of you who hung out in the shorts chat tonight. I know that is never easy. Thank you to my Patreons. Thank you to Throne Gang for supporting me. Thank you to Thumb Gang for supporting me. Thumb Gang is surprisingly potent. Okay. I get engagement. I get good engagement on my streams, and that's thanks to Thumb Gang, and that's thanks to you too, chat. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you a lot. I don't want to like, I'm a little bit depressed. I'm a little bit pissed off, but I don't want to leave in a bad way where you feel like, did I do something wrong? Because no, you didn't do, chat. You're the one good thing about tonight. Okay. You are literally the one good thing. You're literally the one thing that keeps me grounded. So much appreciation, chat. I'll be back tomorrow with hopefully some better content. Again, apologies for the beginning of the stream. That's all my fault. I just miscalculated what I thought would be entertaining, and I usually don't miss that hard. So please have faith in me. Thanks for staying. I do appreciate you for that, even though I gave you some pretty shit content early on tonight. It got more interesting as the night progressed. So, but yeah, I'll be back at you tomorrow, and I will talk to you then. I'm gonna get some sleep. That's a good thing. So yeah, good night.